Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome, and it all comes down to this, the final day at the FIDE Grand Swiss. In the Opens, we have 5 leaders. In the women's, 2 are at the top. And there are 2 candidate spots for each section. Who will walk away with them? We're going to find out today. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with a man, a grandmaster, who has voiced some of the finest chess battles.
Thank you very much.
Mishnachenko.
You have to say someone who survived this very long event. Yes, but I cannot get more excited because, yeah, round 11 and we do not know anything. And people keep asking me to come up with a prediction. And I just don't know.
Yeah.
All of them, they seem to be worthy, and yet, it's very hard to predict.
Absolutely, it is unpredictable. I'm doing the same. I'm skipping into the playing venue. I'm asking everyone who is going to win. That is going to be the question that is on everyone's minds. But the players have been pushed both mentally and physically. This has been a long, grueling event. So let's, for the last time, remind ourselves of the time format and what is at stake. Because here, the Open will be playing with 3 time controls. It's 1 hour and 40 minutes with 50 minutes added after move 40 and 15 minutes added after move 60. In the women's, it's a lot more classical, so a lot more standard, with 1 hour and a half with 30 minutes added after move 40. And of course, you do get, for both sections, that, of course, 30-second time bonus. But it's there at the bottom. The 2 winners, the 2 top finishers, will walk away with golden tickets. And now here, I wish I had some golden tickets in my hand.
So,
to
right.
the candidates. And the candidates is the event where the winner of that will challenge for the World Championship crown. Yeah, there's nothing more to say because that is the biggest thing. But of course, there's a lot of financial incentive for the players. So let's remind ourselves of the prizes. In the Open, it's a big one, $90,000 for first place, second place, $75,000, $62,000 for third place. This is going to be very much on the player's mind. And you even have prizes for 50th place.
Right, and then in the women's section, 40,000 for the winner, 31 for the second, and so on and so forth, and it goes all the way to 23rd place, and the total prize fund is $230,000.
Yes. It's a lot of money, and everyone is in an anticipating mood as we basically are waiting that big question. Who will be qualifying? Let's head over to Charlie's to check out the mood in the playing hall.
We are live in the playing hall for what is going to be an exciting day, as we have 5 leaders all playing for that coveted first place here in the Open section, with 2 in the women's section. For some of these players, this is going to be the most important game of their lives as they are fighting to get into the candidates. It for sure is a day we will not want to miss. Stay tuned to the action. Let's grab Hans. Can I just get you for a quick word on how you're feeling today?
Great. Slept well. Changed hotels.
Changed hotels for the last game?
Yeah, my hotel was so bad I couldn't sleep, so I just switched to a nicer hotel and I feel great.
So you feel ready for today's game? All of these will help the result today?
Yeah, definitely. Never going back to that hotel in my life.
Okay, thank you, Hans. Good luck for today. Well, we'll see if these changes will reap the benefits of the decisive result. For now, back to the studio. Enjoy the game, everyone.
It wasn't the answer we expected, but certainly you do that little bit because, as Charlie's mentioned, this is the most important game in some of these players' lives. You know, we're talking about a spot into the candidates, we're talking about fame, we're talking about opportunities that they might not get normally, and we also have that big prize money. So let's take a look at the pairings, and let's see perhaps why Hans Niemann switched hotels to get that good night's sleep. Well, we have a five-way lead at the top. Matthias Bluebaum, they're heading the list because he has the best tiebreak. And then we have Alireza, Firouzja, Anish, Giri, Hans Niemann, and Vincent Keymer. But Abhimanyu Mishra, do not underestimate him. He's just 16 years old on 6.5 points. Another name to watch out for is 15-year-old Andy Woodward, who suddenly finds himself with a small chance of perhaps qualifying for the candidates if the results go his way. And let's take a look at the pairings, the rankings, the standings here in the women's. And here it's a lot more simpler because we have a two-way tie at the top. Kateryna, Lagno, Vaishali on 7.5 points. 3 people are chasing them. One person who can be very comfortable is Tan Zhongyi because she has already nabbed her ticket to the candidates via the Women's World Cup earlier on in the summer. So that brings us to the pairings, and this is it. Matthias Bluebaum yesterday thought his dreams were all over, but a miracle save means that he is at the top. He's facing Alireza Firouzja, who, if he really wants to secure himself a spot, he's going to press hard for the win. We also have Anish, Giri, and Hans Niemann, both of them, because of their tiebreaks, they do need to press as hard as possible. And Vincent, Keymer, Arjun, Erigaisi are also names on that must-win category. And also, just to draw your attention, Abhimanyu Mishra, they're playing with the black pieces against Vidit, and Andy Woodward playing against Yu Yangyi. So, in theory, 8 players can qualify for the candidates in the Open.
So, and there we have it, the tie breaks for round 11. So average rating of opponents for Matthias Bluebaum is 26.95. Second, Alireza Firouzja, then Giri, Keymer, and Niemann have the same tiebreak, Yovi.
Yeah.
Can we?
But take a look at this, because Abhimanyu Mishra, he might be half a point less, but he has a better tiebreak. Now, the tiebreak that is being used is the average rating of the opponents, but then you drop the lowest rated.
Right. Well, so that only means that no one is safe, from the leaders, no one is safe with a draw.
No. Some are happier than others. For instance, Matthias Bluebaum at the top, he might be the one that is perhaps more satisfied with the draw than the others, but no one is safe.
But look how tricky it is, because Bluebaum playing Firouzja, both with a very good tiebreak, right? But Firouzja only qualifies if no one surpasses them on the points, right? So he will probably have something to say about this like draw in today's game.
And let's take a look at the tiebreaks for the women. We can see Vaishali there has the best tiebreak, and Kateryna, Lagno, I mean, they've got extra points. And remember, Tan Zhongyi has already qualified for the candidates. She doesn't need to worry. And if she does get one of those top 2 spots, the spot will then go down to the 3rd one. And so you can even see that Fatalieva, she's playing Kateryna, Lagno.
And
she may very well, if she wins and the other results go her way, she may just grab one of those candidate spots. But she needs to win. And there we see the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, joking with Divya Deshmukh, because that is the board where our ceremonial first mover will take place. And it's very nice to see the players and the president joking around, Divya giving instructions. Yeah. Only D4.
Only.
Well, I don't know whether that was actually said, but
Right, so Divya will be facing off against Ivan Cheparinov.
Yeah.
Divya had a decent tournament, I want to say. Like
She had a good tournament. She had, I think, a 2600 plus. I mean, she won some fantastic games. She drew with Gukesh in a nail-biter of a game.
Yeah.
And she beat Ivic. She also had some really, you know, she just seems to be leveling up. There's two females playing in the open section, and both her, Divya, and Alexandra Goryashkina have really redeemed themselves.
Right, but for today, Yovi, I think we will be concentrating on those top boards.
Yeah.
Everything is at stake.
Everything hinges on this. And in these last rounds, what do you have to do? I mean, apart from not lose, I mean, what does it take both like emotionally and on the chessboard? And here we can see the pairings for the women's. Vaishali, she has the black pieces against Tang Zhongyi. Now, she has her fate in her own hands. If she wins, she will grab a qualifying spot, as does Kateryna Lagno. And here goes. First move of the day is going to be played by FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich, and he goes for
right over default.
Smile for the cameras. Will she keep it? She says no, but maybe she'll play it. We'll find out. But whew, this is exciting. And here we go. The players are ready. We're going to keep our eyes just peeled on these top matches. Matthias Bluebaum with the white pieces. He has a very good tie break, so he's perhaps going to be feeling the most comfortable of the pack on 7. And Alireza Firouzja, he needs to press. He needs to keep the tension as alive as possible.
Yeah.
So you might be seeing something a little bit unconventional
Quite
in the
unorthodox opening.
Openings. We'll see something a little bit imbalanced there. We see Arjun Erigaisi. He has the white pieces against Vincent Keymer. We saw him in a white suit. Players are superstitious.
Yeah, and for Vincent, he has a worse tiebreak, but in a way, one could say he's a bit lucky to get paired, you know, to kind of get paired with Erigaisi, who's half a point behind.
Who needs to win.
Who needs to win, because sometimes with black pieces, as you said, like Firouzja might have to do something unorthodox simply because Bluebaum has more incentive to make a draw, right? In the women's section, however, from what I can see, both Vaishali and Lagno should guarantee themselves qualification spot with a draw because of the tie breaks.
Yeah.
Because of the tie breaks, because of the fact that Tang Zhongyi has qualified.
Also, one thing that's interesting is that the person with the best tiebreak is actually Ulvia Fatalieva. And she's playing Kateryna Lagno. Now, if she wins, she will match Kateryna Lagno on 7.5 points. But she does need the results to go in her favor. And we have C4, E6, Fatalieva in a must-win scenario. Yes.
Yovi, let me tell you something. Board 1 in the open. So today I had a bit of a conversation with a friend, and we were talking about what do you do with black to play for a win. And I said, back in the day, people would play Leningrad Dutch, but apparently it's out of fashion. And there you have it.
Yeah,
there you have it. Right, so D4, F5. Clearly indicating that there won't be your exchange slavs, there won't be your Carlsbergs. We will play something very, very sharp.
Exactly. Well, this is interesting because I was predicting some kind of King's Indian, but maybe there were routes that White could kind of get themselves to an endgame. Here, there's not going to be an endgame. And now the big question is, what is Matthias going to go for? Is he going to go for the G3 systems? Is he going to do something else? And bishop to G7. You know, my good friend, Grandmaster Simon Williams is going to be so happy. And I think a lot of English players who have followed in his footsteps are also going to be really, really happy that we see something like this. It's committal, fighting chess. It's not without its risks, because when things go wrong, they tend to go badly wrong.
Yeah, in this opening in particular, right, the things can go wrong completely. B4.
B4.
B4
okay.
is a possible move. B4 is a possible move, but by far not the most common.
Interesting as well, because you know, G3 is very much in the realm of the mainstream. Other ideas would have been like bishop out to G5, you know, keeping it tight. And you see, Alireza Firouzja has a really, I was going to say, like, he's already got notched up a classical win. They've also played each other thousands of times. Okay, that might be exaggeration, but they play them
Hundreds
a lot,
for sure. Yeah.
a lot online.
In online blitzes. Yep. So B2, B4, and it looks a bit surprising, but I don't think Black should somehow react and deviate from the plan. And the plan always was go castle, go try to play D6, E5, and say I'm playing a better King's Indian. I didn't have to move my knight from F6 to go F5.
Yeah.
That is why I've enjoyed this opening immensely as the kid. Because people were naive, and I could go D6, E5, and only then they would go D5, and I'm playing the King's Indian to tempt you up.
Exactly. And one of the, it's quite funny because I think I generally have a good track record rather, against the king, the Dutch. Then I have found it annoying. Okay, in certain crunch games, I've not been able to get good position. Yep. Okay, well, this one is brewing up already for a very nice fight. We have Alireza surprising Matthias Bluebaum with a Dutch, B4, a mutual surprise in return. Let's go down to board 2. Anish Giri against Hans Niemann. Now, Hans Niemann arriving to the board. So this was, again, a big question because both of these players are in more or less a must-win situation because of their tie breaks. So this is their history. It's everything is even, but they did play a match last year.
Yep.
And there, Hans Niemann won, but they earlier on for the EWC qualifier, they also played online, and that one, it was Anish Giri who got the better of Hans. So these two players know each other incredibly well. And what do you do when you want to play fighting chess? You deploy the English.
Right, so the English 4 knights E3, which is, I believe, now kind of back to be trendy. Bishop B4 is the main move. It's remarkable how, you know, Rossolimo became your main line against Knight C6 in the Sicilian, not D4, but the Rossolimo, and the same goes for the English opening. So in every possible line, you try to play the Bishop B4 systems.
Do you think we'll see that, or do you think, bearing in mind that Hans Niemann needs to win with a black piece is not going to be easy, does he take the game into other directions? I'm thinking, you know, D5, Bishop C5.
He's kind of, you know, I mean, his situation in a way is like symmetrical with Anish's, right? So draw doesn't benefit any of them because they're almost guaranteed that, like, they're tied even on a tiebreak, on an average rating, and so they can only lose with this draw, right? If the first board is a draw, then they're both out. If the first board is a result, I mean, first board draw, that means both first and second board draw. Okay, that's a clumsy explanation, but basically, if Anish and Hans were to finish in a draw, then if it's a draw on board 1, Anish and Hans are both out because people on board 1 have better tiebreaks, right?
And everyone is vulnerable to Abhimanyu Mishra
absolutely,
winning,
and to Vincent Keymer winning as well. So for Anish and Hans, it's all in.
And again, just to stress, 8 players in this open section have a theoretical chance at qualifying. So for Bluebaum, he is great. He's got a good chance. We have 5 people on 7 points. There's a Bluebaum, Firouzja, and then we also have Anish, Giri, Hans, Niemann, and Vincent Keymer. And then we have three players who are on 6.5. These are Abhimanyu Mishra, Andy Woodward, and Arjun Erigaisi. Yep. So for those people on 6.5, I'm sorry, you have to win, regardless of what color you've been dealt. And you also need the results to go in your favor in terms of those players on 7. And for Bluebaum, if he draws, I think because of his tiebreak, he has a very, very good chance of still qualifying with a draw. So it's in his interest to keep it solid. But it's in the interest of these two gentlemen to actually win.
Unsolid.
Yeah, exactly. We need fighting, dynamic chess. But I tell you, who is going to be the most uncomfortable? Vincent Keymer. Yesterday, Vincent Keymer spoiled a win. He could have snatched that sole lead. However, he spoiled it all.
Yeah.
And looking at the track record, looks like Arjun does have the better, but it's a small margin, mainly draws. But he's going to have had a very tough night, thinking, how could he have spoiled such a winning position?
That is, yeah. It's
Will he have
so
recovered?
hard to get over it, right? And especially you wouldn't expect it from Vincent, who was like throughout the tournament, he was very methodical, winning those end games left and right. Yeah, playing long games, being very technical, and yet he blundered
Just
in a absolutely winning position.
Yep. Well, it was a blind spot, but Vincent, well, he has to begin all over again because now he's in a must-win situation, facing off the mighty Arjun Erigaisi. Yeah, so you mentioned, Miro, that, you know, throughout this event, he's been very methodical, winning the long games, winning those end games. Let's actually have a look at how he got himself to the top of the standings. Let's look at the history. And it all began with a draw against 16-year-old Adis Guris, but, you know, he won a nice game against Jeffrey in the end game. Actually, I would say most of his victories, actually all of his victories have been very long and in the end game.
And with the white pieces. Just pay attention to the colors. With black, Vincent was mostly solid. And that, well, yeah, Parham Maksudlu, though, he was a win with the black pieces against Parham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's how he found himself on 7 points. I mean, he said in the studio that he felt like he was playing reasonably okay. He'd had some bad positions. He was lucky to survive a draw against the young 14-year-old Edomush. And his loss to Marc-Andrea Maurizzi came again from a big mistake. But now, the task in front of him is simple. Defeat Arjun Erigaisi. And for Arjun Erigaisi, he still has that outside chance of qualifying to the candidates because of his superior tie breaks. So he also needs to win. And he's gone for, you know, a very interesting approach with A3.
So Erigaisi played the Petrosian system against Vincent's Queen's Indian. And then after bishop b7, knight to c3, your most popular move is d5. So 3 kind of conventional moves would be d5, which was the very main line. Then you could go g6, opt for double fianchetto. And there was, I believe, played by Romanishin, and yeah, like from the 70s, knight e4 move. And then Vincent does something, so d7, d6. So I guess just a system to develop your pieces. So basically, there is no immediate impact on white's center. White gets to do whatever he pleases. But yeah, black will develop the pieces somehow, get some sort of a structure, and then play on. By the way, I have a little correction, Jovi, to what you said. The task in front of Vincent Keymer is simple to comprehend, but very hard to complete. Like beating Erigaisi with black is not necessarily an easy task.
Well, yeah, I know. I kind of meant it tongue in cheek. All he has to do, is beat, you know, one of the strongest players in the world with the black pieces. Oh my goodness. It's, well, one thing though that you actually mentioned, and it's something that potentially Vincent can use to his advantage, and the same goes to Arjun Erigaisi. They both need to play fighting chess. A draw is no good to them. So there's not going to be any solid games. It's going to be risk-taking all the way through. And that's something that the other can play on. Whether you can do this is what came to my mind, was that, you know the opponent has to win. You also have to win.
You play for a draw.
Can you play for the draw? No, the other person
That is the kind of to provoke them.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is certain element to this. It's kind of playing those mind games, right? And then your opponent gets annoyed and you go, what does he do? I mean, doesn't he know that he has to win?
Well, okay. So let's move on down. Now, we're going to primarily focus on all of those players who have that chance to qualify for the standings. And sadly, Nordibek Abdusattorov, we saw he doesn't have a good enough tiebreak, even though he's on 6.5 points. So let's just make a passing comment on his game. It looks pretty normal.
Yeah, so that's Taraj defense with I want to say there's a very early bishop e3, but it's such an early bishop e3 that it haven't been seen previously. Apparently, it's a novelty for Masters database, and as early as in move 7, and of course in online database that's been thousands of games.
But it's actually an idea that is very common in this pawn structure, whether you play it with black or white.
You'd play it 1-2 moves later, so that it's could be a just move.
Okay,
order issue.
Let's just check in with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nihal Sarin. And Nihal, he's had a very good event, but he's left a few points on the table. I mean, he had a fantastic sacrifice, fantastic position against Firouzja.
And then
yesterday, he had opportunity to actually probably even win against Nordibek, and he didn't quite manage to do it. And as it stands, even though he's on 6.5 points,
for him,
his tiebreak
is not good enough. Right, and he's black against MVL. For both of them, the win, I don't think it does. I mean, it does something that you get better cash price and you get rating and so on, but regrettably, they can't qualify.
That is true, but the cash price is pretty substantial. $90,000
for the first.
For the first.
Well, if they don't qualify, that means they don't take first, second, but still, like 50 or something.
Yeah, but even if there's like a mass sharing of the first place, they might get a chunk of the second prize, which is pretty hefty.
Right, so here we have the classical kind of Ruy Lopez with 6d3, and this is the way Maxime plays it quite often. b5, bishop to b3, d6, a3, you care about your light square bishop, preserving it from knight a5, castles, knight to c3, and black goes rook b8, h3. Rook b8 is not your very common move, h3, h6.
Well, we'll move on from this game and head down to board number 6, where we have Yu Yang Yi against Andrew Woodward. And Andrew Woodward's playing with the white pieces. Now, incidentally, I got to mention that we have a poll of the day where we're asking, what is the most exciting matchup of round 11? Is it Matthias Bluebaum against Alireza Firouzja? That's going to be fire. Anish Giri against Hans Niemann. Also going to be red hot. Arjun Erigaisi versus Vincent Keymer, 2 players on a must-win situation. And then we have Nordibek Abdusattorov against A Wonder Liang playing for the money.
Right. So what would be your pick? It's hard to pick, right? It's hard to pick one.
Well, haven't seen the openings. I think I'm very excited about Matthias Bluebaum against Alireza Firouzja. It's going to be that whole thing, one person is going to be that immovable object, the other one is going to be...
Unstoppable force.
Exactly.
We'll try to be an unstoppable force. Yeah, I was thinking as well, because that's perhaps kind of the most intriguing thing, and they have, well, I wouldn't say different incentives, but yeah, Bluebaum, out of all the leaders, he's probably the only one who can be satisfied with a draw.
Well, Andy Woodward, just 15, became a grandmaster at 13, and didn't really make an appearance on the top boards until now. And what a moment, because he has a fantastic tiebreak. He beat first Levon Aronian, then he beat Parham Maghsoodloo yesterday, and he's going to cross...
And now
2600.
faces,
Yeah, now faces Yu Yangyi with the white pieces. And who knows? If he wins and the rest of the results go his way,
he might actually qualify.
He might qualify, and that would be like a complete turn up for the books.
Right, so here we have the Queen's Gambit accepted. And this, to be honest, this line with b3 and d takes c5, it's played nowadays, but it doesn't look nowhere near, you know, nowhere near sharp or like very ambitious from white. We shall see, though. We shall see. It depends as well on how aggressive Yu Yangyi is going to be, I believe.
Yeah, well, Yu Yangyi wants to win, right? This is he's playing a young junior. Okay, it's a dangerous young junior. But still, you know, you hope to somehow make use of your experience. So talking about junior, there's 2 juniors in with a shot. Andy Woodward, and the second one is Abhimanyu Mishra, who has the black pieces against Vidit. Now, hang on a second. This one is also a little bit weirdy because there's no f-pawn on the board. What happened
I thought
here?
there was just an English opening. I mean, nothing special. And yet, yeah. So it was an English opening, or anti-Grunfeld, if you will. CD5, knight d5, and this h4 move. And now, I gotta say, it's relatively old move, and people tried almost everything. So reacting to this h5 threat by like going h6, by going h5, by not reacting. And c5 is the rarest of them all, and that is the move that was played. c5, h5, knight to c6, h takes, f takes. Looks a little weird. To be honest, there is one game in the database, Vincent Keymer against Shankland. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, optically, I don't like the way it looks for black, but apparently there's something. So white could consider going queen b3, trying to chase this knight away, and if black was to play e6, you go d3, and you want to go bishop h6 if black goes bishop g7. Seriously, I do like it for white.
It looks very nice for white. And I am in agreement. You know, queen to b3, the most popular move. And black will have to just play with a lot of energy in order to offset the weaknesses of the e-pawn. And again, to deal with the fact that this rook on h1 has a target on h7. Right. So this one is looking up set to be very, very exciting. Remember, 16-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra has this huge unbeaten classical game streak. So we'll see whether Abhimanyu Mishra, remember, he's in a must-win scenario if he wants to have that chance to grab a spot at the candidates. We'll see what he comes up with. And also remember that apart from our show, you can follow the games of your favorite players, those players vying for the top, a lot more closely, because we have individual streams of the top boards, and you can see and break down every single detail of play. And also remember that if you like what you're seeing, then please like, follow, subscribe on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, whatever social media is the one that you like best. And just keep up to date with all of the chess news and all of the action.
Right, and I believe having covered all 7 top 7 boards, and on these 7 boards we have all the contenders for, at least for the candidate spots for the top 3. We should go
Definitely.
to the
I know where you're headed.
section.
Let's go to the women's and break down exactly what is happening, who needs to do what. And first up, we have Tan Zhongyi against Vaishali. Now, Tan Zhongyi, we mentioned it many times, but she can relax. She's already qualified for the women's candidates because she came 3rd in the Women's World Cup. But Vaishali, she won the Grand Swiss in 2023. But she's playing an opponent who has a good track record against her.
Yeah, so that's 4 wins for Giri with only 1 for Vaishali and 3 draws. Yeah, Giri started with an English opening as well. And after d5, c5, knight d5, developed the bishop, d4. Let me check. It looks like something not very, no, d4 is very common. C takes, knight to b4, and then the move, knight b5, which was played, has only been seen twice, it seems. And much more popular, well, perhaps the most logical move would be to take on c6.
Yeah.
And there you have your Kramnik Kasparovs, you have Carlsen Topalov and Dean Nepo and so on, all the top players. While knight to b5, and that is the first move after which Vaishali started to think.
Can I interrupt you and take you to another game? Because there's always one mirror. And for Kateryna Lagno, she didn't need much other than a draw. And suddenly, we are in a bishop endgame.
All right.
And
there have been many moves played. It was Green's gap. Well, it doesn't really matter what it was. It was a very long theoretical line which ends in an absolutely equal bishop's endgame. So Kateryna takes a safe approach. So now with this draw, she absolutely guarantees herself qualification spot.
it was interesting because if you kind of rewind back to the opening, and I was listening to a podcast, the C-Squared podcast, and they were saying that some openings you just cannot play if your opponent plays d4 and you're in a must-win scenario. And it was basically anything involving a c5, because there's too many exchanges going on. And that's exactly what happened here. Everything gets eliminated. And Fatalieva is unable to eke out any form of an advantage here. I mean, this is just solid equality.
Castle, such an annoying move. So there was previously 1 win for Kateryna Lagno, 1 win, 1 draw. But now it seems she's satisfied with the draw, and she will no doubt achieve it. I imagine the draw will be offered immediately after reaching move 30.
Well, a draw. She's in the lead at the minute with 7.5 points. A draw will take her to 8 points. She has a great tie break. And I don't think she can be caught up in terms of tie breaks. So
no, she definitely qualifies.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely qualifies.
We'll see her in the
she might not win the
2026
tournament,
candidates. Right? And we have our first candidates for the women's. And that is Kateryna Lagno with 8 points out of 11. And this game might not have been very spectacular, but it has been a fantastic event for Kateryna Lagno.
Yes, absolutely well played, and she guarantees herself at least a second. So in order for her, well, and a very good shot for the first, because the only person who can overtake her is Vaishali, who's, I believe, whose tiebreak is slightly worse than Kateryna. So Vaishali has to win with black to overtake Kateryna on points, tournament points.
And in terms of the only person who could have actually overtaken Kateryna in terms of tiebreak was, ironically enough, Uvia Fatalieva.
But that's why you make a draw, right?
Exactly,
I mean, you don't risk. You play for win, you have nothing, well, not much to win, so to speak. The clear first instead of shared first, or, well, worst case scenario second, and you have everything to lose.
Exactly.
Then you're guaranteed be out.
And let's move on down. So we have 1 result, 1 qualifier determined in the space of how long? Half an hour.
Half an hour. Yep.
And so it's what it is all about. And, well, Miro, let's have a look at how things actually progressed with Kateryna Lagno. I mean, this is what it was all about. She had some fantastic games. I mean, I can remember her game in round 4 against Yutsin Song, where she just smashed through with this fantastic attack in an open Sicilian. And against Maria Muzichuk, she simply crashed through in a Queen's Slav defense.
Right, there have been a couple of instances of tournament luck on her side as well, right? Because a game with Dinara Wagner at some point looked like a draw, as well as 9 rounds safe against Bibisara Survivor was, of course, like not clear. At some point, Bibisara had an absolutely winning position. But overall, very, very solid performance.
Yep, and with this draw, her road to victory is complete, and she has secured a spot in the candidates. So congratulations to Kateryna, and we look forward to seeing her play in 2026. And we're going to go straight to Charlize, who is with Kateryna Lagno. So let's hear more from our first winner of that candidate spots.
The first important game of the day has finished, and that is Kateryna Lagno drawing against Ulvia Fatalieva. Kateryna, how do you feel about this result?
Well, of course, today I was very, very safe. I choose a line that he as well know to be a very safe one. So, and of course, I'm happy with my result here because I won 5 games. I didn't lose a single game, and yes, looks like I qualified to the candidates, which was the main goal. Of course, it would be nice to win the tournament, but if not, then it's not so important anymore.
Was pushing for a win with the white pieces in this game a consideration of yours?
Yes, I thought what can be the strategy of the game, but I played 2 very, very difficult games in previous rounds, and I decided that no, today I want, like, yes, as I told you, to be as safe as I can.
And now that you've had an early finish to the game, will you be closely watching Vaishali against Tan?
Well, I will, of course, watch the games, like, even if I didn't play the tournament, because it's my job. I love playing chess, and of course I'm interested in the results, the games. So I will, of course, I will follow it and just wish them good luck.
And tell us about the energy in the hall today. There is a lot on the line for the open section, particularly for the women. We have you and Vaishali. But did you feel any tension, extra tension today compared to other rounds?
Of course, you feel more tension when it's already final rounds. But, well, you have to handle it, you have to deal with it, and you have to forget about it and just to play. And I see that in open section there is many sharp openings, and everything is possible. So, well, it will be also very interesting to follow.
And final question for you, now that the tournament is done, you've had a great performance. Which game was your favorite?
Let me think. I played a pretty game against Maria Muzichuk, I think. Well, it was not very difficult sacrifice on d5 square, but still a very pretty one. So maybe I will choose this one, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Kateryna, and congratulations on qualifying to the candidates.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice. We've had our first happy ending, I would say, with Kateryna Lagno, winning 5 games, undefeated in the event. And let's go and turn our attentions to the other games. Who can catch her up? I mean, the main danger is that Vaishali does not draw and loses. And then we'll have to look at the games between Irina Krush and Yuksin Song. Still has an outside chance. Bibisara Saibeva is playing against Anna Muzichuk. Which one of those games? We already had a glance at Tanzhongyi Vaishali still in the opening stage. But maybe we take a look at board 3, where Irina Krush against Yuksin Song. That one is pretty interesting because
Yeah, it's interesting, but also too early to discuss, it seems, because it's... Ah, well, in fact, there is a point to discuss. I thought it was just like a pure Grunfeld thing, but it started in a very, very original moves order. Second B6, knight C3, bishop B7, F3, D5. So it's the Grunfeld, but not the Grunfeld, because you
But
go E6.
the wrong bishop has been
The wrong
fianchetted.
bishop. Yeah, you could fianchetto both, I guess. Knight E2, C5, castles. I think should be very pleasant for white, to be honest, but yeah, what do I know? Yeah, like, there are harder positions to play, but on the other hand, Song Yusin needs to win, right?
Yeah.
In order to have at least a theoretical chance.
Exactly. And she is playing Tan. Tan has already qualified. And
No, Tan plays board 1.
exactly, against
you mean-
Vaishali.
Yeah, no, but
So if
you mean she's not
Vaishali...
playing Tan, she can...
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is maybe I didn't come across very clearly.
She'd be happy, as anyone would be happy to tie with Tan Zhongyi,
Yes.
right? Because Tan Zhongyi, she kind of doesn't take away the candidate spot from this tournament because she has already qualified.
Exactly. So the whole point is that Tan Zhongyi is already qualified. So for players such as Bibisara Saubeva and Song Yusin, they do need Tan
To win. Right.
against Vaishali. And Kateryna, because of her superior tiebreak, has
she's
already...
safe. She's safe.
Exactly. She's already safe. She's already secured that candidate spot. So
Okay,
Song
here's
needs to win.
Yeah, so here's the situation. And then on board 4, Asabayeva with white against Anna Muzichuk. And this is Gioco Piano Italian, and this makes it very hard to analyze and comprehend. This B4A4 early is, I believe, out of fashion as of now, but it's been tried, been battle tested. And
Yep. Well, one thing about Anna is that although she doesn't have any chance to qualify for the candidates via the FIDE Grand Swiss, she does have a chance. She's at the leaderboard of the FIDE circuit. And
right.
The
so for her,
better score she has, the more circuit points
Points
she
she gets.
picks.
So that is like very important for her as
As
well
well.
to finish on a positive note. Bishop B3, and yeah, well, C6. I guess the position is pretty standard. And I just wanted to mention that computer wanted to go knight to G6. And that would actually transpose into some older games where G4 is very scary for white. Black just takes, and then goes King H8, goes F5, and this is a very, very dangerous position. Even though the pin is not that dangerous, and in fact you can go away like Queen C2, and there will be no pin. But simply the fact that the king is alone here, and black, all of the black pieces getting there, is very, very concerning. So knight G6 was an interesting idea.
Yep. And Bibisara, she's had a very dynamic route, I would say, to her score. She's had some fantastic moments. At the minute, she stands undefeated. But she's another one of these players who might be kicking themselves a little bit. She was winning against Kateryna Lagno. She could have snatched that sole lead, and she just let the win slip through her fingers. But yesterday was a very hard-fought draw against Yuxin Song. So the Bibisara, she just needs to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
She needs to win.
She needs to try to win and see what happens.
Exactly. Her fate is not in her hands. So, wow, That's the situation so far in the women's. Let's go back to the Open and see how some of the top games developed. And I see you have the game
I
between...
still have, Mishra against Vidit on my screen because it's such an original position. So after this trade, White went for G3, Bishop G7, Bishop G2, and Bishop to F5, which is, they just follow Keymer Shankland game. Follow Keymer Shankland game, and once again, computer. The move played in the game was Queen B3. Computer wants Knight to G5 or Castle Short, which intuitively I don't think you want to play. You've opened the H file, and then to Castle Short would be a little bit strange. I want to say, on the other hand, what do you do with your king is a big question. I imagine it can't stay on E1 forever.
No.
And if you, I don't think it's the move here, but just to mention that, by the way, blunders the pawn. But all I wanted to say, if you go for an artificial castle, King F1, King G1, the black might consider H5, and then your rook on H1 is not doing an awful lot.
Well, also, I just wanted to just say that the basic trap, which is E2, E4, does not work.
Yeah.
Because of knight takes knight.
With the tempo, and then the pawn drops.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. But that's actually something that White can use as a way to kind of maneuver the pieces to different squares. I'm thinking knight to G5 is an aggressive try.
Knight G5, but then black goes knight D to B4. And D3, there is knight D4. It starts to be a bit annoying. And then you might as well castle or go King F1. Now King F1 actually makes sense because H7 pawn is hanging. You'll probably have to go H6. Knight C2, okay, not a big deal. Can move the rook to B1. But it is a very sharp and unusual position early on that we have in this game after 9 moves.
But it does feel that the risk is mainly on black side, but then again, I'm saying that very cautiously because Abhimanyu is just blitzing out the moves.
Yeah.
He's got more time than what he started with, and so it feels like he knows this position very well, and he knows how to generate play. Remember, Abhimanyu, in order to get that chance for the candidate spot, he needs to win. So let's go to the top game, where we have Matthias Bluebaum with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. Remember, you can vote on our poll of the day. What is the most exciting matchup of round 11? Is it this game in front of us? Is it Anish Giri against Hans? Is it Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent? And finally, Nordebek Abdusattorov against A. Wonder Liang. Those are your options. Hit the vote button and we'll keep you updated with all of your results. And here we saw a Dutch. You predicted it. You predicted a Dutch.
Not on air, but yes. No, I was not expecting that. I was actually going with, back in the day, people used to play Leningrad Dutch, but now it's not seen that often. So apparently there is a recipe for White to be super safe. And what Matthias Bluebaum is doing, it's not bad at all. It makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't strike me as something like super safe necessarily for White, because you do get this kind of uneven structure, symmetrical structure. Bishop E7, castles, E6. So it's kind of a hybrid of ideas, if you will, for black. Fighting for an E4 square, which you would do in the Queen's Indian, or sometimes there were old-fashioned variations of the Dutch where you would go B6, bishop B7, and then the other bishop is on G7. So A4, and Firouzja goes A5, pawn takes, rook takes, and queen B3.
I must say that this is a Leningrad Dutch that I've never seen before, because usually they're doing in the Leningrad is like D6,
D6, E5.
E5, but I guess you still have that in your back pocket.
Right.
And this almost feels like a classical where you come in with your knight to E4 and you do your D6s, knight D7. I mean, maybe you've got to look at covering the E6 point, but
yeah, that's quite a tricky position, this. And I imagine white is the one who's interested in kind of faster play and open the position earlier. Because yes, if you give black the chance to develop everything, right, and then either go for e5 or go for knight e4, black has better structure after all, right? If you didn't play a5, black has, so.
Yeah, I mean, like, the stuff that they did against me, it was like always knight to e4. Like, they start with that. Just so that the bishop isn't a target. Say, for instance, knight takes knight.
Say knight takes knight, and you take with the bishop. You know what? Can you take with the pawn? Because I believe we both love our rook shifts for the must-win game. I have no idea what the objective value of this of this movie is, but like whenever I see you can, kind of go with the rook like that, I'm getting interested. So there is an idea to take with the pawn.
But you can also be maximalist about it. Take with the bishop.
Yep.
And as long as that rook stays on a5, you go f4 and then swing over.
Yeah, and have the kind of the bishop diagonal open and swing the rook like that. Yeah, bishop b4, I imagine white. I think I can go here and then go a5 early. Again, if I'm being a boring person, and keep in mind, not that I want to draw, but draw is kind of good.
Exactly, because Firouzja's fate is out of his own hands if he agrees to draw. He really does need the results to be going in his way. Whereas Matthias does have that better tiebreak, and that's something that he can use to kind of almost bully Firouzja to take those risks.
Because in case of a draw, the situation is not symmetrical, because Matthias has a guarantee that at least he bypasses one of the contenders, right? And Firouzja has the opposite. Firouzja has the opposite, that he's never first, pretty much. He's always second, and if he loses, if some of the other players tied for the first wins, then immediately Firouzja's out.
Yeah, and Firouzja's had I would say, a very impressive tournament. There was a blip in round 3. Where he lost to Parham, but Parham really played a fantastic game there.
Right,
and some fantastic moments. I'm thinking particularly that king and pawn endgame that was super instructive against Sam Shankland, and his game against Yakuboev was most impressive. And again, Nihal Sarin, we awarded that the play of the day just because it was a wild game, and Firouzja was under pressure. He had to defend, and he defended absolutely like a beast.
You'd say he definitely deserves the title of Mr. Creativity for this tournament. Like every Firouzja's game followed some unusual patterns, or very sharp, or even strategically. Some of these games, you look at the position and you're unable to tell what's going to happen. So really, really fantastic play.
Definitely.
Okay.
And
Matthias Bluebaum, on the other hand, started with 2 draws, then had a streak of 3 wins in a row. And I believe his kind of path to the very top started in round 5 with the win against Pragananda, the top seed, then draw against Mishra, another win against Arjun Erigaisi.
And you know what? I mean, Matthias, I think, said it himself, that the reason he felt like he won against Pragnanda and Arjun Erigaisi is because they went that one step too far in terms of taking risks. They really wanted to unbalance the position. And Matthias Bluebaum, he's the 2025 European champion. Actually, he's a 2-time European champion. So although it's a surprise that he's actually here fighting for the top, I mean, he's a fantastic player in his own right. And he's going to be putting the pressure on Alireza. He wants to keep it solid, and we'll see how Alireza tries to break those defenses down. Let's move on down to board 2, where we have Anish Giri against Hans Niemann. It's one of our contenders for the most exciting matchup of round 11.
Yeah, exciting matchup, but not so exciting position, I'm afraid, because it's a theoretical line. Reasonably well known. Bishop takes, queen e7, and then when white goes d4, black goes d5, or white starts with a3, black goes d5, white goes d4. This has been seen. c5, bishop e6, c takes. Yeah, it's been a lot of games. I guess the most recent one would be Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2024, and most of the results are draws in this line.
You know what's interesting about these two players? They have the exact same tiebreak. So remember, the tiebreak is the average rating of your opponents, but you drop the lowest rated player.
Does it mean that Anish gets to play, now I'm just like purely talking about the position, does it mean that Anish gets to play another endgame with an advantage of 2 bishops?
Yeah.
Because some people with more appetite for risk-taking and like some who like stress or more about like being in a must-win situation, that be looking for something else. But Anish, I believe, that's kind of perfect station to be for him. So yeah,
and you're referring to his earlier game against Jordan van Foreest. Very classical, very slow position, but he has the bishop pair, and that's something that he's going to be using to press against his opponents. So, and here is the history. Praggnanandhaa. This is Hans Niemann.
Hans Niemann, yeah.
And yesterday it was super fascinating because Hans Niemann had to win on demand against Praggnanandhaa. He does that in style. And he's had really flashy games. You know, I'm thinking about Yazkan Adomush. He was the first one to crack the 14-year-old's defenses in a rather spectacular way. And Hans, you know, he has an extraordinary story, and it would be absolutely incredible, right, if he were to qualify for the candidates. But there is a mountain to climb because he has to win with the black pieces against Anish. Giri, not an easy task.
Not an easy task at all. So after bishop b5 check, you have a few games in the database which went with bishop to d7. Funny enough, a computer doesn't see anything too bad in going king f8, but perhaps you still don't want to lose the castle, right, and give white a chance to keep the queens on the board. So I guess bishop d7 is what you do, and then white captures e7. You go king e7, bishop c4. No, bishop e2 was played mostly. Bishop e2, and you just you play this position. Where black is very solid, but perhaps white has a slight chance.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, is there any chance that a draw would be enough to get them to, well, not them, one person to the candidates? For that to happen, I think we need a decisive result between Matthias, Bluebaum and Alireza.
And we need Keymer not to win.
Yeah, Keymer has to not win, and Arjun Erigaisi has to also not win. Because
if Arjun wins, he has a better time. So it's a very, very slim possibility, I gotta say.
And also, Abhimanyu Mishra needs to also, I mean, you need all of those rivals on 6.5 points.
Andy Woodward not to win, Abhimanyu Mishra not to win. Yeah, it's too many ifs. But now that you've, let's kind of go back to this psychological, kind of mental game, because I just noticed the time on the clock. And I realized that the thing that we were speculating, that you play not for a draw, but you play something, you know, quiet. And I imagine Hans might already be thinking, what does he do? Doesn't he want to play for win? So it could be a part of Anish's, you know, strategy. Not to, well, he's not playing for a draw, obviously. He's playing for a win, but he does it his own way, like not taking enormous risks.
Yep. Yes. Incidentally, as this has been Anish's path. I mean, what I have noticed from all of these players is how a lot of them have been undefeated.
Yep. That's the recipe for success. You don't lose games.
Don't lose.
And then you inevitably win some games.
Well, he had some fantastic moments. I mean, he started off with a bang. I mean, his first game against Ofanisian was great. Really instructive endgame. And also
Then he won against
very
Bahrain.
spectacular game in round 6 against Maurizi. That, I think, was almost our play of the day.
Yep.
And against Jordan van Forest, very nice endgame, 2 bishops versus a bishop and knight. Maybe he's thinking of that as he steers the game into a similar kind of endgame. And let's go down to board 3, where we have Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer. So Vincent needs more or less to win if he wants to have some realistic chances.
And so does Erigaisi.
So does Erigaisi.
Right, and this is really the way, it seems, to play for a win with black. It's just like you set up a very, very complex position, and I imagine after d5, it's not impossible that e5 will be played, so everything is closed and you play some sort of a King's Indian setup, and you don't really care what computer evaluation is. You play for your f5, maybe a very, very long preparation for f5, and yeah, you hope to crack the position open.
I was also wondering, like, could you realistically also play for a win if you were to take? So if C takes, well, then we're in for a fight because b5.
We are very happy. We played the modern Benoni where we've achieved b5, right, and rook e8 and all of that. So we think e takes, and then, well, you can play b5 apparently. That's what computer says. Play b5, but well, white goes b3. White's not capturing at b5. White just goes b3.
Yeah.
And I guess white's again. It's like if Erigaisi wanted to be safe, then you might find it hard to play for win with black. But knowing that kind of your opponent wants to win, of course, it gives you winning chances. Yeah. So I believe the opening went well. Strange to say, but the opening went well for both.
Yeah, it definitely did, because you have that unbalanced pawn structure, and both sides, especially if white goes d5, do have that plan and that ability to mix things up. So there we see 2 players on board 3 in a must-win scenario. Let's go down to board 6, where we have Andy Woodward with the white pieces against Yu Yangyi. And Andy Woodward, just 15 years old, on 6.5 points, so really is in a must-win situation. And we have something very solid.
Yeah, very solid. Something very symmetrical. And we keep saying that he's in a must-win situation, but maybe he doesn't think so. Because even if he wins, he's not guaranteed, right? But at the same time, like a draw would secure him a fantastic tournament already.
Right.
Like winning a lot of rating, winning a very good cash prize.
So you're saying that he's not thinking about the candidates and just kind of...
Maybe he does, but like not like I have to go all in.
Yeah.
So his approach is not, say, the same as Hans Niemann's approach, for instance.
Well, he's also super young as well, so he's just thinking, well, this is a good outing.
Yeah, not bad. I wasn't expecting.
15 years. Exactly.
Right.
I mean, in fact, he was given the wild card by the president. So this is... Okay, I mean, I've played these positions from the white side, and I have played them to win, Miro.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're a little bit annoying, because the first thing is that this bishop on c5 tends to be a target.
Yeah, that's one thing. And then with black, like a lot of players want, having say A, they say B, so A6, B5, and they end up like getting A2, A4 at some point, and you regret your decision to put the pawn on B5. So white can potentially be, like, or rather have some chances, but not too much, I believe. Yeah. And again, someone as experienced in Yu Yangyi, if he doesn't want to push for, for all, he can be very solid in these positions.
Yeah, I mean, he's 2,700 plus, So, of course.
Shall we check Vidit with Mishra?
Yes.
Maybe the most original in terms of opening.
Yeah, and Abhimanyu has played the toughest event so far, and it does feel like this is fairy tale tournament for him. You know, some fantastic results, a draw against. I mean, let's actually have a look at his pathway, because I mean, have a look at this. I mean, so many 2700s that he's played. He's played and defeated Gukesh, amongst others. He has also drawn with Pragnananda, and he drew against Hans Niemann, also beat Alexei Sorana. I mean, these are fantastic players in their own rights, and he's just blasting everyone away with his own calculation.
Yeah, and the opening preparation as well is pretty amazing. Vidit ended up playing knight to h4, which seems to be a new move to Abhimanyu, because he started to think. Well, quite obviously, white attacks both minor pieces. So what you could do is take on c3, but then I imagine, well, even dc3 has its merit, but for the game where you want to win, you take with the b pawn. And yeah, you argue you have better structure. If the bishop moves, you have your rook b1s. You have good position for the queen on c2, where you know, looking at possibilities of sacrificing a piece on g6 sometimes.
Yep, this is looking...
This looks very pleasant.
For white, I would say.
White, right. So therefore, I imagine the move is bishop to e6 after knight h4.
And then you still have to be careful about knight jumping into d4 or b4, so you can't
like
just go make your queen to c2.
You can't
moves.
go queen c2, but what you could think of is knight e4, and then like you know, jump with this knight even more and maybe chase the light square bishop. I feel like it's either before knight h4 or maybe even like having played knight h4. A white wouldn't mind playing a useful move and kind of waiting for black to reveal his plans, because I don't know what useful move should look like in this position. This could be a problem, but say, okay, even if I castle, I don't like castling here, but even if I castle and say black castled, then white all of a sudden has knight e4, attacking this, and then knight g5 is a threat. You know, so that'd be jumping here.
Could you be extra creative and try to get some time by going d3? Now,
d3.
I know it looks like a dumb move, because I'm thinking of knight takes knight. Okay, it doesn't work.
Knight takes, yeah, well, we don't know.
And I give up a pawn, and bishop d2 was the plan, and I just want to get that momentum going. And then this is the whole concept.
Takes.
Maybe you come in with d4.
Maybe we should have captured on c6 intermezzo, because what I don't like is the fact that after queen a1 there is knight d4, right? So it's again it's quite speculative, but if it works, it could work like this, and then we take.
But there's always.
And if they castle and with b.
Yeah,
I guess the logical continuation would be to take on g6, and now they have hg6, and the king is just running away.
Okay, so it doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
But it was an idea that I've seen being used in the against the Grunfeld. So okay, so let's d3 not quite possible, but I liked your plan of going knight to e4 and then d3. Bishop e6.
Yeah, maybe. So bishop goes, and we jump to e4, and then if black was to play b6,
d3
go like
now.
d3.
Yeah, let's go ahead there. Let's complete.
And then we can say go bishop d2. If they take on b2, we go to b1. So we are fine with sacrificing the b2 pawn, maybe.
But somehow, you know,
it's very tricky.
Knight on h4 doesn't make a great impression as of yet, and I can understand why Mishra has decided to go for this, because he does always have that knight jump into d4. And somehow, in some quirky way, there's a lot of activity for the
Right.
black pieces.
It's a tricky thing, because you would think, yeah, with such a structure, with the e4 square being like at white's disposal, this knight on e4 is like a very well placed. But it's not like black is lacking some good squares for the pieces, right?
Yeah. Well, super unconventional position. And let's just take a quick glance on the women's section on board 1, where Tang Zhongyi is playing white against Vaishali. Now, Tang Zhongyi, again, as a reminder to those viewers just joining us, she does not need to win in order to qualify for the candidate. She's already secured her spot from coming in 3rd place in the Women's World Cup. But for Vaishali, she won the Grand Swiss in 2023. She's had a tremendous event so far. I mean, look how many games that she's won.
Yeah, she had 6 wins.
She had a blip against BB Sara Asalbaeva, but her trademark has always been this fiery brand of chess. And that's exactly what she's delivered in this particular event. But because of the draw, the early draw that we saw between Kateryna Lagno and Fatalieva, Fatalieva's chances of qualifying have gone through the window, out of the window.
Yeah, of course.
And that means that Vaishali can draw this game in the knowledge that her tie breaks are strong enough to get her a candidate spot.
Yes, it seems so. Right, so just to double check, yes, I think both Kateryna Lagno and Vaishali, they had almost identical tiebreak and much better than anybody else's, right? Only Fatalieva could challenge them.
Yes.
Right, yeah. So draw is enough for Vaishali. Her position seems to be very pleasant in terms of achieving a draw, and it's simplified, and now you will develop the bishop to g7, castle, you have the c and the d file to trade as many rooks as possible. You only get to trade 2. Yeah, and yeah, it's very solid. It's very hard to imagine what dangers there are. What dangers there are for black?
Actually, I would say that there's a small danger for white. Because look at the knight on b4,
the horse is
not going to be
great.
able to be booted out so easily. And as long as that knight exists on b4, it's tying the white rook to a1.
But I imagine you go knight c3 and you want to go knight c4, and this is the whole point.
Yes, but like there,
Right,
you still got to go.
g7 and like go knight c4, you have this knight c2, rook b1, and you say, I want to go to the candidates, right? Or maybe to d4 you go. Yeah, you go to d4. Now white can stop this repetition by going e4, but then this knight on d4 is eternal, and in fact black is better.
Yep. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. So Vaishali feeling very comfortable right now. The queens are off. There's no immediate danger straight out of the opening. And we have a move. What is the move? I'm expecting knight to c3 as you predicted, but no.
No. The move is, I don't see it. Bishop d2. Okay, bishop d2. I guess to meet bishop g7 with bishop c3 is the point. But then again, like black plays, in a way, like black's moves are so much more natural. Right, and then you just castle, and what do they do? Yeah, bishop g7, king g7. Okay, this can happen, bishop g7, king g7, knight c3, and then if you wanted to, you can even go b5.
Right.
There's the bit of a tension here on this diagonal, but your next move is rook c8, and the knight is getting stuck on a3.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, black's plan is liquidation.
Yep.
Rooks to the middle of the board, everything is nicely set up for killing the game and getting that draw. And, well, we have an answer on our poll. 30% 43% are saying the excitement lies in Giri against Niemann. Well, but there's plenty of exciting matches around the hall. So we are going to head over to Angelica, who's been keeping a watchful eye on everything that's been occurring. Angelica, what do you have for us?
Hey, Wanka, it's the final round, the final battles today in Samarkand. I have the game from the women's section on the board 12. It's the game of Umida Mono, as we know her from the Women's World Cup this year in Batumi. She had a great performance there. She's playing against Lea Garifulina. And as we can see already, the position is rising from the Sicilian Najdorf. And here, the typical sacrifice is coming in, knight f5. Here, black could have taken, but after take, black has to watch out because suddenly there is going to be the e-file semi-open, so the attack is ongoing. This position is well known. So now after knight f5, knight b3 was taken, so the bishop on b3 is really annoying, so black has to get rid of it. AB and long castle not taking the knight on f5. And by the way, this all was preparation for Umida Omonova, as we can see that Lea was spending time in the position. Knight d6 was played, bishop d6, queen d6, and here queen f2. And here we're coming to the position where Umida just sacrificed her queen on d6. So she took now the bishop on b5 and sacrificed the queen. There were games still in this variation. As we can see, computer says it's completely equal, although it's very tough. You have to know how to play the boss position for white and black, because white is going to have this rook and the knight, which are going to try to attack the king, while the queen will try to eliminate all the pawns and create passers on the king side. King a2 was played, and here queen g5, the big mistake from black. Here what black should have done, black should have played king a8, just a prophylactical move because there is no rook b7 anymore due to rook d6. But now queen g5 is on the board. This is a moment where Umida can take the pawn on b7, then step away with the rook, because now rook d6 is threat, for example, rook b4. And just to continue playing this position, at some moment pushing on the pawn on a6, such a material imbalance, rook and the knight against the queen. Who is going to prevail?
Yeah, and the fact that there had been games already in this sacrifice, I mean, it's scary how much analysis there is in the opening. I mean, but it's unbelievable, actually, because if you kind of showed me this position, I have a preference for the queen. So I'd be like, oh, I want to play with the queen.
So by the way, this position without queen on g5 has been played in 6 games already.
Yeah.
And most of the games were won by white, as we can see, 83%. Wow. So, but yeah, after queen g5, there is only one game by Korobov, and he won it. So
yeah. No, I mean, but it's absolutely fascinating. Again, how unbalanced the position can be and how it can all be worked out. Thank you for that excitement, Angelica. I loved that particular game. Well. Oh, what a start. It's a tense day. It's the final day here at the Grand Swiss. We're going to step aside for a short break, but don't go anywhere because Saga Shah has a full breakdown of the action that was the penultimate round. So see you in a few minutes.
Round 10 of the FIDE Grand Swiss is in the books, and we do not have a champion neither in the open section nor in the women's, nor do we know who are the 2 players who are going to make it to the candidates. It's going to be an incredible final round. But first, let's have a look at what happened in the penultimate round of this amazing tournament. We had a very interesting clash on the top board between Anish Giri and Alireza Firouzja. In this position, Alireza with the white pieces played the move c4, attacking the knight and also asking a question to Anish that what are you going to do about your bishop on b7? Well, knight jumped into c3, Anish had it all worked out, and after queen b7, it was a perpetual attack on the queen and the players agreed to a draw. Quite a good result for Anish, considering that he had the black pieces. For Firouzja, well, he is still in the race for the top spot. The other game, which was extremely critical for both the players who were on 6.5 points, was Matthias Bluebaum versus Vincent Keymer. And well, this was a heartbreak for Vincent. In this position, Vincent is totally winning. If he plays a move like knight e4, he should convert this position with ease. The h5 pawn is weak and he's a pawn up. But Vincent had a moment of carelessness. He played rook h7, and can you spot what Matthias can do here? Knight takes g3. What a beautiful move. You can't take with the pawn as it's pinned. You have to take with the king, and then in comes a check and you take the knight on c3. In the game, it continued with check, king f7, knight b1, and then, well, Vincent won a pawn, but it was still a draw, and that means both Matthias and Vincent finish on 7 points going into the final round. Another player who actually managed to reach 7 points is none other than Hans Niemann. Hans actually scored the big win of the day. He managed to beat the top seed Pragnananda. In this position, Hans has just attacked Prag's queen, and Prag had to play rook c1 check, queen takes, queen b4, and although white would be slightly better, black has chances to hold. But Prag went queen a5, and this was the mistake that Hans needed. After bishop takes b7, rook c7, takes, queen e1. It was beautiful to see how Hans actually coordinated his pieces. You can see here the queen is on e4 and the rook is on b4. But a few moves later, after this, check, a3, and making square for the king, king h2, queen e3. Excellent move. The rook switches over and then queen comes in. And you will see that the rook has swung over from b4 to f4, and there is no way to defend this. Pragnananda resigned and Hans Niemann moved on to a score of 7 points. So that means we have 5 leaders on 7 points out of 10, which is quite incredible going into the last round. We have Matthias Bluebaum, Firouzja, Anish Giri, Hans Niemann, and Vincent Keymer. All of them on 7 points. And guess what? On 6.5 points, we also have a huge number of players, 10 of them, who are there. And they are all going to fight for the top honors for the last round. There was one game that I wanted to show of Nihal Sarin, who actually played really well against Nadirbek Abdusattorov. And in this position, if Nihal had taken on f6, bishop takes f6 is forced, bishop comes back to e3, and this is already a close to winning advantage, because after queen comes up, knight c5, and if you take the pawn, I go rook d2, and then the rook comes in, and you're going to lose a piece on d7. Nihal could have actually won the game, but it ended in a draw, which is actually quite sad news for Nihal, because he can no longer finish in top 2 in the tournament. Meanwhile, the wonder kid from US, Abhimanyu Mishra, continues his unbeaten streak in the tournament, and I think more than 65 games he now has of being unbeaten. He drew with MVL in a very theoretical game. Here both players had a lot of time, and this is how the game ended, in a draw. Abhimanyu has the best tiebreak in the tournament, and he's on 6.5 points. If he manages to win tomorrow against Vidit Gujrathi, he has great chances to make it to the candidates. 16-year-old making it to the candidates, that would be insane and incredible. In the women's section, we had Vaishali, who managed to win her game today. She was trailing the sole leader, Kateryna Lagno, by half a point. But look at the finish here. In this position, Vaishali has just pushed her pawn forward. Maria Muzichuk had to play rook f4 or move the bishop away. But instead, she went rook g5. A huge mistake. And here Vaishali took her chance. Rook to h4, pinning the bishop here. The rook came to e5. But now a beautiful move. Rook e3, threatening nothing less than rook d3 checkmate, because the bishop is pinned. And so black had to move the rook away. d7 was such a powerful move. And if you take here, then rook d3 and you lose the rook. So you play rook e7, check, king goes back, boom, takes the bishop. And this is where Maria Muzichuk resigned, because after takes rook e3, she loses an entire piece. With this, Vaishali keeps her chances of not only finishing in top 2, but also of defending the title, because now she is in the joint lead along with Kateryna Lagno, who drew her game against Tan Zhongyi. I think Kateryna Lagno had good chances during the game, but Tan Zhongyi held on there, and in the end, the game ended with a perpetual check. It was quite a fight between these two players, but a draw was the final result. We also had Yuxin Song versus Bibisara, which also ended in a very, very calm draw in this position. This means that in the women's section, now we have two leaders on 7.5 points, Kateryna Lagno and Vaishali. And then we have three players on 7 points, Tan Zhongyi, Yuxin Song, and Bibisara Asaubayeva. And two players on 6.5 points, Fatalieva and Irina Krush. Who's going to come out on top tomorrow? Well, it will be super exciting to follow this. I hope you enjoyed this recap. Tomorrow, the rounds start 1 hour in advance. I hope that you all will be watching, because a lot is at stake in the final rounds of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. This is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to the final day at the FIDE Grand Swiss. There are some ultimate prizes on the line. 4 candidate spots to the candidates, 2 for the women's, 2 for the open. And every move, and I'm not kidding here, could bring about celebration or heartbreak. And Miro, we've had excitement already in the games. I mean, the players are really trying to fight hard in order to unsettle their opponents.
Yeah, and we do have some developments. And well, I'd like to start from board 7, where Vidit and Mishra, well, in fact, it's been only one move played in this game, but it changes the situation quite a bit. Mishra decided to take on c3, something that we didn't expect to happen. And now what's curious is that computer clearly prefers to take with the d-pawn, allow the queen straight, and allow black to castle along with a check, and still claims that white, I guess, thanks to the pawn structure, thanks to, you know, like white develops and so on, white is better. But then, like knowing that it's a last round and knowing that, yeah, one needs to win, I imagine BC3 is so much more natural to keep, to keep more pieces on the board, to keep it more complex.
I'm not sure. I'm going to vote for D takes C3, Mira. I'm going to say that because let's put ourselves in the shoes, or rather, the mind of Vidit. He knows his opponent wants to win. And what should you do to frustrate your opponent and to get them to go that extra mile, take that extra risk? Let's go D takes C3 and say, how are you going to beat me? I understand you're having an amazing tournament, but this is a chance for glory. And I got to say as well, Abhimanyu Mishra and Andy Woodward, I mean, for both of these players, they're super young. This could be the start of something big, but this could also be just their one chance at glory.
Right, and Hans told us, with these youngsters you have to simplify, so maybe Vidit. And it's a bit unusual to see players like Hans, like Vidit, to be considered the old guard, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you never know what is around the corner, and I'm suspecting that Vidit is trying to just play the psychological game, because to all intents and purposes, I do actually feel like B takes C3 is fine, D takes C3 is probably fine. Why not be that little bit better and just grind your opponent down and see what they come up with. So that was the action on board 7, where Abhimanyu Mishra, remember, is in virtually a must-win situation if he wants to take that, or if he wants to have a chance at that spot in the candidates. But he's had a fantastic tournament regardless. So let's go back to Alireza Firouzja against Bluebaum Matthias. And okay, so I only said about one of the most exciting games, but this is our poll of the day. What is the most exciting matchup of round 11? And 32% said Bluebaum against Firouzja. What was your answer, by the way? Did I
think we went with this one.
I went with this one.
We went with this one once again because we thought it's kind of players have somewhat of a different incentive, right? Firouzja needs the win more than Bluebaum. Strangely.
And funny enough, I mean, we
do have this situation where Firouzja is thinking, and he considers his options, and he might actually take on e4 with the pawn. And it's not only the rook swing, to be fair, because white knight doesn't have a very good square to retreat to necessarily. I guess knight d2 you choose every day over knight e1, right? And then after knight d2, well, apparently computer wants to play c5 and use this pin. But again, something like, and this something being the fact that Firouzja needs to win, I'm thinking queen h4, I'm thinking rook g5, I mean, moves like that. And I know they're very artificial and probably suit more like some online blitz game. But yeah, actually, I never know what to do in such situations. Like being a player, it always felt like, how much risk do you take? It always felt like uncertain. Yeah, how much risk do you take? And like, do you really gamble, or because as much as it's easy to say, you just play, you try to find best moves, it's very hard. It's virtually impossible not to get affected by the tournament situation.
Yes. But the thing is, though, the risk, I feel, especially at this elite level, has to be grounded in some foundation. And just swinging the rook over to wherever the queen goes to h4, it does feel like it's a little bit of a shot in the dark. Because
so apparently the problem with this is like that the white, you unblock the a-pawn, white immediately goes like a5, starts to weaken your queen side, and even though the rook gets to g5, there is no immediate follow-up.
No one can join in their fun.
These guys too far. Now, I think you need the horsey closer.
Yeah.
You need the knight somewhere.
He's taken with the pawn. He's taken with the pawn.
He's taken with the pawn.
Okay,
but taking with the pawn is like good. Well, good. Like it's a better move anyway.
Yeah, knight to d2, and now.
Knight to d2.
So you also suggested queen to h4.
Queen h4 is not a good move. Well,
it doesn't feel like you can actually like, summon the cavalry here, not the cavalry, the rook. The cavalry is not even in the game. Okay, so because this would be, I feel, dangerous if you could somehow go rook to h5 and then.
Yeah, but then
you start-
h5's covered.
Exactly, it's covered, and it feels a bit too much to kind of go. Could you be doing rook f3 and that kind of nonsense?
Yeah,
So say you go
they
bishop,
go bishop
to a3.
here,
Let's go
and then
full on provocation.
rook f3.
No.
Well, you can, in the sense that white cannot take the rook, right? But white goes c5, and this is very, very typical, right? So you kind of shut out as a defender, because black, even though he has pieces next to the king, kind of close to the king, but they're not very well coordinated, and black still didn't create like a serious threat. And then you shut off this rook from a5, so it's not going to h5. Because I imagine if you do something silly here, like bishop b4, then all of a sudden you're lost. Black goes rook h5, threatens h2, you go h3, and black has, rook g5, or rook takes h3, like rook g5, I guess, and then takes on h3, and this is terrible, right? But yeah.
So this c4, c5 is such an important resource.
And therefore, I guess computer says, let's be reasonable.
Which
let's
actually
go
makes sense.
c5 for black. Yeah, there is a pin.
There is a pin, and I'm just thinking also, if you were to exchange pawns on d4, c5 played, by the way.
Yeah, c5. You'd have ideas with
E3.
e3 in all of those lines, like, no, not d5. I don't think d5 is good. Dropping the rook on a1. It was just a misclick, but you're right. Yeah, if we've exchanged those, then somewhere black can consider e3, and then you open the bishop, and you swing the rook over, and you bring the queen in, and maybe it will materialize in something substantial.
But if white just goes bishop b2 and tries to be boring
Bishop
as anything.
b2. Well, if he tries to be boring, he of course can be. So pawn takes pawn. I imagine you take with the bishop, right? And then bishop takes, pawn takes. And as much as I wanted, there is no attack, because now white, in reply to queen h4, white can go queen g3. In reply to queen g5, white can go queen e3. So apparently black just has to develop the knight to c6 and continue from here, which is, it looks interesting
actually, there's
not
some
bad,
stuff,
right? I mean,
right? You know,
so
queen
I guess
e3.
queen e3, and you go to e7, and knight e4, you go to f5. It's actually
This is
some jumping
awkward,
here.
right? Queen to d3.
Queen d3, and then there's queen h4, for instance.
Yeah, now this is the kind of stuff that Alireza wants on the board, you know?
Yeah. Can you do this? d5, c takes.
Rook takes.
Yeah, I wanted queen takes, but then bishop f3 threatens knight f6. So that, I mean, it kind of works. You can do this. It's not a terrible line, but then you have to take on d4. That makes it not as exciting. Well, white cannot trade the queens though, so even this is possible. But also, how about rook takes d5? Yeah. Rook takes d5 works as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Then
black
you
is
take on d4.
super active.
At least, like, you get all of your pieces coordinated in the center and towards the king's side.
And I tell you what, it's in Alireza's interest to play as slowly as possible and, play as many moves. Because then he gets to see what is happening on the other boards.
Yeah, fair.
And can make a decision based on that, because he might turn to board 2 and go, well, that's just going to be a draw.
Right.
Well, that's...
It'd be exceptionally silly for Alireza to go all in and lose, and later find out that that draw would qualify him.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so he wants to keep it tense, but he doesn't want to just run and...
Doesn't want to go crazy. And someone who is going for the positional approach is Anish Giri on board 2. There?
Yeah.
We left it and it was
traded bishop e2, and so far Anish didn't do anything extraordinary. This is just what you would play in in this line.
Interesting, though, that in the pre-game interview with Charlize, Hans said that he decided to change his hotel. Now, the reason why I say that this is interesting is because us chess players are notoriously superstitious. And when we're doing well, we do not want to change a single thing in the equation.
Yeah.
We stick to the same routines. I mean, it's quite ambitious, don't you think? Like changing hotels right
For the
final.
last
Yeah,
round, where you
exactly.
get to sleep 1 hour less because the round starts 1 hour
Exactly.
earlier.
And they
Yes,
always
that
say,
is-
they always say that the first night that you have in an unknown hotel room, you sleep badly because your body's on high alert.
Yeah.
So is this? So what I'm trying to get, that was a very long-winded way of asking the question. Was this a good or bad idea in your opinion?
Well,
Change.
I don't know how it works for Hans. I would probably not do it unless I'd be very irritated with kind of my previous stay, but then it doesn't add up. Because if he would be very irritated, then he wouldn't have such a great result in these 10 rounds. So I don't know. I wouldn't do it personally, but yeah.
Also, this kind of brings me on to another question that just occurred to me. What kind of mindset and what kind of mood does one need to be in to have a good tournament? I mean, do you need to be happy? Have you personally had your best tournament results when you've been happy or when you've been unhappy?
No, I don't think. No, like for me, it's always was I needed this like an additional emotional involvement. I cannot play chess when I'm calm, strangely. So I have to get like, now something's happening. You know, have to get kind of excited, right, about things. So I think that would be my best tournaments.
You know, for me, the two best events that I had in my life has been when I've been really down. And the second one was actually because I had an ear infection and everything, you know, was spinning around. So just to focus on the board was actually something that I looked at with pleasure. So, okay, I digress. But anyway, this one looks like it's going in Anish's favor. It's a dream position for him. He just simply wants to press as much as possible, turn the screw, and see how Hans Niemann deals with that. And it's not a pleasant task, you know.
For Hans.
Yeah, you know, bishop e6 is
Kind
what
of
I'm
bearing
looking
in mind that he kind of wants to look for chances to win. Yeah, and White's play is so easy. You go e4, you put the bishop on e3, and you try to replicate Giri's game against Jordan Van Forest, right, where two bishops proved superior over bishop and knight.
But nerves will be coming into play. I mean, as we saw in the game, Jordan, you know, there was just one slip up and that was enough with the bishop pair for Anish to actually net the point. But Anish, I feel, is a technical player. I think he will be feeling, okay, at least it's a game of two results, as we say. It's a draw, most likely, but I can ask those questions to press hard for the win. Okay, let's go down to board 3, to another scenario where we have two players who, if they want to keep their candidate dreams alive, they really, and especially in Arjun's case, need to win. So, funnily enough, we actually predicted this.
Yeah, so d5 was played by Arjun, and I think we stopped specifically in this position. And you were right, e5 perhaps was too much of a strategic risk, at least Vincent thought so. So he captured on d5 instead, ed5, and then black gets to play b5, b3, rook e8, and white queen went to g2.
I like the fact that you said you were right. It's not often I hear that. You were right, Yuri. Take the d5 pawn. But this is it's
a
bad bishop, isn't it?
Yeah, bad bishop. That's usually the case in most Benoni-like structures. And I even heard from somebody the rule that black is fine. That was referring to the modern Benoni, not like this type of thing, but I guess applicable here as well. So black is usually fine in those Benoni setups if he manages to exchange at least one minor piece. Like if exchanges 2, it's probably like too many, and then he doesn't have enough pressure. And if all minor pieces are on the board, then usually black ends up with a bad piece, with like either 2 knights aiming at the same square, or the light square bishop is not easy to use. And in this case, yeah, the bishop on b7 is really silly.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you do something about the b5 pawn? Yeah, by the way, what happens if black was to play b4 and then say a takes, c takes, the knight, I guess, goes to a4, and
Knight to e4.
I wonder,
Let's go
I mean,
in.
first of all, there is this knight e4 thing, which is quite tricky. Knight e4, queen takes pawn. You can take on a1, but I think it's bad. So bishop a1, rook a1
Yeah.
is better for white.
In that case, don't give up b4. It's too valuable.
Yeah, but well, hang on a second. There are other moves. There is a move knight g3, which is, I imagine, white is better objectively, but you can get kind of attached to this one because after queen d2, and apparently that's the move computer recommends, because you are not saving in exchange, like too many things hanging. If you were to take the knight, then rook e3, and the bishop on e2 is hanging, the very least you get your compensation on the dark squares. So apparently the best move for white is queen d2, knight f1, rook f1. While computer still says white's better, but at least you get to keep the g7 bishop, and I'm saying like black can go for it, having this argument that yes, I win the material, I take the risk. But you're right that b4 pawn is very valuable, and a5 seems to be a decent alternative to going after the exchange. The bishop's still passive, but now knight e4 represents a real threat. Plus,
Exactly.
in some cases, you can
Put
get
a knight
to
on c5. No, I feel like b4 might be...
b4 is an interesting try, right?
Yeah.
So once again, if we go b4, it's tricky though, because computer originally doesn't like it, and precisely says a, b, c, b, knight a4, but then it realizes, you know what, black can go a5 and doesn't have to go after the exchange. It's actually quite unclear.
Actually, I feel like out of all the players with the black pieces in that must-win scenario, it's Vincent who'll be feeling the happiest, because that position that you have, you know, it's okay. The bishop on b7 is bad, but then white doesn't have any points to press, and black gets those active pieces. So
it's a good scenario for Vincent.
yeah, because I don't see anything else. I mean, for me, like b takes c4 is not the move I would be playing at all, because you're
BC4,
literally opening up the
white
b line.
takes bc4, and then
The rook AB1.
white's going to rook b1, and it's awkward. Like you go rook b8, white goes rook b1, I guess. And what do you do with this bishop?
Yeah.
Putting on c8, then white will possess the b file.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Putting on a8, okay, good luck. That's not a great bishop now.
Probably because you put the bishop on
Awful,
c8, you
right?
probably need to go bishop c8 instead of rook b8, but then
Yeah, maybe.
and then try
Like
to
you
do
get
it, get the bishop
move the
outside.
knight to go to f5.
Yes,
Yeah.
and do that kind of stuff. Because I mean, there are some ideas where, right, when they jump in with a knight to e4, in this type of structure.
Huh? G4.
No, when black jumps in with a knight to e4 in this type of structure, just to kind of get some trades in.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, bishop c8 and knight e4
Is in the air.
right. So you might want to play bishop d3 to stop it.
But then, you know, you have...
Then you could, with
knight.
black, you could exchange the other knight with
But
knight
to be
e5.
fair, that doesn't feel like it's a winning attempt. It's more like
Yeah.
a hold the balance approach.
And that is a tricky thing, right? Because you want to keep the position complex, but you also want to play kind of a good sound, kind of strategically sound moves. And that seems to be that seems to be the
Yeah.
away. I guess, yeah, b4 then. Then you just choose b4. And then is, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Shall we check lower boards, like board 4, board 5?
Let's head
Even
there.
though people don't have very good tie-breaks over there, but they are still in contention.
They are still in contention for those top prizes, and let's go and check in on our fourth option in our poll of the day. Nordibek Abdusattorov against a Wanda Liang.
So after bishop e3, this new move in the Tarash, black went with cd4, knight d4, and knight to g4, making sure that there won't be any transpositions, because I thought at some point it could transpose. Queen d2 and bishop c5. So interestingly, after bishop c5, and I was looking at it like I think during the break, white could have captured on c6. Bishop e3, and you take the queen, and I don't think bishop f2 works. I mean, it's a fancy sacrifice, but it doesn't really work. And therefore, black has to take d2, king d2, and if you take on d8, it's just like better position for white, so you'll have to capture f2, knight f7, king f7, and rook g1. And I felt like this endgame should be somewhat better for white. And I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like the d pawn is weaker than the e pawn, because it didn't move, right? And the closer the d pawn gets to the king, white will be able to attack it anyway. So that's clearly a slight advantage for white, but Nordibek decided that it's not enough, and therefore he keeps the position more complex. So he went bishop g2 and castle, and once again there was this chance to go for knight c6, but he goes after the pawn, bishop d5, and that is something computer doesn't like really. Knight e3, pawn takes, queen to e7, castles long. Now, this is risk-taking and a half, I have to say. So it captures the pawn, but the black has a pair of bishops. The e-pawns are weak. King a1, rook fe8. The computer starts favoring black here already.
Yeah.
Because usually, like you can potentially anchor your bishop on d5, not immediately because d4 is hanging. So you would be attacking the f7, but you can't really go rook f1. And now your e3 is hanging.
And as black, you'd be like the moves that I want to be playing as black is to go bishop to b4, get that knight out of the way from c6, and then take on c3.
Yeah, or just win the pawn back. Like, I mean, if you're allowed to take on e3, why wouldn't you? Yeah.
It's opposite side castling, so my mind was clouded by the fact that I thought you had
You
to
want to
attack.
attack the game, but yeah, but with the center being that open, it's maybe we are not in time to get to the king. But anyway, that's a very tense game. It's move 15. Nordibek is down to 43 minutes already. So potentially a time trouble, and yeah, a lot of twists and turns, I predict.
Yep. Okay, so let's head in on the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nihal Sarin, because
This is much quieter.
this is a lot quieter, and it seems to be a theme where we have endgame all round. That we're in the endgame, and the players are playing the endgame. So here, this one feels like it's dead equal. Am I being a little bit biased?
Yeah, I believe, yeah. That is, well, I guess if anyone's, it's white who's like slightly better. You know, this pawn islands theory, right? So after, say, if you trade the pawns, black has 1, 2, and 3, so 3 pawn islands where white has only 2. And it's a kind of a very formal theory and a lot of exceptions, but here, yeah, if I wanted to make an argument why white would be slightly better, that's the best argument that I can come up with, even if made up.
Well, the devil is in the detail, as they say. So it might very well be something that irritates black.
I mean, it's kind of slightly more pleasant, but no big thing, of course. Andy Woodward
Yeah, let's head down to that one.
against Yu Yang Yi.
Andy Woodward, just 15 years old, has a good tie break. So in an ideal world, he would love to win this one. And
so far, he keeps it very simplistic. B5 was played. By the way, computer does say that after A4, white would be slightly more pleasant, but knight D2 happens instead. And bishop to F3.
Well, I still feel like black hasn't
Solved
entirely
all the problems. Right?
equalized. You know, you still have to contend with A4 as a potential problem. You also have this concept of rook C1 or rook to D1, and yeah, the king snaking into the center.
Yeah.
So this, it does feel like black is still on the defensive side.
There are some problems to solve still.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd agree with this. Yeah.
Okay, and let's check in on Vidit against Abhimanyu Mishra. Just again to update you on the situation.
Right, you were. D takes C3 was played. Queens were exchanged. Castle long was played. King E1 and bishop to D7.
I liked you were right.
Yes. I give credit where credit is due. Right.
I'm sorry, Miro. It's not often I hear those words. So when you dish them out twice, I have to revel in.
Yeah, bishop B3, but
Bishop
it
B3?
wasn't played. But I'm trying to explain why the bishop went to D7 and not kind of, you know, bit more active E6, because then after bishop E3 you'd have difficulties defending the C5
Yeah,
pawn, right?
you don't really want to be stepping up.
Yeah,
with
C4,
because you're blocking
like-
in your own bishop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Therefore, bishop
D2.
D7, and I guess bishop E3 can be played. Maybe you could say the knight on H4 no longer has a purpose and return it. Also, since you have this E4 square for a piece, why don't we put the bishop on E4? So bishop E4, then knight returns, bishop kind of sees those pawns, doesn't let them move. So the plan is to go knight F3 and then bishop H6.
Well, can you do the same thing in return? Can you go knight to E5?
Knight E5, and let's say we play knight F3 still.
And here, just take on F3. Let's see how
Knight
that one goes.
F3, and I wasn't sure if we take with the pawn, or I guess taking with the pawn is okay. I was a bit concerned about black's potential of going bishop B5, restricting my king in center, but then I realized the king cannot castle anyway, so there's no point in stopping me from castling. And the move I'd really want to play is probably bishop H6.
And that actually feels like white is
Something.
well in the driving seat.
Yeah, like say you go B6, white goes white goes bishop H6, and it does seem to be quite pleasant position.
Yeah. So, Abhimanyu on the back foot. Yeah, I feel like knight takes C3 made white's life easier, because
Yeah.
part of black's compensation was actually the ability to jump in
And
with
to
a knight
use the
to
D4 square. Right.
So I guess he just didn't want to give up.
So once again, it bears the question what he could possibly not like after bishop E6, because there were moves like queen A4, for example, and possibly even like going to E4. And computer suggests that after queen A4 you castle.
Yeah.
And it's fine for computer to castle. Computer is fearless, but maybe you would think, no, this is too much, and therefore you would reject this line and go for knight takes C3. Anyway, what has happened has happened. Now, yeah, it looks like white's position is a bit more pleasant.
I liked your bishop to E4 move. He's
Vidit,
actually going to go
he
for knight
wants
to
to return the
F3.
knight to F3,
And
which
then-
is, I guess, okay, because he threatens knight G5, but then black
Go
gets to
H6.
play H6. which he wouldn't be able to do with the bishop on e4.
Well, yeah, we are expecting h6. Makes a lot of sense just to cover the g5 square. Let's check in on the women. And we've already had a critical result in the women. A draw between one of the leaders, Kateryna Lagno, against Fatalieva, which means that Kateryna Lagno, with that draw, moves to 8 points out of 11. So in the worst case scenario, secures herself the second candidate spot. But Vaishali, with 7.5 points, if she wins with the black pieces, then she will be an outright winner. And it'll be the second time in a row having won the 2023 Grand Swiss.
That'd be amazing, right?
It would be fantastic for Vaishali. Can she do it? Well, it's an endgame. The queens have been off for a while now, and when we left it, we felt that black had a very pleasant position. The knight is well placed on b4, just tying down the white rook on a1. So there have been some small developments, but the move that you mentioned, b5, it was a different scenario.
It was a different scenario. It was, well, in my variation, it was played to restrict white's knight's ability to go to c4. Now, can white simply, or I don't know if it's any simple, but take on c6? If white takes on c6, what happens?
Knight takes.
Take, and then rook takes bishop.
Pawn takes knight. That's a given.
Well, you could consider knight d4.
Yeah, but then there's knight.
After this, I think bishop e3 maybe to stop knight d4.
Knight to d4 is, yeah, because the bishop is hanging on d2 at the end of that
basically
variation.
there was like, I don't know if it's any good, but this one is quite forcing, and white has to drop the rook back to c1, because move like knight e3, you take, and then you'd have rook takes bishop. So knight d4, rook c1, bc4. And here, like, white has somewhat of a better structure, but again, it's probably very hard to win.
But yeah, you're right, though. It's actually quite important to jump in with the knight to d4 before white is able to control d4. And then what you're going to do is just like pounce on c4 as the weakness.
Yep.
But if the rook is on c1, then c4 is weak, b2 is weak, let's call it even.
Yeah. Any other option for white? Because computer advocates for a move like a3, well, which is very tricky, and apparently it's forced for black to capture c4, and then white takes b4, so now the c6 knight is hanging with a check. Again, anything other than knight b4 is bad. And white has knight to d5, and that is like a crazy move. Everything is hanging. Knight takes d5. That's a forcing variation. Knight takes d5, rook takes c2, and black... Okay, now black can deviate, but basically these two pawns are both weak, but also b2 is weak. So all black has to do is to eliminate the b pawn, and we will get, you know, play on one side of the board, and probably black will hold this one. Still more pleasant for white somehow.
With a bishop
pair
pair.
of bishops, yeah.
So, again, just a reminder of the state of play. Vaishali, she actually is now content with a draw. Because of her superior tiebreak, if she reaches 8 out of 11, she will get that candidate spot.
Yeah, I feel like even before Lagno's game was, like, has finished, right? Because she would be okay with a draw. Because if Fatalieva would have won, no. If Fatalieva would have won, Vaishali would still be half a point ahead. Yeah, now I'm getting. Yeah, there was no scenario for Vaishali not to qualify with a draw. It seems. Right, there is just no scenario.
If she draws, yeah, exactly, because Bibisara is on 7, and with a win, she would go to 8.
But
for
with the worst
Yuxin.
tiebreak.
Yeah, worst tiebreak. So draw was always going to be sufficient. You're right for Vaishali. But Tan Zhongyi, it's almost irrelevant because she's already qualified to the candidates by virtue of her World Cup performance
Well, we
over the
say it's
summer.
irrelevant, but it's a lot of money on the line.
It
for
is a lot of
Tanzania,
money. It's
right?
$40,000 for first
And
place.
she's not risking her candidate spot as some other people do.
No, so she can
might
press
as well
this one.
push.
Exactly. And let's go to board 3, where we have Arena Crush against Yuxin Song. Yuxin, having had a fantastic tournament, she came very close to, well, how close is it? And round 9, she needed to win to get a GM norm.
Round 9.
Yeah.
And she didn't.
No, she didn't. So she kind of came, she was within touching distance of getting a GM norm, but it has been like, it feels like a breakout tournament for Yuxin Song. She's a member of the Chinese Olympic team. She's just 19 years old, and she's had a fantastic event so far. And now she's defending the black side of this particular endgame. And I'm looking at the evaluation bar strictly in the middle.
Yep. It is. It is. And I honestly don't know what to say about this position, because I think it's, or rather this structure, it's much more interesting when it's middle game, because then you're talking like undercover of the center, white goes for the kingside attack, and black uses the c-file, you know, and there's nothing to use c-file with left on the board. No rooks, no kingside attack, because no queens. And again, in some very, very distant perspective, black has this 2 against this 1, so now outside past pawn, but again, it's very hard to imagine where it's going to be relevant unless pawns magically move to like b4, e4, which for now it's very hard to
And
achieve.
for white?
White, I guess, gets the king on e3 and starts advancing on a king side. Because there is also like d5 break in the center, but it typically leads to simplifications again.
Yeah, well, I agree. White's king is that bit closer to the center. And Irina is an ambitious player. She's had an excellent tournament. She's within touching distance of getting a very good prize. So why not press for the win and see what she can do? So talking about unbalanced positions, let's go to board number 4 between Bibisara Salbeva and Anna Musicuk. Now, both of these women have an incentive because as it stands, Anna Musicuk is doing very well in the FIDE circuit, and this event counts for a lot of points on the circuit. So they're jostling for actually places on that leaderboard, and maybe there's chances of Bibisara Salbeva to overtake her with a victory. And so this is why Bibisara is pressing hard, but also Bibisara has 7 points. She wants to win.
Yeah, so if she wins and Vaishali loses, this is a chance for Bibisara to qualify.
Yep.
So she basically needs to be on 8, and then it would mean she's on 8, Lagno's on 8, Tan Zhongyi's on 8, and Bibisara would have the worst tiebreak, but Tan Zhongyi has already qualified. Yeah.
So what do we think about this particular position? Because Bibisara plays it in quite an aggressive style.
Yeah, and it looks nice for white. So look what we've gotten here. G5, bishop G3, D5. She trades on, or rather induces a trade here. Knight G4. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Looks pleasant for white. So black is somewhat passive. Her king is, Anna's king is, I'd say, somewhat more exposed. And I don't know, like having a bishop versus knight in this position is a plus, but it's not a bad bishop. If anything, it eyes the d5 pawn, and this is what you want to build.
Right.
Into d3, bishop to c2, and go for the king.
In fact, you can start inviting everyone, right? Because I'm looking at going knight to e5, then queen d3, bishop c2.
Yeah.
Even like little moves like G3, King G2,
G3, King G2, yeah.
it's still dangerous for black.
So black has to be careful and quick to, to start trading pieces, I feel like, which might not match Anna's sort of original plan for this game to keep it complex and to try to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, so it's looking levelish in the games between Vaishali and Tan Zhongyi. It's also looking relatively quiet in an endgame between Arena Crush and Song Yuxin. And
also Baiwa seems to have
an edge. And it's an unclear position as well, which is exactly what you want if you need to press for the win. Just make things risky for your opponent, make those unpleasant choices. So let's just quickly turn our eyes on board number 1, because
open?
Yeah, because Matthias Bluebaum against Alireza Firouzja. As you mentioned, for me this is a fascinating game because Alireza wants to keep it as tense as possible. Matthias Bluebaum does have that good tie break, so he can afford to play a little bit more solid and go for that draw.
Right, so we've managed to guess this line. Queen e3, knight e7, and then instead of capturing on e4, Matthias went for d5. And that is an okay move, I guess. Now, he shuts the bishop down, and if black was to take here, I guess knight d5 is something that you would love to do, and that to get the knight to f4. But what white will do is bishop to c4, pin the knight, and I imagine take on d5 after king g7. Bishop takes, and then white wins the pawn back. White has a better structure. And in fact, one of the things computer does is just to take the knight to be solid, to play for a draw, and this is definitely what Alireza will not do.
No,
Definitely
that's
what Alireza
absolutely
won't do.
the worst case scenario for Alireza there.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is keep things alive. I mean, how to
keep the things alive, that's a big question, right? So you take, and yeah, e4 is the problem.
Okay, so what you can do is go knight to
f5. But then they take.
And then bishop takes.
Bishop
but then
takes. And they can still go bishop c4 and simplify.
Okay, and the problem also is that the king is not particularly safe. Okay, so what about if you go rook f7? Some random move. No, okay, not knight to f5. Let's just go instead of defending.
Or maybe even one move early.
Yeah.
But then e4 is...
e4 is hanging. So I was thinking, okay, take the pawn. And, I mean...
You could go rook f7 here.
This is what I was thinking, but...
You can go rook f7 here, but even if, like, white takes e4, and I imagine you were planning to take with the bishop, and white drops the queen to h4, once again, somehow, with the center being open, with this diagonal being, well, this as well, but I meant the other one, the light one, somehow black is not in time, it feels like, to bring all the pieces to the king's side and then attack.
And unfortunately, there's no kind of motif of exchange sacrifices. Like rook takes d5 and, give up the exchange in order to get two strong pawns in the center. Because black's king is just simply too weak. So this is why Alireza is pausing for thought and thinking about how he can manage to keep the position imbalanced, and also how to avoid those simplifications which favor Matthias Bluebaum. But there's plenty happening beyond the top boards, and we have Angelica following it closely. So let's hear it from her. Angelica, set the stage for us.
Yeah, I'm actually going to return to the previous example we've just seen, because the game continued not in the way that we have expected. And it was a game of Umida Amonova against Lea Garifulina. We're going to get a footage very soon. Just in a moment. For a moment, we are still at Alireza Firouzja, watching him making decision.
Difficult decisions.
For us, yes. I mean, for all the top boards, it's so tough. But I would say that the lower boards are also playing. They are giving their all. So this is a game I came in here earlier with Umida Amonova against Lea Garifulina. And what we said that White should have taken on b7, just enjoying this extra pawn. And also a6 later would be weak after king a8, rook b4, stepping away because rook d6 was a threat. But what happened is that there was a mistake played. So apparently b4 is already a big mistake. And there is a double attack, queen h5, which immediately happened. Now, the problem is that rook on d1 is under attack. Also, rook on f7, rook d6 is a threat. The only way to stop all the threats would be to play a rook to f3, but it didn't happen, although position is still much worse for White here. So rook d3 was played, and this beautiful tactics of rook d6 happened on the board, and at this moment, Umida Amonova resigned, so quite a surprising result here. And I would like also to show you the game on the board 7. It's between Stavroula Tsakilakidu against Polina Shuvalova. This was also Najdorf, by the way. The previous game I showed it was Cecilia Najdorf. This is also Najdorf. And here Black played b5, opening up this diagonal. And here, after take on f6, White pushed for e5. Take on f6 was important because we will see there's going to be some sacrifice, and later on there will be this check, which is important on b5. So bishop b7 is played, attacking the queen, and now this piece sacrifice is kicking in. Pawn takes on b5, queen is stepping away. Now suddenly we see the bishop b5 is coming in. Bishop d5 was played, attacking the queen. Intermezzo check with the bishop on b5, knight e7, c4. And now we are going to see, after king a1, that there are 3 pawns. Okay, we can say 2 passers on the queen side for this piece what Black has. Also, Black is down on development. Long castle was played. Bishop a6 trying to pin the king, because the only way to defend is stepping away with the bishop to b7. Knight b5 attacking the queen. Knight c5 attacking, counter-attacking the White's king. And after queen e3 being played, here was a moment where Polina Shuvalova couldn't hold it already. Queen b6 would still continue the game for her, but she decided to give up her queen. I don't know what's happening. Everyone wants to give up their queens. In the game earlier, we watched Umida Amonova gave up her queen exactly in Najdorf Sicilian. Here, knight a6 was played. Knight takes c7. And we can see there are 3 light pieces, 2 bishops and 1 knight for the queen. And according to computer, objectively, position is completely winning because the king is open. Queen is entering, and queen b6 was played. Knight a8, queen a7, bishop 7. This is the current position. Computer claims it's completely winning. As we can see, the king is not safe, and there will be always these 2 or 3 pieces. Has to be close to defend the king. But rooks are coming in very soon, and I believe it's a trouble for Polina Shuvalova.
Yeah, wow. And that was a bit of a bittersweet story you had at the beginning with that game, you know, some fantastic preparation from White, and then it all just went wrong, getting the rooks caught. But this is a tremendous game there from Stavroula. Stavroula is such an aggressive player. I've never actually played her, but I've seen her games in progress. I mean, they've just been amazing. But it just goes to show, for the players, it's so important to finish on a high note.
Exactly. And when you see Stavroula playing, she's like full focused. And it's so funny also that we have both knighters. There was both piece sacrifice. And also at the end of the story, there was a queen sacrifice. It's truly special. In the final day, everything is happening.
Absolutely. I mean, so much on the line. Thank you, Angelica. Well, the stakes are super high here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's the final day and so much to play for. We have monies, we have candidate spots, and of course, pride. So we are going to go on a short break. When we return, we're going to break down all of the action of the top boards. And hopefully at the end of the day, we're going to find out who is going to the candidates. See you in a few minutes.
I'm here with Vidit Gujrathi, who just won his game. But Vidit, the last two games before it were quite something. You know, this endgame against Vincent, and then yesterday. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, in both the games, I had chances. In Vincent's game, I could have drawn the end game. I just needed to calculate, but probably I was just exhausted and I couldn't find the right moves, which was a real pity because I would be in the contention. And yesterday's game was just a heartbreak, like 7.5 hours of play, and the last position is winning. I had seen the line. I just wanted to gain some time on the clock, but ended up repeating 3 times, which was very painful.
And playing these long games is, of course, taking a lot of your energy. Do you owe the mistakes to that or something else as well?
Of course, that plays a role because if you're fresh, I mean, the mistakes generally happen in the later hours of the game, so it's natural that you're tired and you are slower. Not only that, but I also feel that there must be something that I need to work on, why it keeps happening again and again. But I don't know the solution yet.
And of course, we have the World Cup coming up as well. What will you take lessons from this tournament that you're going to want to implement there?
I haven't really thought about it, but there are a couple of things, of course, converting advantages, opening preparation as well, because you always need to be on the top of the game. And just be very, very sharp before a tournament.
Final question, now that you're not in contention, I can ask who you are rooting for to win this thing, to make it to the candidates.
I have no idea who all are there at the top. I don't really have a favorite as such. I guess I would just want somebody who is a deserving champion to win the tournament and also the second one to qualify. So who played the best chess.
What makes a deserving champion?
Well, you know, someone who has who was always on the top and fighting throughout and played better chess. At the end, I don't know the standings at all actually. But yes, it's also intuitive, you know, you just know that this guy is the best player, like how you just know that Magnus is now world's best player, so like that.
Well, thank you so much, Vidit. Hope you get some rest now and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm here with Vaishali Ramesh Babu, who scored an important victory here in the penultimate round against Maria Muzichuk. Vaishali, it was so crazy towards the end. You're going to move 40 in time trouble. Tell us about the game.
I was just very lucky to get this point. I must be lost at some point. I had a very nice idea in this opening, especially to go rook g1 and g4, but later I didn't continue it well. After bishop g5, I know this bishop g5 queen d2 endgame should be like slightly better for white, but after b5 I spent a lot of time, but I could not find a way where white is having edge. Yeah, maybe I just misplayed in the opening. I was not sure. There I spent a lot of time, and anyway I didn't continue it well. And she played this g5 and trying to open up with h5. I don't know this h4 f4 was right or wrong. With less time, it was just a gamble. Then I was like a pawn down, and she had extra time also, like a lot of time, and I was just lucky. Towards the end, I got this mating net with rook e3, d6, like rook d3 mate. It was very nice, but I was just very lucky that she blundered into it, and
And coming into this penultimate round, trailing Kateryna by half a point, a victory is very important. How did you prepare for this game?
Yeah, I prepared well. I thought, like, I had a nice idea. When she plays, one of the main lines she plays is Sveshnikov, and I didn't use it properly. It was a very nice idea. Maybe for bishop g5 I could continue with queen d2 and so on, but I know somewhere like this endgame, it's good for white, like it's pleasant for white, but maybe it's not here. you have to check this opening.
And although you don't seem completely happy with your play, how do you feel with this victory as a confidence boost going into the final round?
This is very important win because if I had lost, I think no chance for tomorrow. And I think in this tournament so far, this is like only game where I played bad and where I got this lucky point. Other wins were very smooth and convincing. The play could have been better, of course, but I'll take this win, whatever.
Well, thank you so much, Vaishali. Congrats on the win and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It's the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the ultimate battles are unfolding. And the road to the candidates is going to be clarified today. Miro, so much excitement. At least I am feeling it. I mean, most of it is just an anticipation as to what will happen because it's all so unclear.
Right, it's excitement, but also for the players, it's not, not necessarily like a joy to play this last round because it's a lot at stake. I believe some of them just find themselves stressed. Right, we have some developments in the open. Well, all three top boards got some, some new moves played, and I'd start with Bluebaum and Firouzja, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, because this was one of the options on our poll of the day, and it's an intriguing battle from the get-go because Matthias Bluebaum has a fantastic tie break, and Alireza has one where he'd much rather win to secure himself the spot. And
right, but it's getting more and more problematic for Alireza to complicate matters, even though objectively his position is okay. It's really, really hard. So knight d5, queen e4, knight f4. So that's the current position. Not a sign of the Dutch defense on the board, like the center being open, the pawns being traded.
But the clue is there's no f pawn.
There is no f pawn, fair this, yeah. So the knight on f4 is a good piece, and still there are some, some rook shifts, some queens. Queen can go to g5. So computer recommends white to go g3, and it's not really like a surprise computer move. Yeah, g3 to get rid of this knight is understandable. I guess
d5.
d5 is what you want to try, because now don't block the pawn like this. Queen d4 would be bad. So I guess queen b4.
Why queen b4 as opposed to maybe queen...
Or queen c.
Yeah.
c2 you wanted to
c2.
go.
I was actually... Actually, Queen E5 is where I was
Queen
headed.
E5, but
in the
then
center, but then D4
is another move with the tempo, which may be not a problem because you return to E4 and you control the diagonal. Right, maybe this one. But all I'm saying, black can still play on, right? Knight to G5. And yes, it's not much, but black can kind of try, create threats and so on. The d-pawn is still alive. After queen d3, you might, I don't know, swing the rook here, or...
Yeah, this is a particularly fine version for black, because because there we allowed black to actually, well, sorry, mirror. I allowed the black pawn to get to d4. But we can see a situation where knight h3 can happen with a pawn on d7 or a pawn on d5.
Yeah.
And it strikes me that if you're going to go knight to h3, you should do it when the rook on a5 can swing to the king side.
Yeah. Okay, so after after d5, queen b4. Now knight h3 is not as attractive, it seems, right? Because the fifth row is closed, but maybe you can go here, king g2, and then you go d4. And then you have options. You can go d3 to defend this knight, maybe go knight c3. The rook can slide. There is a check on the diagonal.
I was going to say that. You know, there's a check on the diagonal, and, you know, there could be some funny business.
Yeah.
The rook swinging over and the black knight going back to f4. And,
So you have to be careful here with white, even though, it seems computer doesn't fancy black chances all that much. It says it's an equal position.
Maybe g3 actually isn't the move that one would play.
Yeah. Okay, let's play something and see if black has threats, right? So what do we want to play? Do we want to play knight f3 or
Rook e1, rook f e1.
f to e1.
Yep, my next move is going to be, I'm going to give you some heads up, queen to e8, check.
And this is why we go to g5, so that you do not trade the queens. And right, I mean, there are still no absolutely clear way of how you simplify.
But this one actually is pretty awkward, because the move I was thinking about, king h1, is going to be met by some hocus pocus on e5, like rook e5.
Rook e5, yeah.
And suddenly...
Rook e5, queen f3, knight g2, and I don't know why, don't ask me why, but you are lost. The computer helped me to beat you in this line.
Well, you have rook takes rook at the end of it, and the knight on d2 is dropping.
Yeah. And if you were to take on e5, then queen e5 and the rook is hanging.
Yeah. So he has a series of unfortunate events. Okay. We have
Matthias
a move, knight to f3.
Knight to f3.
This one also was going to be mine.
Is okay. Yeah, knight f3 is okay. And then, black can go d5. Again, you don't want to go to d4. You could, however, go to e3, it seems. After which black has a trick, d4, and if knight takes, queen takes, then white has a counter trick, and then black has a counter trick. Well, but then again, how comfortable are you going for it? Because, say, black can take a4, then white goes queen b3, and stuff like that. Yeah, and I guess,
Yeah, also...
Queen a8. For now, black is a pawn up.
A queen a8 is a key move, because
to defend
otherwise
this
knight
and
to e5.
to pin the knight to stop knight g5 or knight e5.
This is not comfortable for white.
Again, doesn't matter what computer says that it's equal or whatever. Yeah, that's tricky.
So after d5, let's go back to that position.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay,
What
let's put the queen far away from trouble.
On b4.
No, he hasn't played d5. He's played queen f6.
He has played queen f6, and queen to f6 is
Watch
fine,
out.
of course.
I'm just saying that there's knight to h3 in the air.
Yeah, but again, this knight h3, you kind of ruin what, I don't know, let's play a move with white, like rook e1, right? And there is knight h3, but then white just takes.
I know.
White can be very boring and still be okay here and go, I don't know, attack one of the pawns,
Yeah.
E to B1, for instance. How can you lose it? I mean,
Right.
You probably can't.
But
Yeah.
sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution.
So like, don't play knight h3, right? Don't play knight
That
h3.
was my get ahead of jail
You
free
can
card.
go here and then here, and you amassed like a lot of pieces on the F file. So ideally, you invent
No,
a
no,
new brand of chess where you have to put everything on the F file.
The rook could have stayed on the F,
Yes.
So?
And
and then we've done it. Well,
yeah. No, but seriously though, like after rook F5, I understand white's okay, but like it sure does look threatening, right?
Yeah.
This knight G2s, knight H3s. And Bluebaum, no, he didn't. It looked that he did play him. Anyway, it simplified a little bit, and now there is potential towards further simplifications and the draw. So let's check the other two games.
Yep.
What happens there? I don't think Giri against Niemann became something crazy, and well, apparently not. Rook d1, bishop to e6, h4. And it's interesting how Anish didn't want to play e4 for quite some time, while computer was saying that e4, bishop e3 was still needed. And even a move like rook d1 and h4, which both make a lot of sense, were a waste of time. Because now b6, knight c6, knight a5, and becomes a bit awkward for white in view of this knight b3, rook d8, knight to d4 ideas. So white rooks are getting disturbed. Rook d6, and Niemann, interestingly, didn't go rook d8, he went rook e8, where white apparently gets a better position with rook to c1. And I guess it has to do with the idea of b2, b4, and I'm just like thinking, why don't I play b4 immediately?
yeah.
And
It's actually an interesting philosophy that Grandmaster and good friend Keith Arco talks about. And he says, you know, he loves to get this type of endgame where there's a pawn structure imbalance. And what he will often do is it's what he calls a minority attack.
Yep.
By going b2, b4, playing quite aggressively, like 2 pawns against a third, 3 pawns. And then the whole point is that at the end of everything, the black, for instance, is going to be left with that one
pawn
isolated pawn that is going
that
to
he
be
can
a weak-
attack with all of-
exactly.
with
And
all
then
his forces.
it will be 4 versus 3.
well preserved, because
Exactly.
he didn't move them unnecessarily.
And
Right.
he'll be able to maneuver them into the
Yeah.
best positions and then just grind out a win.
Right. So b4, and then black is only okay because of like some tactical jumps. Knight b3, rook d1, and I guess c4, and then the c pawn is
So
really
you might
strong.
as well move the rook.
So that's why you start with rook c1, and then say black played something irrelevant. Then white is much better with bishop a6 and then c4 and
And then b4.
bishop a6 and b4.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show. And it's interesting how the engine actually isn't doubling rooks on the D line.
Yeah.
It's actually saying, hey, I want to keep a set of rooks on the board, and maybe that rook on d6 might need that
back
d1
and-
square at some point.
Right, but yeah, basically the idea is not to advance the pawns on the king side, but rather organize b2,
Yeah.
b4.
But is there any issue with like knight to c? Hang on, this is also why rook c1 is
Yeah,
possible,
rook c1.
because
just
knight
to-
c4,
Yeah, well, knight c4, there was rook e6.
then knight, yeah, then
And bishop takes knight, yeah, but just in case they cover c4. Maybe there was
Bishop
bishop c4.
c4.
Right, maybe there was bishop c4. Yeah, so the logic is like this. You can't play bishop c4 because rook d7. That's why he goes here. And now if white was to do something irrelevant, there should be a window of opportunity for bishop c4. And no, it's bad because of b4. That's quite instructive, by the way. I go b4, you go bishop takes bishop, and b takes a5. So white deliberately goes for opposite-colored bishops, but now the bishop is hanging, it moves somewhere, white takes, 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 and speaking of principles in the endgame, two weaknesses principle, right? So white has 4 versus 3 on the king side, and that's like one black weakness that white has an extra pawn on the king side, and the other weakness for black is white's passed pawn on the a file. And this would be a dream scenario for white. White would be much, much better. All right. So yeah, in fact, I said white plays rook c1, but g4 is also like more pleasant for white, basically saying that, yeah, Anish has gotten a very pleasant position.
It's what we call in the English chess circles a nibble. Just that little bit, you know, black isn't that comfortable. And talking about comfort, that's the last thing that both of these players want. They want that fiery game.
Oh, you mean Anish against Niemann? Yeah.
Sorry, Arjun against.
Or Arjun, yeah, on board 3. On board 3, yes, precisely. That is where the draw is definitely
not for Arjun.
No, no. And there is no circumstance. Like for Firouzja and Bluebaum, there is a scenario that they both qualify with a draw, right? Anish and Niemann, at least for Anish, it can be. Oh no, they're on the same tiebreak, right?
Yeah, it's funny because Anish, Vincent, and Hans all have the same tiebreak of 26-68.
Yeah.
And Alireza has one of 26-84.
Yeah.
So that's why he can be relatively. I wouldn't say he's happy, but.
Because there are also people on half a point less with a better tiebreak.
Exactly. I mean, people with a better tiebreak than Alireza Firouzja would be
Mishra and Woodward. Woodward, I think.
And even Arjun has a better tiebreak.
Arjun.
Yes. So basically, everyone on 6.5 points, if they win, they will overtake Alireza.
In case of a draw.
In case of a draw.
Wow. So that's one detective story we have.
Like twists and turns.
We have all the printouts, we have all the the pairing, the standing, the tie breaks, and still it's very hard to to plot all the possible scenarios. Who's going to win and who's going to make it through to the candidates.
One thing for sure is that Alireza will be paying close attention to this particular game because
if it's a draw, he's like much more relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah. And he will also pay attention to Abby Manu and see how they gets on and Andy Woodward. So, yeah, everyone has to pay attention to everyone else's games.
Yeah. So, Keymer did play before him. A takes, C takes. Knight to A4, A5. That is something that we were discussing. Bishop went to D3. Knight E4. Bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop, rook e4, knight g5, bishop d4. Maybe we should stop, well, okay, queen e7, f3, aiming at e4 and rook a6. So that's the position. And black did win the exchange, or maybe black thinks he won an exchange, right? But white gets a lot of play on the dark squares, right? And the bishop on b7 is still not a great bishop.
And the rook on a6, it was actually played to prevent a white knight coming to b6, because Arjun did have in mind ideas such as knight to e4 followed by knight to b6, and suddenly
deflecting that knight
on d7 has to move.
Right. And I imagine there could be ideas for knight c5, knight takes, pawn takes, and then the rook guards the f6 square, even though it's still quite scary. So now, if white was to go to e4, black, well, this is scary, Yovi, because after knight e4, computer says it's equal, but in order for this to be equal, black has to go f5. And after knight's return to g5, black has to go knight f8 to defend this. And when I'm seeing a possibility for, you know, for this battery, I am scared. I guess computer holds it, but it does look quite scary.
But one thing, though, is that you do have, as a response to bishop, to this battery with the bishop and queen, is that you can step up with your own queen.
Yeah, right. This is actually, I should have known this because, yeah, people tend to forget. Like, so it's the bishop. Bishop has no rival here, but whenever you put the queen in front of the bishop, the queen can step up. Yeah. So we are saying bishop b2, don't know, a move, queen d4, and of course, black has queen e3, check with the trade, but basically we meant that queen e5 is the move. Okay, so that means white has to be a bit trickier. And what computer wants, in fact, is, I don't know what it wants. It goes bishop f2, and after bishop c8, it goes, and I thought, yeah, like it goes bishop f2 to play rook e1, of course, but after that, it does return to d4.
No way. Okay, the computer doesn't
make
know
sense.
What to do.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, well let's play according to the principles. So let's put the bishop back onto d4. First up.
Yeah. So we are here.
Yeah.
White to move.
And so the first question I would ask myself is queen to e2
a threat? A
big threat for black? Because if it is, then
I have to take care of it.
You have to take precautions.
Well, I think queen f4 is what you have.
Yeah.
Right, to say I want that's probably not a great move, but if I went king h1, queen e2, well, in fact, queen f4 would be quite unpleasant for black because I'm winning a tempo. And
yeah. So there I was thinking, well, why not just introduce the knight into the game? The knight on a4.
To go
I don't know whether it's a great
b2,
b2,
and then d3, and then we see maybe even like f2, g4. Ideally h6. It's a long way.
It's on an odyssey, but okay.
It's actually not a bad idea at all, let me tell you. Because there is, for instance, this line, knight d3, and then black's in trouble if he doesn't play queen e2, and we go queen f4, and they go f6. Otherwise, white is winning, and then we go knight takes pawn.
Wow.
And then it's tricky because if king takes, we have a check followed by rook e1.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. And then winning on the e file. So they take the other knight, and then what happens is knight f6, knight take f6, queen f6, and you would think white is getting to the king, but black has rook e5. And yeah, I cannot really argue with the machine which claims it's a draw.
But you have bishop takes rook.
Bishop rook, yeah.
But you have
pawn takes, and you have it. Oh, whoa. I just lost the game.
You have queen to d8.
Yeah, let's show it. Let's show it. So queen gives a check. King to g7. Now you give another check, apparently.
Okay, you don't take the bishop immediately.
Yeah. And then if the king goes to h6, this is where you take and check, and you go here.
And then
black takes rook, and you go f4, right? No. I sensed that there is a checkmate, and there is. Check here. King, where do you go? So king f4.
Then you go
just
queen
check
h6.
and checkmate. And if you go king f5, still queen h6.
Beautiful. And
Wait, it's beautiful, but I still don't understand how. Because queen g5.
g5 is checkmate.
And if you go here, queen f8.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was just going to say, you heard it here first, Miro. Knight b2.
Knight b2, great.
No, but this is a variation to save and put in the annotations of this game.
So black has to, in fact, go queen e3 and then take on e5 so that he's threatening the rook with a check. and white gives a check, and king goes wherever it goes, g7, f7, and rook a5, and this is equal, and I do not know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I guess it's equal because black just gives a perpetual.
Okay.
Queen
yeah.
e1, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen to f4 was played.
Well, interesting move though, because queen f4.
It doesn't threaten much just yet.
No. And hang on a second, I just wanted to update you on a result. It was a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave
And Nihal
Sarin.
So we get
They're on 7 points.
we get the first result in our leading group. Nihal Sarin, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's a draw. They both get 7 points. They get, well, decent cash prizes, but they didn't make it into the candidates.
No, they didn't make it into the candidates, but I'm sure Nihal will have, some concrete things to work on, and he'll feel very good about this result because he played fantastically. He took his chances, and it was so close. And he can use that as just motivation to get better. And so I also just wanted to point out that there is a lot of traffic on the F line in the Alireza Firouzja Matthias Bluebaum game. It's what we expected, but it's still static.
Yeah, so bishop to c8. Now I was thinking about a move like king h2 in order to go rook e1, but apparently not the greatest idea. And we somehow get a little bit stuck here again. So one thing computer wants is to go queen h4, provoke this pawn here, and then return. That's a bit inhuman, but...
Well, it does make sense.
Yeah, it does make sense because it kind of further weakens the dark squares.
Yeah.
Further weakens the dark squares, then knight e4, queen h6 becomes an issue. It's very tricky. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of stepping ahead of the scenario, but I feel like we will have a decisive game here.
Yeah.
We got both players incentivized to play sharply, to play for a win, and also the position is imbalanced. Doesn't matter what computers say.
No, I agree. This is not going to fizzle out anytime soon. And let's turn our attention to quite a solid game. Andy Woodward against Yu Yang. Now, Andy Woodward does have an outside chance of getting a spot into the candidates. He's just 15 years old. He became a grandmaster at 13 years old. And as far as I know, one of his mentors is Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow.
And he's currently, I think, a chess puzzle champion. So that means he's creative and he's sharp. So knight to d3. Now, what do we think about this? I mean,
He's saying
white
that
doing...
this looks like a draw.
It does look like a draw.
Let me confess. I think, personally, it does look like a draw. Can I do this?
Okay, let's step. You go. No, hang on a second. Okay, knight takes. I'll give you it.
Yeah, like if knight takes, rook takes, whatever takes.
Knight takes. Knight takes.
Well, knight takes, bishop takes, on e7.
Yeah. Knight to, yeah.
Knight to d3, and then knight to c5, and I just want to be boring.
And, yep.
Yeah.
I
think
not going to argue this one.
There's not much, yeah. There's not much, if anything. So it seems Yu Yang will hold.
Yep. Okay, so this one is, if it ends in a draw, then that means that
Then
7 points is not
right.
enough to get.
They'd be tied with MVL and Nihal Sarin, but kind of for lower places.
Okay, so let's go down
Mishra,
to board
then
7. Yeah, Vidit against Abhimanyu Mishra. Abhimanyu having an amazing tournament. He's on +3 at the minute, currently on a sensational unbeaten run. And here, It looks like he's done a lot of repair work to his position. because
Well, I
you
don't like.
disagree?
No. He's done, but I don't like what Vidit is doing. Like because f4 is a very committal move. F4 is a very committal move, and it doesn't feel that White has kind of made progress necessarily with his last few moves. But something to note about this game, that we are, okay, Vidit is left with 20 minutes, Abhimanyu Mishra on 33, and it's only move 18. So we potentially will have a massive time trouble in this one. And again, I don't know how it's gonna look 3, 4, 5 moves from now. Maybe, you know, something like simplifies entirely and there'll be...
Yeah. And look who's paying attention to this game.
Alireza.
Nonchalantly walking past.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Abhimanyu is one of the people who, with a victory, will
very dangerous.
overtake
He's very
Alireza
dangerous,
Firouzja on the tie breaks if Alireza draws. So it's it's a tense situation. I mean, it's really, really tight, very close. 5 people in the lead with 7 points. And Abhimanyu Mishra trailing with 6.5 points. So to get that all-important spot, he does need to win. And I do think that he's doing some good repair work, but I feel like the position, instead of being slightly better for White, as you mentioned,
it's
is
around
probably equal.
level, yeah.
So, okay, let's move on to the women's, because there I have another set of results. Was a draw between Irina Krush and Song Yuk-sin. So that means that Song Yuk-sin finishes on 7.5 points.
Right.
And Irina finishes on 7.
Right, and does it mean that Vaishali has already confirmed now?
No.
Still Asabayeva, yeah.
Exactly.
I wanted to declare that Vaishali, even if she loses, she qualifies.
No,
but yes, there's still a danger.
So let's take a peek at the game between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali, because this one could be finishing. You know, White does have that extra pawn.
So what happened? We've seen, I think they've played the line that we were looking at. Castles, rook takes a6, e6, e4, knight went to c7. Well, rook b8, trade here happened, bishop to c1. Well, I have a theory that White was planning to go bishop f4 here, which would have been a great achievement if you force e5.
Yeah.
Because then you go back, but maybe all the way back to c1. The b2 pawn is now safe. You're threatening bishop f1, bishop c4, and maybe you're just like winning. But the problem is that after bishop f4, apparently black can take. So now if you take b2, bishop takes b2, bishop takes c7, you go c3, and now this pawn is very dangerous, and the only way for you to stop is to go bishop e5.
Yeah.
And then black goes bishop a1, once again threatens c2, and you go here. Now if c2, you go bishop c1, right? But black can go bishop b2, and you go bishop e5, and black goes bishop a1, and it's a repetition.
Yeah. But let's go to the game position, Miro, because there's a big trap on the board.
Trap?
Yeah. So here, bishop
so if I
takes
take on
c3,
c3, right, that's
b3.
rook b3, and the pieces are pinned, then bishop f1 is a big threat, right?
Exactly.
Wait, and if I go bishop e5, defending the rook, apparently bishop f4, and this you can miss.
Yes.
It's uncharacteristic thing. And then takes, and rook b7 doesn't help because there is e5.
And even moves like knight to d6 doesn't really work because the bishop on g2 comes alive and is attacking the rook.
Precisely. So after rook b2, what black has to do is black has to find,
Rook a8.
let's say, rook move to the open file. 8 or
D8 is a lot more normal, I would say, because there you're threatening rook to D1.
Rook D1. Yeah, rook A8 is fine though, right? Rook takes knight is answered with rook A1. And you can keep your extra pawn alive, but after bishop D4, F2 is so weak. Then
you're gonna
why should be scared, in fact?
Yeah, but you're going to have to do weird things, aren't you?
Here, yeah, like rook B3, rook F3.
Maybe.
I mean, basically, you just ask yourself, how likely are you to win
Rook
this
A8
one?
found, and
Rook
Vaishali
A8
did
played.
not fall for that trap.
Rook A8, yeah. And white doesn't really have the way, it seems. Oh, well, there is rook C2, and then in case of knight C3, there is E5, I would think. Attacking the rook and the knight, but this is where, well, you can actually go knight D5, I just realized.
Yeah.
You probably don't, yeah, like maybe white is a tad better, but yeah. But rook C8 is also fine because there's knight E2, and if this, there is bishop E5, yeah.
Okay.
So Vaishali finds it, and, well, it's move 26. She's down to 6 minutes, but the position is getting simpler and simpler.
And someone who's actually in big trouble is Anna Muzichuk.
Against Bibi Sara
Bibi Sara has set up that light square battery with the bishop and queen. And Anna Muzichuk has had to weaken her position in order to meet this checkmating threat.
So on board 4...
Yeah, this is on board 4.
Wow. Well, actually, computer just claims white is completely winning now. So we've seen it here, and yeah, that's what. Oh, rook C5 is also a crafty move. Here, queen D2, queen D3, rook to C1, and bishop to C2, and you have no other move but F5, and knight goes in. So it's a terrible, terrible position, because I imagine you can trade, but then you somehow cannot really untangle this thing. And moreover, if you're unable to recapture with the queen, say after white takes, you will have to take with the knight, then white has another G in some instances.
Yeah, beautiful position.
So
for
Bibi Sara actually is primed to win this one, which brings her to 8 points. So she'll be tied with Lagno. And potentially with Vaishali.
Potentially with Vaishali. So that is putting the pressure on Vaishali. So let's go back to Vaishali, because rook A8, as we remember, was played. And now Tan Zhongyu played very precisely. She threw in a check.
So she took here, and then she goes check, forced the bishop to F8, bishop F1, rook C1,
and now maybe
go rook C8, right, to
just
cover C5 just in case. Yeah.
And this one isn't as simple as the other game, because you still have king G2.
Yeah, like you would prefer, of course, to have this pawn on E3, right? But yeah, you're right. There is a chance that white just continues playing on, keeps the pieces on the board, and then.
But it's going to be tricky, right, for Vaishali to untangle. She'll have to go king G7. Ideally, you want the bishop there, but okay, it is what it is. And what about king to G2?
G2 and maybe bishop B4, right? Or bishop B4 is a bit of a kind of cheeky move, but bishop A3 to B2, force the pawn to C4. I still feel like it's got to be a draw, to be honest. Bishop B2, force it to C4, put the bishop on D4, maybe put the pawn on E5. So C5 never an issue. I believe Vaishali should be safe, even though the game could go on.
I think the game will go on for a while. Also, white has a way to untangle. Is it too dangerous to go like F4 and then try to get the bishop? Okay, I understand that bishop to B5 is in the air.
Maybe
But maybe you should get the bishop out first, now I think about it.
So I go here.
And then now you go with the bishop
say
out.
bishop,
Yes,
bishop
yes.
out. Then black goes here.
Then you go c4.
And you go c4.
And then you go...
Say bishop d4.
Yeah, you hope for the best. And then here, probably...
Like, yeah, f4, but then it's a check, right?
Now you
Where
run-
do we go?
Let's try to run with the king to h3. Even though bishop to g1. Nope.
This.
Yeah,
and
I
this.
suddenly saw this. No, you can't do this at all.
Well, she goes c4. Yeah, black went bishop b4. Now c4 is played. And yeah, it's just way too solid, I believe.
What about the bishop coming to... Yeah, it would be so much better if the white pawn was an e3, because there you could sit with a bishop on e2 and the king on f3, and, you know. And could you go rook to a8? Try to be funny like that?
Oh, well, it's black to move for now. Yeah, rook c.
So
Yeah,
say
but
you
they just go
rook
rook c2, right? And I'm not even sure what we are supposed to do, because bishop e1 is a threat. So say king f3.
Yeah,
Then if you wanted to, you can give a check.
king e2.
King e2. And I guess, yeah, like if another check, you go to e3, right?
yeah,
It's a little bit different. But
Like a worm, I emerge. But what was...
we'll see.
Yeah, we will see.
We'll see rook c2 played for now.
Okay. So Vaishali, though, she's feeling the pressure to draw this game, and it looks very much like she'll be able to do that. In fact, for the time being, I'll be saying that black is the one with the initiative. But let's cast our eyes onto the Bluebaum Alireza game, because as mentioned, there was a whole lot of traffic on the F line.
Wow.
There still is.
Right, so Alireza puts the knight on f4, and then the queen on f6, and then the rook on f5. And only then he plays d7, d5.
And
Queen to b4. But now the b6 pawn is
Right.
trouble, right?
Wait, there's some tactics here, because you can go knight h3, you can go knight takes g2. If my maths is correct, there's an awful lot of heavy power against that knight. So,
Yeah, you do have
you
enough.
wanna
You
go-
can take on g2, right?
okay.
You can take on g2, but I imagine white takes b6, offering the trade of queens. And let's say if you trade the queens, and I feel like rook f3 is absolutely empty, so you got to keep the knight on the board. I don't know, is it like tricky enough for black to play on?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, yeah, like the knight on f4 is still, well,
Problem, though, you can't move that knight from f4 for the time being, because rook to b8 is going to
yeah,
lead
so
to
if I wanted to
issues.
go knight h3,
Rook to b8.
rook
and
to
suddenly-
b8, and you get into this double attack.
Yeah.
Either after king g7 or rook f8, rook trade, and still knight e6.
Okay, so can you...
Can you somehow keep the b6 pawn alive? That would be... That
Well, you can't do that with...
Or can
without
you keep the
deflecting your
queens
rook.
on the board at least? Like, it's kind of tricky. Well, another thing computer does is to go g5. And when you take, or if you take, to go... No. g4, queen f6, rook f6. And now there is knight d4, and that's why after white's queen f6, Peter was giving a check and then taking f6. But it's so solid.
Yeah, and I tell you...
There is a troll move here from white, knight g1. So when you take, I take, you take, and I take, and I say it's a rook endgame, and even go h3 to exchange one more
Yeah.
pawn.
And I
That
tell you some
is-
bad news for Alireza. It looks like Anish Giri is in, well, we saw that he had a very pleasant position, but it looks like he's just making those slow improvements to make Black's life very unpleasant. And then Vincent Keymer seems to be unraveling against Arjun Erigaisi. Now, Arjun Erigaisi, as we know, sacrificed in exchange. And if Vincent is able to withstand the storm, and then he can take over the initiative, it's going to be a matter of Vincent winning.
Right. And then it could be even more vicious scenario for this top board players, because Bluebaum was hoping to hold Alireza, or I don't know what he was, but our speculation that he was happy with a draw, to hope for a draw, and then Anish wins, Keymer wins, and these guys are both out.
Exactly, and
Again,
so Bluebaum suddenly
what's the
has
point?
to backpedal furiously, but you can't do that.
You
from
can't
this.
do it because you ran out of pieces by then. Yeah, so let's quickly check for the board 2, Anish against Hans. Well, typical Anish, very pleasant position with hard to find any reasonable counterplay for Hans. Yeah, it's not a drastic change, but basically 2 bishops, and he prepares b4 slowly. He expands on the king side, which also is a good thing to do. And I believe this could potentially become a grind. Like if Anish gets some. You already could argue that it's a stable advantage, but I mean, some position there, Hans literally can't do anything but just like sit and wait and defend his weaknesses. This could go on for a long time, but I fancy Anish's chances here.
I agree. So let's go and take a look at that. It's a lot more complicated.
Board 3.
Board 3, Arjun Erigaisi, Vincent Keymer, because...
So queen f4, bishop to c8, and then it's quite an understandable move from human perspective to go h4, h5, to launch this attack. But Black gets to play knight e5. So now, after knight e5 and I guess potential f6, all of a sudden Black has all of his dark squares covered.
Yeah, and what to do next? I mean, how to continue this?
Yeah, can I strangely go rook e1?
You can. There's nothing wrong with
that.
that.
There's no knight f3 because knight takes back, defends the rook, right? But Black goes f6, pushes me back, and goes bishop f5, and I guess Black gets to exchange the knight on f5, because now if I go knight g3, I would actually blunder knight f3 check, followed by queen e1 check. Right. And the light square bishop was was Black's most problematic piece, right?
Right. And also with a knight on e5, let's not forget that you have jumps into d3 as well.
Yeah.
So let's kind of have a look at what to do, because I'm not sure about rook to e1. You set yourself up for issues. I'm just thinking, could you do something with the knights?
This knight or that knight?
But then the knight on a4, I'm a bit obsessed with that piece.
Yeah, but now like knight b2 doesn't really do much.
Bishop f5 is
I guess,
f6.
yeah, bishop f5 or f6. It's basically Black plays f6, bishop f5 kind of as a reply to anything, it seems. And why can't I go, say, knight f2, for instance? Because this bishop starts going after these pawns.
Oh.
And I was wondering, to be honest, until now that I see this threat, I was wondering, like, whatever happens, let's say, why did not succeed breaking through? But also for Black, if you think, like, the rook is hard to bring back to the game, right? The light square bishop, even on f5, I thought is not doing much. And it's not doing much on f5, but it does an awful lot on c2. It starts collecting those pawns, and it's extremely awkward to defend the pawn on b3.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Okay, but what can you do as white then? To
g4 to stop bishop f5, but that's, yeah, you feel like...
Okay, let's try it. I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. g4.
g4.
But I'm a bit worried about knight.
And we are falling apart. Yeah, knight e4, there's knight f3 simply, right?
The knight takes f3.
f5. They say, well, computer says it's f5, and it's even worse for us.
Yeah.
Bishop b5.
Okay, so you can't do that. What else can you do? Can you take that knight? I mean,
Take on e5,
just
I
thinking
guess,
weird things.
yes. And then
D takes.
D takes.
Or would you go queen
and
takes?
No, the F7
Queen
was
F7,
hanging.
sorry.
Yeah. And then queen to E3 or D2.
Yep.
Say queen E3.
This E3, let's get in C5 and
Right.
let's go. Maybe this.
Then this, knight E4, F5. And yeah, H4 pawn is a problem. Look, this H4 pawn for white is a problem in this line. Interestingly, over here, after bishop C8, instead of Arjun's H4, the computer, one of the lines it was showing, say, after a move like king H1, if you were to go knight E5, white would, white actually has C5 here, but also this would be playable for white with two connected pass pawns. Or
Yeah,
no. Don't know why, but it's not. But all I'm saying, like with the pawn on H4, now after knight E5, if you were to take and go queen E3, then F6 is quite awkward. F6, knight's hanging, you gotta go here. F5, pawn hanging. You go here, and black goes H6.
Yeah. No, and the H pawn falls.
Right.
And white is the one getting beaten around. So no, you don't, no, this is not good.
It's like tricky because like you might have to settle for one of those, but nothing looks that attractive.
No, it certainly doesn't look attractive. So, but
It's hard to tell what to do because computer comes up with some like clever move like queen G3, but it's,
okay, that makes
it's
sense.
even like
makes
with
sense.
F4 ideas or
So that there's
just
no
drop the bishop, the queen away, and then defend
you
this
go
guy.
H5. I mean,
Yeah.
that's-
Okay, but we still go here.
and then
we
bishop
still
to
go
F5.
here.
And now rook to E1.
Rook to
Let's-
E1 and
No.
yeah, like the computer doesn't like it. For among other things, for a reasonably kind of straightforward reason, bishop takes,
takes, and then
if rook
F5.
takes, queen F7, just unpin, start trading, and I guess one day black just gets the chance to bring the rook back, and black wins. Wow.
Wow. So Vincent doing some sterling defensive work there. And that is going to be absolutely critical because we are in the very real prospect that Anish is going to grind out the game against Hans Niemann.
And yeah,
And
there'll be a
Vincent
decider.
Keymer.
Yeah.
Might just survive the onslaught and win on the counterattack against Arjun Erigaisi. And that means that Matthias Bluebaum and Alireza Firouzja
People with
need to
best
sharpen
tie
up.
breaks, yeah.
Yes.
People with best tie breaks have actually will have to, try to play for a win, but the position fizzles out when there's the D5, now queen B4 played, and yes, no changes here. Firouzja down to 8 minutes only. And he desperately looks for the chance, and he can't find it.
No, he can't find it. And just to give you an update on the Tanzhongyi game, I think that one is going to be headed into a draw. I think Vaishali probably has a slightly better position because her bishop and rook
Are attacking
F2 all the time.
Yeah, so I'm back to Firouzja's game where he eventually decided on knight takes G2 capture. Bluebaum did not hesitate. He took on B6. And Alireza, I believe he would give a lot for the possibility to keep the queens on the board, but it is just not there. Yeah, there is no move that keeps the queens on the board, and therefore, yeah, like you have to trade, you have to take on F3, and it's just a draw.
Yeah, this is a problem, especially if Matthias Bluebaum needs to win as well. Well, the storylines, they keep on entertaining us, Miro. Twists and turns, plot surprises everywhere. And Angelica, there's plenty happening beyond these critical games. What do you have for us?
And absolutely, there is an action happening on every board, and I would like to show you the game which already finished. Harika Dronowali won against Carissa Yip in the final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss. And they started off with this position. Okay, computer says already black is winning, but it's important to see why. Because after queen b2 is played, we can see somehow all white pieces are located on the queen side. And this is the moment where Harika is using this chance. And now she's trading off her bishop. Oops, let's go back. Now she's trading off her bishop. So queen b2 is played on d5 for a knight. Then she's trading another bishop on the knight on d2, which could be a defender. So she's trading off two defenders, bishop d2. And here she's starting the straightforward attack. She's just bringing the queen, queen g4. And apparently knight d2 is coming. You cannot really stop it. Rook f2 is coming. And literally here, I mean, rook e d1 was played because she's trying to defend the bishop. There are threats knight e2, rook f2, but here is simply knight e2 is indeed incoming, king h1 and rook f2. And here, for example, if you try to defend from the checkmate, you're anyway getting checkmated after knight g3 and queen h5. You wouldn't even take that rook. And the game finished after rook f2. Here, Carissa Yip resigned. And I believe it's how beautifully it shows this example that trading the pieces is not always simplifying a position. It even complicates, as we can see in this example. And about the player, you know, Harika, she was playing so great in the Women's World Cup, but here, somehow we didn't see much of her. Maybe it's because it's Grand Swiss. For some players, it's different.
Yeah, this is what happens in the Grand Swiss. You know, you can be a fantastic player, but if things just don't work out well for you, you know, you're playing tough opposition all the time. And yeah, a bit of a sad end for Carissa Yip.
Yeah.
But for Harika Dronowali, I'm sure she's going to be super happy to finish on a high. Harika's such a good player, you know.
Such a fighter, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, part of the Indian women gold medal winning team. But yeah, thank you very much, Angelica. That was a mean attack there from Harika. But it's the final day. It's those final fights. Who will seize that spot into the candidates? Well, we're going to go on a short break and we'll find out when we come back. Welcome back, and we reached that time here on the final day of the FIDE Grand Swiss, where time trouble is looming and the stakes, well, they've never been higher. So Miro, let's just go dash immediately to the women's section and take a look at what is happening between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali. And we just missed it, but the players did repeat 3 times.
Yeah, they've repeated the moves like that. Rook c8, king g7, rook back to c7, threatening bishop e6, and the king goes back and the rook goes back, and that was it. So now, even though like you have Asalbayeva's game in progress, she's the only one who can catch up with the leaders, I believe that both, thanks to the better tiebreak, both Lagno and Vaishali did qualify.
Yeah, that's certainly the
And
case.
that means Kateryna Lagno, who had a tiny advantage on it, well, maybe not so tiny advantage on the tiebreak, she wins the tournament.
Well, so in terms of tiebreak, we have Vaishali at the top with 24-33.
Ah, right, it
And
changed.
Kateryna Lagno on 24-33.
I had mine before the last round, but because Lagno was playing Fatalieva with
Yes.
23-85, and then Vaishali played with Tan, who is like one of the top seeds,
Yes,
it changed everything.
absolutely.
Wow.
It certainly changed everything.
So it's Vaishali who wins.
Well, they both win. They're both on 8.
Both win, but well, I mean, the storyline, Vaishali winning back-to-back.
Yes, Vaishali, you know, she won single-handedly in 2023, and now she's a co-champion in 2025. And the question is, will Bibisara Asalbayeva join the winners on 8 points out of 11? Well, let's just take a glance into that position, because they're on move 39, and Bibisara has 3 minutes and 29 seconds on the clock. Looks like she's doing the business.
Yes, well, according to computers, her position is winning. The evaluation is +2, but you can once again see the potential kind of, you know, for the fortress. We've seen it, pawn on b6, knight on d6. It's impossible to enter with the king. So, you know, still some job to be done. Still some job to be done by Bibisara.
Yeah, still something to be done. But again, this is an important game for both of them, because both of them are actually competing
On
for
the
those
circuit.
FIDE candidate spots on the circuit. And that will end after the World Rapid and Blitz at the end of the year. But this tournament is very, very important. But for Vaishali and Kateryna Lagno, it smiles all round as they grab those spots into the candidates. And now the question is, what's happening in the Open? Because Alireza Firouzja, he was pressing against Matthias Bluebaum. It does look like that one is fizzling out, but there is action and drama in the Anish Giri against Hans Niemann, because Anish, he's slowly chipping away at the black position and just increasing his advantage. So maybe we'll deal with the first game that I mentioned, Matthias Bluebaum against Alireza Firouzja. Looks as even as it gets.
Yeah, and Alireza, well, to his best ability, tries to keep the position complex, but there's not much he can do. And now White can move the a-pawn forward, rook c4, a6, rook a4, and yeah, the story is like Black would love, of course, to take this knight, but then after a7, you'll have to part with your rook, which, by the way, doesn't change the valuation all that much.
Yep.
Black would still be like perfectly fine, but it seems impossible to win.
And by the way, we have official confirmation. Vaishali is the winner of the women's Grand Swiss, and Lagno is in second place. And now we'll find out whether Bibisara Asalbayeva manages to grab that third spot. But yeah, we'll see the players in action here.
Rook to c4 now. The knight on d4 is in a bit of trouble. And in fact, a5, a6 is the only move for Matthias Bluebaum. Well, so that means if white was to go knight c6, a move with the tempo, and then the a-pawn is running, but white is one move too slow. There's rook e2, and you go a6, and there is knight h3 check, king h1, and double the rooks. And there is no way whatsoever, apart from like a few checks, which you quite quickly run out of, there's no way to stop the checkmate. So yes, computer says it's equal, but also Bluebaum has to find the only move, which is a5, a6.
Okay, well, this is so important here for Alireza and Matthias Bluebaum, because it's looking more and more likely that both players now have to play for the win. And whoever wins this one will secure themselves a spot in the candidates.
Guaranteed,
because of the
better tie break.
But they have to win.
They have to win, and it's getting harder and harder. So on the second board, Anish, who also needs to win, well, does everything to get closer and closer to the goal. So now he's to move, and he only needs to move the bishop. Well, I know why he's thinking, and Anish's position is, wow, that is such an important choice for Anish, Giri. So you can play, say, bishop e2, and then I guess you're guaranteed to take the c5 pawn, because if rook c6, there is bishop to d1, and chasing the knight away, and then you take c5.
Yeah.
Or, alternatively, you have a hidden resource in the form of rook takes knight. And now the trick is that if black was to take on a6, you take c5 first, and then you go in with the rook, and you're a pawn up, and all of your pieces are more active, and I believe white is just winning. Yep. So after rook b3, black has to play bishop takes rook, bishop takes c5, king d7.
And then
you take...
And you have bishops, same color.
You take bishops of the same color, and you get to play, say, g5, for black not to have g5, not to stop your pawns on a color of your bishop. But you cannot guarantee from afar that this will be a winning position. So that's the problem for Anish. He has to kind of make a decision here, and he has to judge if to take on b3 or go with the bishop.
Yeah, and it's a pleasant choice, I guess.
It's a
but
pleasant
you have
choice.
to keep looking beyond the horizon.
Absolutely.
Which one is going to give Anish Giri the greater chance of the win? We're going to go over to board 3, Arjun, Erigaisi, Vincent, Keymer, and it is a draw between Andy Woodward and Yu Yangyi. It's been a fabulous tournament for the 15-year-old Andy, and he finishes on a high as he secures himself a great tournament performance, and he finishes high up in the standings.
We have more results, Yovi, on the top boards. Andrei Yesipenko beating Jan Nepomniachtchi. So, but that only gives him 6.5, right?
Yep.
Not a bad result for Yesipenko.
Yesipenko would be finishing on 7.
Oh, on 7?
Yeah.
7's not bad.
Not bad, and it does mean that he receives a nice chunk of cash. But this one looking good for Anish. Let's move down to game 3, because game 3 is a
crazier.
for all.
Much crazier.
It really is a scrap here.
Wow, what's happening here? So after 95, Arjun decided to take on e5, went queen e3. Now, apparently, f6 or h6 should have been preferred. Vincent goes with f5. Now, the move was c5. You have connect passed pawns. You were supposed to move them forward. Knight c5 instead, and queen to a7, pinning the knight. Rook to e1. Now, black had rook d7, well, and had and played rook to d6, f4, e4, knight to f3. Knight to f3, wow. Knight to f3 was blundering bishop e6, and the bishop comes into play. It's such a crazy resource.
That's such a computer-like.
Such a computer-like resource, right?
Because the whole idea is that you can't take the bishop on e6?
Yeah, bishop e6, if you take with the pawn, white just, black just captures this, and moreover, there is a pin here, so black will be able to take the pawn.
Yeah, and that would be crushing,
that would be just the end.
Spots bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop a6 was played instead, and this keeps the light square bishop kind of locked out from the game. White jumps to e5, now two beautiful knights on c5 and e5, rook to c8, and now what do you do? You go knight a4, I guess. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're forced to go for
what about knight
the
takes
endgame.
Bishop, followed by
Knight
c5 and...
No, but there is no c5, right? I just take, and...
There's no way to organize this, an advance? Can we go g4 and... Or is it going to become a race?
I guess it's like... It's again, like, it's quite tricky, because black also has potential passed pawns, right? So g4, I guess a4?
And then...
a4, and then, yeah, like, the knight is very nice in supporting the pawns, but it's not, like, it's stuck on e5, kind of on the upper half of the board, and it's not fighting with the pawns very well.
Okay, well, white has to play really precisely, and the first point is that that knight is on freeze. So you have to take either a step back or you take...
I imagine knight a4 is what you do, and then queen takes, rook takes, and you're thinking about bringing the rook back and get the king to d4. And what black has to do, I imagine, is go bishop b7 and maybe even try to take on d5. So if white was to go g3, I'm just checking, g3 is not a great move. Black is winning with bishop takes d5.
And what does white have to do to fight this sacrifice? Rook
to d1, so that he will have a pin as the answer to bishop captures d5. And it's very, very tense. Computer favors black, but some incredibly crafty maneuvers are needed.
Yeah.
And knight a4 is the best move. Otherwise, white is in a really serious trouble.
And what happens, say, for instance, knight to c6? Because
if we go knight
doesn't feel
c6,
ideal.
Right, then black takes twice, no surprises here. And if you were to take on a6, I think you just lose this rook endgame. You're a pawn down, and this is a protected passed pawn.
Okay.
Wow.
You have to trade off queens.
Yeah, you have to go to a4. That's your best chance, it seems, for Arjun Erigaisi. And once again, like, one thing to play the best move, and the other thing, he needs to win himself. And it's, of course, like, almost impossible to do if you trade the queens. So Vincent Keymer might get a second chance.
Yeah.
After not converting his decisive advantage yesterday, he once again might get a chance at it.
He may very well get that chance, but he's doing absolutely everything that he needs to do. He's unbalanced the position. He's got that material advantage, and Arjun Erigaisi now has to play incredibly precisely in order to keep everything level. And we're saying here that knight to a4 is white's best resource.
Yeah.
Queen takes, rook takes.
And bishop to b7
with
is
this
important, idea to sacrifice on
the
d5.
lines.
Yeah, and if you were to wait a little bit and let white, say, bring the king, to all the way to d5, or to d4, I think white once again would be better. Because, yeah, the pawns would be threatening, the knight could return to c5, so it's, you know, it's a timing issue for black as well, that he needs to find this bishop b7, bishop sacrifice, otherwise it'd be too late.
Yeah, and talk us through that moment with bishop takes d5.
Yes,
So knight to
it
a4.
is. Trade here, bishop b7. Now white apparently needs to go rook e1.
And if you don't, let's just put in a move like king f2 on the board.
Yeah, if you go king f2, then bishop takes d5, and cd5, rook takes d5. Now knight b6, black has a check.
Okay.
Right, so it's still not entirely clear, because white will try to establish some sort of a blockade with knight c4, potentially going with the other knight to b2. So rook to d1. That's a tricky position, because yes, computer claims black is better, but
not so easy.
Could be that white sets up some sort of a fortress and goes knight b2 and, you know, hovers around, and a5 is hanging in some cases.
Exactly. Okay, so the big also question is, Vincent Keymer has to, in this particular position, find this concept of going bishop to b7, just sacrificing the bishop in order to open up lines for the rook. And Vincent is down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and they'll move 34. Because there is a real danger that if Vincent does nothing, then Arjun's king will run to d4, and white will be the one in full control.
Right, precisely. Even though now I'm thinking black doesn't have any other attractive plan, or should I say any other plan at all, really, and he absolutely needs to do that. Bishop b7, bishop d5, so these are, of course, very experienced players, even though they're young, but very experienced in terms of like the flow of the game, and he understands you cannot just sit and wait with, you know, white potentially having his own trumps in the form of two connected pass pawns.
And just to update you on which direction Anish Giri took in his game against Hans Niemann, he went for the pure bishop endgame.
Wow.
So
that's courage, I gotta say. So he believes this is winning. It's actually, it's incredible, gotta say.
Yeah, let's quickly pull up the position, because he's actually thinking about what to do here. So the obvious is simply bishop takes rook. Okay, say it.
Bishop takes rook. Well, he could have thrown in a check, because if you were to go for the opposite colored bishops, then white gets to take another pawn, and then of course it should be winning for white. Right. So king d7, bishop takes rook, king takes bishop, and now apparently g5 is very, very important. So computer says g5 plus 2, any other move plus 1 or less.
So g5 is primarily designed to encourage black to capture the pawn, and suddenly there's a whole lot of pawns in the center that white can start advancing.
Yeah, but I imagine, like if you take white takes, white almost guaranteed, well, not almost, but guaranteed to go king e3, f4, e5, and put the pawns on, you know, the squares opposite to the bishops, and this is what you want to do.
And so a really good endgame expert, again, is Grandmaster Keith Arkle, and he's devised this concept of the hierarchy of pawns. Like, he has this idea that the G pawn is worth slightly more than the H pawn, the F pawn slightly more than the G pawn, and it continues.
The center.
So the center, just again, the best pawns. And so what you want to be doing is, if you can trade a G pawn for an F pawn, you should do it. It benefits you. And has he found?
Does it. He does it. He goes
G5.
He goes G5. And now king goes here, and the pawn goes here, and the king goes here, and you control the e6 square with the bishop, and you go e5, and you get your space advantage, and you have an extra pawn, and now you'll have to find a way through with the king.
Wow.
Wow.
Dramatic times here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Let's go over to Vincent, because Vincent also found the
Bishop
way
B7.
to continue.
Bishop B7. Now White needs to drop the rook to E1, otherwise he'll be in a real trouble. Drop the rook to E1. And now apparently Black can double the rooks on the D file, and then nothing can stop bishop takes pawn. And then White has to be clever, go knight b2, then after bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, White goes, okay, there is some trickery going on, knight c6, rook to d7, knight back to e5, jumps here and back, and computer's indecisive. It gives Black just a slight advantage, but at the same time it seems it repeats the moves with rook and the knight. So still not clear. And yeah, if rook e1 is played, bishop takes d5 immediately is not the greatest idea, because after cd5 you cannot recapture the pawn. There'll be knight b6 and you don't have a check.
I mean, can you also anticipate, this was something that I thought about just because of our analysis, king h2, which I know doesn't really make too much sense because the king moves away.
So now if
from
I
the danger.
take...
Yes, and then you can take, and then the whole idea is that if you were to take
Yeah,
on
then
d5,
there is
there's
knight b6. But the trick is that now Black plays a prophylactical move with the rook, like rook to c2, for instance, or rook to c1, and White is unable to defend the d5 pawn. But in the case of rook being on e1, that'd be rook d1 move.
And just to confirm, the most natural move, king to f2, is a big mistake because the bishop takes d5.
Yeah, king f2.
We have a move, h5.
h5.
h5 on the board.
h5 on the board, and h5 does allow bishop takes or even g5. So now computer likes g5, computer likes bishop takes pawn as well.
Let's have a look at bishop takes pawn. It's the most forcing move.
So bishop takes and c takes, and then you go rook takes. So now hg, and we go rook d1, and king goes here. And we go, well, it's tricky because, yeah, like originally it claimed like it's a huge advantage. Now it's no longer so clear because Black will have only one pawn and the rook.
And look at
versus two
Vincent.
knights.
Look at Vincent, Miro. His eyes are darting towards the center. He senses this is a big moment. Now, talk us through the g5 lines.
G5 is even crazier.
What is he doing?
He did play g5. So g5 is even crazier because, look, if White takes on g5, and g3, by the way, Black takes on d5 wins, it's just an inferior version. So White has to take, and Black goes rook e8. Traps the knight on e5, you would think, but then White gets to play knight d3 or knight f3, and Black's best response is bishop c6, and it's a crazy, crazy mess here.
He takes it. It
g5,
is
the pawn is taken.
chaos on the board.
Now you do have bishop d5, but apparently it's not as strong. And the strongest move now is rook to e8 to hit the knight on e5. But what an unbalanced position! Like I imagine, like you play a couple of slowish moves with Black, and you might find yourself in trouble as well. Say you go rook e8, knight goes to d3, there's a pin, and you don't find bishop c6, knight lands on f4, White is winning. Like everything's blocked, and then White gets two passed pawns here, the g pawn there. Well, what an unbalanced position this one is.
It is incredibly imbalanced, and meanwhile, things are looking very even in the game between Matthias Bluebaum against Alireza Firouzja.
So
White has
Bluebaum
managed to
found,
advance the pawn to a7, but Alireza does have his rooks lined on the second rank.
So shall we check Alireza's game quickly?
Their move 37, and
All right.
I don't know. I mean,
It's hard to tell how you ever make progress with one of the sides, right? Because Alireza, yes, has a lot of checks, but that's about it. He would love to bring the king to g3, but king h5, rook h7 happens to be a checkmate, so the king cannot move.
but can he go pawn
Like
hunting?
d4 forward.
I'm just thinking rook
Yeah, I mean, first
G2
of all,
check?
it's white to move. So we go rook d1, for instance.
okay.
That's a check, say, and you go here, threaten the checkmate. The king goes back, and let's say he was to take on h4. And it doesn't change the valuation. White can take d5, computer says, and if you're not threatening a checkmate, the next move, I imagine white goes himself to d7 or d8.
Yeah.
There could be some slight pull for black, but
Yeah, but you do feel like white can't get too ambitious here.
yeah,
Because
that's
the
true.
black king
The a-pawn is not
able
going
to run.
anywhere.
And yeah, I just saw Anish Giri put on his jacket. And what do we see?
Rook to
D7.
d7.
Okay, he's setting up rook to
Rook to
D7,
d7, and
and
you
the
once
white
again can go to g2, h2, and even take the pawn on h4.
Well,
Yeah,
ideas of
But-
taking on d5.
that is move 38.
No.
So this game will pass the first time control for sure.
Okay.
So we have to return to Keymer and
Absolutely.
Erigaisi.
This is where the madness is happening. And f takes g5. And now
Vincent
Keymer,
in seconds.
I was going to say, under the minute. And rook e8, bishop takes d5. Will he go for
All
that?
good, but he has to choose. He has to choose wisely.
But there's so much at stake here.
Time is ticking down.
It is. He goes for.
Rook c7, and let me tell you what, computer doesn't like it. It's still okay for black, but now white gets the time. Remember we were talking how white needs the time to solidify everything. So now king f2 is the good move for Arjun.
Wow, the king is going to snake its way over to f4.
The king wants to go to f4. So let's say white goes king f2, and if you were to go rook g7, king g3, and then you take, and the king goes to f4, and then you take once again. But now white finally starts attack of his own. There's a check, and knight jumps to c5, and anything can happen, really.
Absolutely. And this
Arjun,
position is just balancing on a knife edge.
how about
G3,
going g4? G4 is terrible because rook e7.
This is maybe the idea that he's going for. Rook to e7.
He
as
could have
well.
gone rook e8, right? So maybe
Yeah.
it didn't occur to him that so rook c7, I see it more as like the rook goes to the g file and tries to take. So apparently after king f2, you can still return to this bishop d5 idea and be okay.
But you have to spot it. Bishop takes d5 may not be that instinctual.
Absolutely, and especially if you haven't played it in a previous move, and now you'd be kind of second-guessing yourself, right? Like, if I didn't play it previously, now white has a better version with the king already on f2, so should I go for it? It's a slippery situation, gotta say, because you play a couple of indecisive moves, white connects everything, and then white is just like cruising to victory.
And you know who is cruising to victory?
Anish?
Anish. Anish is playing some fabulous endgame chess, and they're on move 38. But
Well,
he's
Rich,
doing
yeah,
absolutely everything that he needs to do.
In the women's, I believe Bibi Sara and Anna Muzichuk, they've reached the time control by now, right?
Yep, they've reached it, and it's still very much advantage white.
So now, very important choice for Arjun. And he is, as he stated himself, a risk taker, right?
But here he has to be.
He has to be, there's no choice.
He has to burn those bridges. And I feel like it's still an unbalanced position, you know, with white's king threatening to come up the board, nest on the f4 square.
What could he possibly think of? I don't know, g6? Is g6 a move? Well, yeah, basically any move I'm trying to make, black is supposed to take on d5. And g6 is quite unlucky because then bishop d5 leads to an advantage. King f2 or rook e2 is also an acceptable move, but like rook e2, doesn't really have purpose, it seems, right? Like if you wanted to improve your position, king f2 seems to be the move.
Yeah. Well, it's a tense situation because Arjun senses that now is the time to invest some thought and find the most precise way to play, because you somehow feel that Black hasn't played in the most accurate manner. So he's reaching for, I mean, it seemed like he was reaching for the G pawn was what I was.
Yeah, that's what I thought, the G5 pawn, precisely. Because there's also the thing that it's move 36, and you can like sense your opponent is uncomfortable, but you drag it to the time control, they get 50 minutes, and they get the necessary time to calm down and to figure out the position, doesn't matter how complex the position is. So you really want to use the momentum as Arjun, that it's imbalanced and you keep making it harder and harder. G5, and then G5.
Goes for G4.
Oh, G4. Yeah, G4, and now...
This is where bishop takes D5.
Bishop takes pawn or rook E7 are both very, very strong.
But Vincent Keymer, he's got less than a minute on the clock. Can he find these two important resources? Will he be brave enough to take that pawn on D5, or will he just calmly attack the knight?
Can he go
Big
bishop
moment.
C8?
What is he reaching for? He's reaching for the rook. Rook E7.
E7. So now the knight is hanging. You have to choose one of those two tricky responses, D3 or F3. Knight D3 was played, and now rook G7. That's the additional motif that Black has with the rook on the 7th rank. Rook on G7, attacking the knight on D3 and the pawn on G5. And now you gotta go. Well, there is a funny-looking G6 move, but then Black doesn't take the knight and takes the pawn on G6 instead.
Okay, he's gone for this rook to G7. He's finding all of those accurate moves. And now, how is Arjun going to maintain the balance after such a move?
Yeah.
Is there anything that he can do?
You can try knight c5, I guess. Like the G5 pawn cannot be taken because the bishop is hanging. But this will, you know, pretty much force Black to consider bishop takes d5, which is good, and Black does win with bishop takes d5 in this case. So knight c5 doesn't really work. The best move, according to the machine, is knight to f2, but then after either bishop d5 or rook g5, I guess you start with rook g5 because, yeah, the pawn on d5 will not run away. Black is much better still. And you'd be on move 39, and that means you're reaching the time control, you get that increment or the addition of 15 minutes, and you can figure out this endgame, which is apparently very, very good for you. And I can see Firouzja is down to seconds, but they should be
They're
reaching.
on move 39, I'm keeping an eye on that. Firouzja making his last move was just 6 seconds on the clock. And it's not a position where Bluebaum can relax. Black has those two rooks connected on the second rank, so Alireza will try to squeeze that one as much as possible, but the action is going to be happening after move 40. But for now, all of the drama is between Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer.
So Arjun, yes, Arjun now in desperate hunt for the move. I was thinking G6, so that the knight cannot be taken because of checkmate on the last rank. And then if H takes, can he go H6, rook H7?
G5.
G5, but you're rook down, right?
Yeah, because pawn takes knight is
too
coming.
much. No.
What is he? He's
what
made
did
a move?
he do? He went knight F2. He went knight F2, now rook takes G5 from Vincent, comes immediately. That's move 39. They only need one more move to reach the time control. And the G pawn is pinned, so you gotta
King F1.
move the king, king F1. And this is where bishop takes D5, pawn takes D5, rook takes D5 leads to a serious advantage for Black.
However, there is a but though. Vincent has to take that decision to go bishop
Or
takes
move
d5
40.
or move 40. Do you burn the bridges? Do you radically change the nature of the position when you have 1 minute to calculate the consequences?
Yeah, not necessarily. And now, compute after some consideration, it says, I don't think you have to. And you can play bishop c8, you can play rook f6 at the round, but that makes it even more complex. Makes it even more complex. You're down to your last 40 seconds and you have to make a decision which might be the decision of your career.
Exactly. It might be a decision that takes him to the candidates. It might see heartbreak. So Vincent doesn't look entirely comfortable.
He doesn't see it. And now if you take with the pawn, 20 seconds. 20 seconds, and he captures d5.
He does. He goes for it.
So now, bishop takes. White absolutely has to take the bishop. Rook takes d5, and...
Well,
what?
you can see the relief on Vincent's face. It's impossible to tell what he's thinking. He's shaking his head. Perhaps he feels he's been corralled into making this decision, capturing on d5.
But it's still like
good
it's still a good position for Vincent. And to be honest, I'm not sure if White will be able to save this one, because you know, too many weaknesses and the knights are not well coordinated. Anyway, c takes d5, rook takes d5 played, and now they can
relax. Relax, wind down,
control reached.
and assess what has transpired in that time scramble. Let's just have a look at board 2. Anish Giri against Hans Niemann. The evaluation bar says it's completely winning for White.
But do we see how it's winning
presumably
for White?
there's going to be some shuffling of the bishop.
All right, so you'd get to, hang on a second, you'd get to g4 eventually, I think, right? So you go here, and I'm not even sure what black does, because if black moves the king, I think e5 wins simply, and then the f-pawn is running. So black will have to shuffle the bishop after bishop b7.
There's a point, though. It's the wrong rook pawn.
You mean here?
H6 pawn.
The H pawn is the wrong rook pawn, but
King is going to be
you have to give the bishop for the F pawn. King has to eliminate that and then return all the way back to H8, which is unrealistic. It feels like. Yeah. So Hans would love for these A pawns not to be on the board, which would increase his drawing chances immensely. So what I'm saying, I believe, and you can even go bishop d5 and speculate on this exchange like all the time. Then the bishop goes, and you go here, and then you go here, and then you go bishop g4. Yeah. You say, let's trade. And if black trades, you win the king and pawn endgame. If black doesn't trade, I don't know what happened. If black doesn't trade, you win.
It's okay.
I think there's something with PGN. Yeah, it's a glitch with PGN, and I think this is where we are currently.
Yeah.
And yeah, but it will get eventually updated. We are not with the king on e5. I believe the real position is this, and Anish is thinking.
Well.
No.
No, it's been a few.
No, it's been a few more moves, right? It's been this bishop. Move 40, wait a second. It's move 40 for Anish. And he moved 40 for Anish, and it's fine because he still has like 4 minutes, right? Is it move 40? Is it move 41?
It's move 40 for Anish.
That's what we have in the PGN, but from the clock, I can see, it seems I can see that it's got to be move 41.
Mm-hmm. Well, either way.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, something changes in this game. Like there are different clock displays, like in the PGN files. Apparently, they update the.
It's not going to be a problem for the players because they're playing with digital clocks, and if you look on the bottom row, it actually tells you what time for control you're currently at. So if
Yeah.
you're on the first one, it will just say number 1 and then number 2.
Right.
Oh, but it would be a massive result for Anish, Giri.
Yeah.
A win?
And Alireza pretty much will have to say goodbye to his dreams. Because
Well-
if Anish overtakes him and it's a draw in his game, that means Bluebaum overtakes him as well.
Yeah, but
Not-
we could be in a situation where if Alireza manages to grind out a win, then everything is going to hinge on the tiebreak
Between the three of them.
Anish, Giri and Vincent Keymer. So we already know that Alireza has a better tiebreak.
If he
than
wins.
Anish, if he wins, again,
If he
than
wins,
Anish
which-
and Vincent.
Doesn't look like he will, but who
Yeah,
knows?
well, who knows? But if either Matthias or if Alireza win this position, then they will automatically secure themselves a spot in the candidates. And when it comes to Anish and Vincent, they have exactly the same tiebreak of 26-68. And so we then go on to the second tiebreak, and that is going to be dependent on other factors, maybe
Yeah.
the sum of the opponent's scores.
Right. Okay, some more results on top boards. Abhimanyu Mishra and Vidit made a draw. We somewhat forgotten about this game, but it already is finished. Yesipenko won against Nepomniachtchi. Shahryar Mamedyarov won against Grigory Aparin. And there's been, yeah, and Raport beat Tabatabai. So these are the results that we have.
And I just got to say, what a tournament it has been for Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah.
Just 16 years old, and he showed the world that he is
Undefeated.
capable of fighting with the best players in the world.
Yeah.
His calculation skills are exceptional, and what a future he has ahead of him. And as we've passed the time control, the players are getting ready just to settle in, go for the long think as they ponder the position right in front of them. For some players, as we can see from Hans Niemann, it's desperately trying to find a way to save what is ahead of him. For Anish Giri, he'll be looking for that path to break through. But every move is going to be critical from now on. We're in the end game, and I think it's perfect time, Miro, for us to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to dive in and just break down every minute detail of what has happened. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, and we're back at the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And the games have been full of twists and turns and breaking news already. Anish Giri winning against Hans Niemann. Wow, what a victory for Anish Giri. With that, it's almost certain that he's secured himself a spot in the candidates.
Right, so now for Anish not to qualify, what has to happen? It has to happen a result on board one, which looked fairly drawish. And then it's either, no, Erigaisi winning is not enough. Keymer needs to win and be better on a second tiebreak, which we are not sure of. So now Anish's chance is risen to like 95%, some maybe more. Yeah.
Massive, massive win for Anish Giri, who could see him qualify to the candidates. Only time will tell, but we are going to have to take a look at the other games in progress. First up, let's assess what is happening between Alireza, Firouzja and Matthias Bluebaum, because if there is a victor there, then that person will be guaranteed a spot in the candidates. And we left it at this particular point, 2 rooks on the second. But Alireza's face is telling a different story, that things are not as winning or advantageous for him.
Look, and Bluebaum found a fantastic resource, which is rook e2, which looks like he gives a rook away, right? But then he would promote into a queen.
And he's done that.
Achieving the rook endgame. So black went for a little bit different version. So he takes it on e1, a8, queen. You gotta take on well, theoretically you could play a check to f1 first. I don't know if it changes much, but basically what happens: rook takes, king takes, and the problem for black is he can't really come with the king to h5. So you can defend, yeah, after all that, you can defend on a4, white goes king f2, and you could try with d3, so maybe take the h-pawn, and we all know rook d3 would be a draw, right? But even easier for white is king g3, you go rook a3, and you're absolutely stuck. White just needs to hover with the king.
Incredible. What a find there from Matthias Bluebaum, just giving up the rook in order to just transition into a single rook ending. And that means if this
ends in a
draw, which it's looking incredibly likely.
Alireza's out, Anish in.
Anish in, Alireza out.
And a German man in.
Potentially. Yes. Let's go over there right away, Miro, because what is the status in this particular game? It feels like this one is really wild. It's a little bit uncontrollable.
There's still like a lot of knight jumping happening. Yeah, so on move 40, there was a bishop sacrifice on d5, king e2, king went to f8. Apparently king h8 was like one move that computer was thinking about, but how do you play king f8 in the position, in the endgame? Yeah, so king f8, but there the king might run into various forks, like white immediately indicates by going knight to b6, and now don't play rook c5, don't play rook e5 because of knight d7. So apparently the best move is rook to b5, which is once again not obvious. I was thinking if you could go f4, well, you could, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Rook d4, trying to defend the pawn, would see white taking on f5, rook f5, knight e4, you can take on h5, and I think it's still white who needs to be careful, but yeah, such a tricky position once again.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So after knight to b6, Vincent is thinking. There is an option to go rook b5, targeting the knight. Knight c4 seems to be the only move, and then you would take on g4, creating another passed pawn. That's actually quite tricky, this one. It's actually quite tricky.
Well, I was going to say, you know, because the knights are protecting absolutely everything.
And you go further on, you go knight d6 attacking this guy.
Wait, can you go g3? No, because the rook takes g3.
Yeah, here g3, well, knight b5 as well, because g2, white has knight h3, right?
Yeah. Well,
Vincent has to find the best chance. He might not have it still if white plays everything precise. But basically, the situation is like that. We don't think Erigaisi can win. And there is no one else who can overtake Bluebaum in case of a draw on the tiebreak.
Yeah.
Right, so it's either win Vincent Keymer and then he's in, otherwise Bluebaum is in.
yeah. Well, everything is going to hinge on those two games in progress. Can Vincent Keymer navigate these complications and net the 4 points that is so desperately needed to qualify to the candidates? Or will it end in a draw? And in that case, everything again shifts to the Matthias Bluebaum, Alireza Firouzja game. And that is, what percentage would you say is headed into a draw, would you say?
Looking at the current position, it's 100%.
100%.
100%. I'm sorry, but it is
You're
100%.
that
Just look at
confident.
this. Just look at this.
2 versus 2.
Rook endgame 2 versus 2, you can't do much, right? Well, you could try this, king f1, this, king, I just
Nothing
don't
to be
know.
done.
You go here, you go here.
You're throwing it.
After that, you can give a check. King g2, king g3, 2 versus 1 basic endgame. I don't think there is any chance, to be honest. Like Bluebaum defended much harder endgames, let's be fair.
Yeah. Well, some big results though, and everything is still dependent on this game. Well, Alireza is trying for winning that extra pawn on h4. He's going to step up with the king and try and surround it.
Yeah.
But this is in Matthias endgame 101. He knows exactly what he should be doing. It's just a question of whether he can hold his nerve. Can he do that? And if he does manage to survive, then we're going to be turning all of the attention, in fact, all eyes of the world are going to be on the game that is between Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer.
Right.
H6.
King goes to h5, rook d7, pawn goes to h6, making sure that the pawn will be won. But yeah, that's about it. So it's a you know, a moral victory, but not not winning the game.
Oh. It's still though, anything can happen. We have seen many plots and twists and turns, and you hear a little voice, and that is because where earlier on we saw Anish Giri with a massive win over Hans Niemann, and that could secure him a spot in the candidates. But we're going to go straight to Angelica, who is ready with Anish to share with us some of those critical moments of what is a fantastic game.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivanka. It's a huge pleasure for us to have Anish Giri in the studio. Huge congratulations on this important victory in the final round of the Grand Swiss, and at least sharing the first place.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love the suspense, guys, but like that endgame is absolutely dead draw. I put rook on d6 after rook d5 check, and you can do absolutely nothing. Your only plan is to go rook to h7 and I go king g3. Oh, actually, you have no plan even after that. So it's
I'm hedging my
dead.
bets, Anish,
No,
because
no.
we have seen stranger things happen.
Nothing's, no, you haven't seen anything stranger. This is the most
Only if you blunder a
Okay.
rook.
No, yeah, you can't blunder a rook. Board is, because you can't blunder a rook to rook. You can blunder a rook to a knight, maybe to a bishop, but you cannot blunder a rook to a rook, because humans are very good at seeing straight lines. Even small children, the smallest of them, they learn how to move the rook. So nothing will happen, don't worry.
So we expect the draw there, and it means that you are in the candidates next year. Truly amazing. I mean, you had amazing performance, but first let's talk about this game, which happened today. And we believe that since move 1, Hans was thinking for some reason. And could you share more with us and maybe some key moments from the game?
It's a very difficult situation for him because he was in a must-win. But he's in a must-win playing against me, who is also in a must-win. So if he was in a must-win and I was in a must-draw, it would be a lot easier for him. He would just try to avoid draws at all costs himself and go for broke. But since I'm not in the must-draw, this is not the best strategy for him. Because going for broke is, I mean, it works sometimes, but usually doesn't. So he is trying to, I guess, find a way to exploit that I'm also in a must-win. But I think he sort of didn't quite manage, because what we got eventually is a position where I'm just slightly better. And yeah, I mean, I slightly better position, you kind of have to play for a win. Like, what else are you going to do with it, really? So yeah, I mean, we basically got this end game. Yeah, it's like, I mean, if he's in a must-draw, maybe I'll be nervous, or maybe he'll be excited, trying to make a draw. But being in a must-win, like for him, it's a very sad position. And okay, I'm of course going to play for a win. I'm going to try to press. Of course, it's there's very little going on. I mean, there is a huge potential for white, because not only do I have a bishop pair, but I also have a asymmetrical pawn structure. So I've got some pawn majority. If I get like f3, e4, bishop e3, b4, it'll be great. But I didn't obviously. It never works in reality. Like with the best moves, black can always generate counterplay. So I think he did very fine. I'd like to move rook e8. Oh, it was bad, yeah. I thought he would stick a piece on b3 at some point, but maybe actually even then I'm better, because I'm going to push here with g4, g5. And it was difficult for him to. He was trying to keep all the options: bishop c4, knight c4, knight b3, bishop b3, all the options open.
Yeah, this endgame looked pretty even at the beginning, but then you managed to slowly squeeze.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just better always.
Yeah,
I don't think.
You have the edge.
Yeah, I was actually calculating this line. Yeah, take a5.
Anish?
Yeah.
I just want to share with you the news. A draw is going to be happening on board 1. So
Yeah,
congratulations.
thank you.
It's official. You grabbed one of the candidate spots.
Thank you. I'm really happy, of course, about that. Actually, yeah, this is a. I was hoping I can press here, but I cannot, it seems, because not only, like, okay, I'm curious, like, if I do get, like, in theory, if I was able to get the pawn, is this, yeah, this is kind of borderline. So.
The material is limited, and you have.
Yeah, but if I do get this pawn, like, I thought I can come with the king and get it, and then I had envisioned, like, 4 against. So I was kind of thinking this is not the worst case scenario for me, but. Yeah, if I don't do that, then, I mean, such a scenario, I don't think is that much, because I'm cramped here. There's no, I think it's, honestly, I thought such a thing is just nothing, but maybe, because, I'm even if I open up, like even this, I don't know. Also after h4, you could go maybe h5. But then we have different things that somewhere it will be maybe a weakness.
But it's also tough for black to do nothing, and you're just pushing slowly.
Yeah, I was wondering about f5, if f5 is a thing, but probably it's not. Yeah, I was wondering about f5. That's why I also included h4, h5 to have g5 square, because I was not sure in a position like if ef knight f5, knight's coming here, and otherwise, like, I have rook f1 always, so it's annoying for him, but I was not sure like about changing the pawn structure this way. Like, do I want to get this pawn, because he can. Yeah, block, but I have the f files. I think this is nice for me. So I should have probably gone just e4. But h4, I was trying to be extra smart, and just somehow I thought here in some lines it could be an issue. Like f5 is now out of the question for sure. Yeah. So that was nice. And also in some other lines it was kind of maybe hanging. But yeah, I'm just slightly better. And there are a lot of scenarios how it can go right for me, and yeah, I must have defended better. I think when I got before, that's when I realized, like, now I was really happy. Like, when I got this, I thought I have huge winning chances. And there was actually very interesting, very difficult choice, because I can just move the bishop, or I can take on b3. And my logic was that, like, if moving the bishop sort of wins, it's okay. And I don't do it, it's okay. But if taking on b3 wins, and I don't do this, and don't qualify to candidates, I will never forgive myself for that. somehow. So
That's why you took.
That's why I took. Like I thought, which one will I forgive myself for and which not? Because I saw this entire plan with king coming to f4, bishop coming to g4, and I thought, okay, it looks extremely drawish to the eye, but it looks to me that it's winning, and it's basically a forced win. So if I will not do it now and try to postpone winning with this bishop, I didn't realize it's so big, by the way. I thought it's like, I don't know, +1 or something. And I thought if I'll mess it up there, it will be just unforgivable. So I just had to force the things here.
So this was the moment where you realized this line must be winning.
No, I didn't realize it must be. I saw what happened in the game, that I'm getting my king to f4, I'm getting my bishop across to g4, I'm going king f5, and I go e5.
It happened.
But I thought that like it wouldn't shock me if black does have a defense, because just a few days ago, with my coach, we were looking at some position where I said I was better, and then he told me, yeah, but I can even, with Jordan, it was a very similar thing. That was actually extremely similar situation with Jordan, and we could get a bishop endgame,
Same color.
with my pawn on f5 and my king on d4, like this one. With the same, exactly the same, and pawns on b4, b6 or something. And he told me like even this is a draw, and I had to agree with that. So it was a very similar bishop endgame. So I knew that some of them are drawn, pawn down, and even sometimes like when you get like even such things, let's say, they're also like kind of drawn. I've seen many such, because you can't go around this sort of an impregnable thing. But there is the a pawn here, and this is not my plan. My plan is actually to go g5 and then king to f4. I was only wondering, this I thought is the only chance, but maybe I do the same. I don't know. I can anyway get the bishop to g4 and push. And here it was nice. Bishop e2 is nice. I don't know if bishop b7 also wins. Bishop h3. Bishop d5 is the natural thing to go by here, but then he can go here. And then I had to calculate, I was not sure. But actually, even with king on d6, it's also winning again, bishop g4, king f5. So this was one other way, but I wasn't sure about that. I thought bishop e2 is very nice, because now I'm trying to go without him touching my... and I was calculating actually some forced line, like this. Here, if king d4, I go bishop g8, I want a tempo. Bishop f7, I want a tempo. So I calculated the line like this. It was actually quite funny. Maybe many things win, but okay. First of all, trading bishops will be draw. He's just in time. But this was actually a very nice line. Like and because of the bishop on d6, I have.
Oh, you're just.
Because if the bishop was not on d7, I'd have to we'd have to see it again. I mean, I'm probably winning anyway, but not so straightforward. And now I'm winning, and also the funny thing is that it's the wrong color.
But he
I'm
cannot
coming.
reach.
There will be zugzwang, and bishop controls this thing, and it'll be zugzwang.
He cannot reach g8. And
no.
cut, yeah.
And the a pawn doesn't help, because like the a pawn is on the same diagonal, so it doesn't distract my bishop.
So all of it was calculated.
No, this was already later. I mean, I calculated. No, so I thought I'm just winning. When I went for the bishop, I thought I'm just winning with bishop coming to g4. Then I realized he can try to go with the king somewhere. And then after that, I mean, I assumed that all the desperate things, all the races are winning for me. But yeah, this is like, I don't know if it's move by move or if I have an extra tempo, but it's kind of winning enough. Yeah, I was very fortunate that this was winning and in general with the game.
Yeah, truly a remarkable game. And coming into this round, how satisfied were you with the pairing? As you were saying, Hans and you were both in a must-win situations, and it helped you also.
I was really, really excited because I don't know why, but we have this thing going with Hans that we play each other all the time. So we first played an over-the-board match that I lost to him. I didn't know him well by then. There were a lot of these allegations. Yeah, there was all these allegations, accusations, and it was all vague. I mean, I didn't see any issues. So I played him that match. I lost to him. I got to know him much better as a player. And then we played the online matches. We played this rematch. But to be honest, at first, when he offered me to play another match, I felt hesitant, because I felt he's actually just much stronger than me in blitz. But I've had some training games here and there. I had some, and I saw I'm not that bad, I can still try to fight hands. So because I didn't want to play like a rematch and then lose again, and it's a bit sad. Just keep losing to Hans, because also Hans is like, he's a great player, but he's not like Magnus Carlsen or someone with a name like Gukesh. So yeah, I played him in the other match online. Okay, barely won, and then one more. But the funny thing was, okay, those were like arranged matches, but then we got to play an EWC qualifier, and that was also a very important game for us, because that match decided who will qualify. It was like the final match at the end of the qualifier. That was already like peak content, but then we got like, because the stakes kept rising. So first we played the match for $10,000, then we played for a $50,000 spot in the EWC, and now we're playing for like, I mean,
Candidates.
which is in monetary value like way over $100,000. So the stakes keep rising with me and Hans, and yeah, I was really excited because I feel like, you know, we are destined to play each other.
For the high stakes.
Yeah, and the stakes kept getting higher, and you know, he's a great fighter. And at this point, okay, of course he's like a bit too strong for my taste, but at this point there was nobody really weak that I could get. Everybody was really, really good. And okay, Bluebaum, a slight underdog in terms of rating from all the group, but to be honest, the way he plays and given how solid he is for a must-win, I'm not sure Bluebaum is a better opponent than Hans. Because Hans, yeah, he gives opportunities to fight and he fights himself. So in that sense, I was quite thrilled. And also I was thrilled given how many things I've done wrong in this tournament. And I was really lucky throughout, but somehow I've done so many things. Yesterday I also did something really stupid in the opening. I mean, I could just play rook b8 instantly at time advantage. But then I saw bishop b7, and then I paused. And sometimes I pause and then I cannot stop pausing, you know, like I still spent half an hour.
Freezing.
Yeah, I got kind of like, I started calculating extremely deep lines, like instead of just making a move, I started seeing all sorts of insane lines that have nothing to do with reality, miscalculating across all kinds of things, like, and after that to still have a shot, I was really, really happy because with bad luck yesterday, like if all the results went wrong, I could be in a situation today where even winning could be not enough. Because my tiebreak is really awful, of course. So I was really happy,
Yeah. Making decisions in chess is very, very difficult. Thank you so much, and one more time, congratulations for sharing the first and getting into the candidates. I mean, at least sharing first, maybe clear first. Who knows what will happen on the serve board? Yaman, Kamira, do you have some questions to one of our winners, or maybe the only winner?
Well, yeah, congratulations, Anish. The first thing I want to know is how are you going to be celebrating getting into the candidates for the third time?
No, but it's really, really huge for me. Besides trying to become like a world champion and all this stuff, like I really love preparing for the candidates. And I'm in a situation now where I'm a little too old to be excited about just playing the tournament circuit. You know, maybe when I was a kid and I got invited maybe first time to Vaikanze or to the Grand Chess Tour, that was a huge motivation for me, a huge boost. I was assembling, you know, my best resources. I was working extremely hard. But at this point, like, I cannot, like, you know, and the thing is also I keep always working hard. So for me, like, it's kind of flat, you know. And candidates, it will be the only thing for which I could gather the resources, like both mental resources, but also like generally, it's the only way for me to like work on chess in a way that I'm not working for the like last like, it's basically to get out of the mundane, you know. It's for me the only way to. Because if I had never been working on chess, okay, I could start working on chess, yeah, just in general. But I always do. So like, for me, it's really, really big that I can now prepare for the candidates, and maybe I'm like delusional that I can win it, but at least everybody is delusional, and I can really give it my best shot. And I'm really looking forward to that process. Yesterday already, I did this thing like, that, you know, where like you visualize. I don't know, there's like technique, yeah? Like, so I saw myself win. Like it looked very different than how it happened here. I was like crying and stuff in my, but actually I didn't feel like crying at all, to be honest. But okay, so I visualized it. Then I went a bit too far as I had visualized. I started to think, who will be my team for the candidates? And then I was like, okay, that's like too far. Visualization, like let's stop it. Like cut the scene. Let's stop it. But I already thought about it, so I have everything. I have some options, and yeah, it's really, really fun. It's nice that this nonsense of visualization, like it actually works. Yeah,
it does work
for me.
Yeah, it does work. And I just want to say congratulations again, and we wish you the best of luck, and we can't wait to follow you on.
Yeah. By the way, visualization doesn't always work, because I can tell you when I was playing last candidates, with 2 rounds to go, I was in with a shot. I started visualizing visualizing that I qualified the World Championship match, and that didn't work at all. So just don't try it at home. It doesn't always work.
Thank you so much, Anish. I mean, it's a pleasure to have you here, and congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there we have Anish securing a spot in the candidates. The only question is, will he be the winner of the FIDE Grand Swiss? And who will be joining Anish in the candidates from the FIDE Grand Swiss? So we're going to turn our attentions to Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer, because if Vincent Keymer wins this position, then he will be also joint winner with Anish. And
yeah, I just wanted to mention that in other news, in the women's tournament, all the top boards have finished, and Anna Muzichuk saved her game against Bibisara Sobaeva.
incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. So, wow. So, shall we go there? Because the action is still happening. So let's have a look at what has transpired in the women's section.
Remember at some point I was mentioning a fortress. And by the way, this position was +3 for white. And white was completely winning. And then, wait. So what happened was, and that is still winning for white. And that is still winning for white, but what white had to do is to go bishop b3 and eliminate the c-pawn with the bishop. And instead, Bibisara went rook takes, and that rook takes, king takes, and this, even though white is 2 pawns up, happened to be a fortress.
Yep. And that means that Bibisara joins the pack on 7.5 points. I'm not sure if Bibisara will be entirely happy with this, especially because she was winning this and she could have been in a situation where she'd be sharing joint first, even though she doesn't win the title.
Like, you know, if you count all the points you could have scored, she had a winning position against Lagno, and then she was winning today, and you would kind of accumulate all these points and say, yeah, I should have scored 10.5 out of 11, right? But it wouldn't have been another tournament, and I believe even with today's win, she would not qualify.
No, she wouldn't have qualified, no.
And that means, yeah, I guess it's not a tragedy.
No.
Yeah, it's not a tragedy.
The stage is
still a very good result, right?
In the women's, we have a winner, Vaishali, with her road to victory. And taking the candidate spot is Kateryna Lagno in second place. And in third place, well, it will be a tie between Bibisara Sobaeva, Tan Zhongyi, and Song Yutin, all on 7.5 points. But the question remaining, and it's a big one, if Vincent Keymer wins this endgame, he will join Anish Giri on 8 points. He will seize that second candidate spot that is available. But if he doesn't win, that means Matthias Bluebaum, who drew his game but has a superior tiebreak, will be the second will get the second candidate spots.
Right, and it's very hard. It's very hard. Strangely, it's very hard to make progress because somehow white managed not to fall apart, and like your king is like runs into various checks. The knights are tricky animals.
Knights are very
Knight
crafty
F6,
pieces.
Knight D7. Like, look.
Yeah, the knights are they're very crafty, and there we see the rook centralize itself. So this game is going to go on for a little bit, and again, just to reiterate, we already have the 2 qualifiers from the women's decided, and so this means that they are joining the following people into the FIDE 2026 candidates. Zhuzhina, Alexandra Goryashkina, they got their places via the Women's Grand Prix. Divya Deshmukh, Humpy Canary, and Tan Zhongyi all qualified via the Women's World Cup. And our final 2 qualifiers, that's Vaishali and Kateryna Lagno from the FIDE Grand Swiss. And then one final place outstanding, and that's going to all be decided in the FIDE circuit. And that will be determined at the end of the year after the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz.
So that is the prize Bibisara pays for not winning, because she and Anna Muzichuk, they do compete on a FIDE circuit.
They do.
And winning this game would have been, yeah.
It would have given
make a
her some
difference.
extra points.
It would make a difference.
Well, small moves have a big effects, and we also see a handshake happening in the game between a Nordebek Abdusattorov against a Wanda, and that looks like it finished in a draw.
Looks like it finishes in a draw, right?
So for Nordebek, he started the round with 6.5 points. He finishes on 7. So there's a whole pack of people on 7 points.
7, right. And then who else joins on 7? Yesipenko winning against Nepo, right? Mamidyarov beating Aparin must be on 7 as well. And Fedoseev, Yakuboyev, who are still playing, are those competing for the 7?
They are.
No. Oh, they do. They are.
They are.
And also Richard Rapport winning against Abatabe also joins. And Alexander Predke against Sam Savian. The game is still going on board 13. These are the players on 6.
Yeah.
Right.
The podium is going to be very
7 points tie will be huge.
Absolutely huge. But this is the game.
This is the
of
game.
the round, because everything hinges now on whether Vincent Keymer can crash through and break down Arjun Erigaisi's defenses. Whilst Vincent is considering what to do, maybe we can backtrack and see exactly what transpired, because we left it more or less on move 40. Bishop takes d5.
Yep.
Happened, and this was the correct way to play.
Right.
It says give up the bishop.
King e2, and yeah, it's weird because the engine originally wanted to go king h8, but then and giving a black kind of serious advantage. But then now that we've reached this position, it changes its opinion. It actually says king f8 was the best. And it just happens so that black doesn't have much. So apparently white has some hidden resources, knight b6 being the best move, rook to b5, knight to c4, fg4 first line, knight d6, rook b to e5 maybe was an alternative, but rook b6 is kind of the same. Knight takes pawn. Rook g7 instead of rook h5 is like one other try, but I don't think it's better. And also you want to get rid of as many white pawns as possible, ideally all of them. Knight g4, rook f5, rook h3. Well, players play a game of very high quality the last few moves. Rook e6, hitting this knight. And white will have to go king d3, I guess. That's a tricky position. Still those knights jumping around. So I guess you go king d3. And hang on, in case of rook f4, what do? You go, it's interesting because computer wants to go knight f6, which I guess it's fine, because again you get a rook endgame 2 versus 1, which is enough.
Yeah,
right?
That's enough.
And also the black king is really badly placed.
Yeah. I mean, even if the king were positioned closer to the pawns,
but not on.
There's no shelter, but not on f8.
Yeah. Like if the king is somewhere on c5, there is still not much you can do. That's true.
I was thinking that either way, we are guaranteed a German player in the candidates, and so I was curious, and I think I'll need people to check this for me. But would this mean that either Matthias or Vincent would be the first German player to participate in the candidates.
In a recent era,
I was even, yeah, I mean...
there was a person called Robert Hübner.
Robert Hübner,
Apparently
okay,
played
yes,
and
yes.
went all the way to the final, and you know.
Yeah, of course, I forgot about him.
Yeah, but would that be about it, I think? If we are not blundering something obvious.
With Lasker or
Right.
something. That was, how many times has a German player qualified for the candidates? We have Robert Hübner.
Wolfgang Ullmann, I'm not sure if he... No, I mean, he must have been involved in the cycle this way or another, because the cycle was different, so he must have played an interzonal, but yeah.
But it was very nice to hear that Anish Giri, and he seemed to light up at the prospect of the work involved, gathering the team, that this was going to be extra motivation for him to level up his game. And winning, or winning the Grand Swiss, I mean, that is such a big achievement.
Something that we have to establish, Yavi, and if Keymer wins, who wins the Grand Swiss? They both qualify. We know their tiebreak is even, the first tiebreak, that
exactly.
is. And then the second tiebreak, so that's cool, because the first tiebreak, you know pretty much before the... Like right after the pairing, right, before the round's even done. But the second tiebreak, we will have to wait till
like
the
a lottery,
very last game of the round.
Right. I mean, it's based on the second tiebreak is Buchholz.
I believe so.
I believe so as well.
I believe so. We might have to ask
Which would be the sum of the opponent's scores minus the lowest one.
Minus the lowest, yeah. But
and that's where we bring
still,
out the calculators.
We don't do the math on air.
No.
Yeah, there was an
Absolutely
agreement,
not.
right? Other than like counting pawns on the board, and even then.
Even then, that's a dangerous territory. But okay.
Yeah. So while this one kind of, yeah, the players gotten like a lot of time on their clock and they're pausing, maybe we could just take a look at random games that are still in progress, like say Czech, Fedoseev, Yakuboyev, Czech. Yeah, so we have Keymer and Erigaisi. We have on board 10 Yakuboyev versus Fedoseev, and these are players, well, on 6, right?
Yeah. Also, to give you an update, Gukesh managed to finish
on a win.
Was a very bad tournament. On a win, he defeated Andrei Volikitin.
Right, and Divya finished her last game
with a draw against Ivan Cheparinov, and when it came to Alexandra Garyashkina,
I checked, and she was in trouble.
That game is still ongoing.
The game is
against
still
Jeffrey Zhong.
Right, I don't see it, but it is still ongoing. Yeah. Prague made the draw against Nicolas Theodorou. It was a painful tournament for Prague, being the top seed, and he finishes on what, on 6.5.
But he has excellent chances of qualifying for the FIDE candidates because of his performance on the FIDE circuit.
Right. And who's the closest? Yeah, I don't quite remember the standings in the FIDE circuit, and I remember Prague having like a massive lead, right? But
I think Anish Giri was the second one.
Maybe Anish was the second, and now that he has qualified, maybe Prague is already. So he's, in a way, relieved that Anish did qualify elsewhere, right? All right, so there is this game. There is Fedoseev. Where was Fedoseev? I'll just like check all the games in top 20 that are in progress, which are not too many.
Fedoseev is board 10.
Board 10. Yakuboyev is Fedoseev, and been a intriguing endgame, night endgame, where computer was suggesting that after f5, white was winning, King d6 happened, and now apparently the move to win, and don't ask me why, was to go to c5 with the knight. And now after knight e1, the game is back to being draw because black can play knight e5. Okay.
Oh, we have a result.
We have a result, and it's a draw. I imagine it can't be anything. Yeah, the game could not possibly finish that quickly, right? And it was a draw for Vincent. It was a draw for Vincent Keymer and Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, and Vincent with some smiles, but what a fight it was on the chessboard. The players came into the round knowing exactly what they had to do. They had to give it their all, and that's exactly what they did. They delivered with excitement, with fireworks, and creating such a crazy, chaotic position. But in the end, it wasn't enough. And as the game fizzled out into a draw, it is Matthias Bluebaum with his superior tiebreak that grabs that candidate spot. And
wait, Yovi, it's Anish Giri who wins Grand Swiss 2025, wins alone. No tiebreaks, no prize sharing, nothing.
Nothing. And with that result, as Miro mentions, the road ends in glory for Anish Giri. He is the champion of the FIDE Grand Swiss here in Samarkand. And alongside Matthias Bluebaum, they march on to the candidates.
Right. Well, so obviously, yeah. Players are not happy with this result, you can tell. None of them. So typically, like, the game ends and you have somebody who is like happier than the other person, right? Doesn't matter. Like, of course, obviously in a situation where you win, but even in a draw, like, somebody is happier than the other. Here, not a single of them, none of them is happy with this result.
But the players still managed to raise a smile. But for Vincent, this ending is especially painful. Yesterday, he was so close to snatching the sole lead, but one blind spot against Matthias Bluebaum, his compatriot, cost him everything. And today, in a massively complicated battle, he just couldn't find his way.
He's gotten chances but couldn't find his way, and it was, he was short on time when there was this chance, and even then we are not sure if it would have been enough.
But what an event it has been, and what a worthy winner we have. Anish Giri with 8 points out of 11, walking away with $90,000 first prize, a big smile on his face, a ticket to the candidates. He is a worthy champion. I mean, he won 5 games. He was unbeaten, played remarkable chess. Right. And today, he came as a man with a mission. He knew what he had to do. He wanted to win, and that's exactly what he did. And he is the FIDE Grand Swiss champion. Right. I mean, it's been a day filled with anticipation, nerves, excitement. I feel like we can feel it even in the studio here. Yeah, well, when Anish walked in, he walked into the sound of cheers.
Do you feel how, kind of tension leaves the building? Because that's what I feel. And I remember, like, bad results, good results, doesn't matter. After such a tough tournament, you don't have that many emotions typically, because you've given it all, and now, and it partially explains the smile on Keymer's face, because yes, he didn't do what he wanted to do, but he releases the tension now, so it's over.
It is over.
Yeah, partially it's also.
And what's remarkable, Miro, is that when Anish walked in, and when we notified him that he'd gotten that candidate spot, he said, yeah, very good. And then it kind of dawned on him. The more he spoke about, like, assembling a team, the preparations involved, and he began to realize This is my future. The dream is still alive. But the stage has been set here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. We have our 4 candidates. It is Anish, Giri, Matthias, Bluebaum. And in the women's, it is Vaishali. She is the champion of the women's Grand Swiss. And in second place, it is Kateryna Lagno. We are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to bring you all of the details. So stay tuned. Welcome back to the final day of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. Now the battles have been decided and the winners have been set. They are Anish, Giri in the open and Vaishali in the women's, both of them scoring 8 points. And we also have the qualifying spots to the candidates decided by Matthias Bluebaum and in the women's, Kateryna Lagno. So everything has been set in stone and we're going to send our congratulations to absolutely everyone. But we do have an interview with Vaishali, so please take a listen.
I'm here with our 2025 FIDE Women's Grand Swiss winner, Vaishali Rameshbabu. Vaishali, winning by 1 point in the tie-break, how does it feel?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy that today was not easy. Playing black with tan. Yeah, I know draw would secure, but I think this knight b5 what she played in the opening, it's not good, but maybe I didn't continue it well. I was just relaxed after the opening and I played few moves fast and then she got this knight c4 which I missed. Like I saw knight c4, I didn't realize that threat was knight e3 and a3 and my knight is getting trapped. Then I spent a lot of time calculating this bishop c2 b5 and fortunately it was working. Then we got into this double bishop endgame, which I thought it should be old double, but I'm not sure. Yeah, when we got into this opposite color bishop with where I pawn down, where my rook and bishop are very active, so I knew there is less chance to mess it up, so I was very happy.
Your response going straight into the chess instead of the whole winning this tournament, I mean, are you excited? Does that make you happy?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I didn't expect at all actually, and somehow initially in the tournament, like many wins were very smooth, and yesterday was extremely lucky, and yeah, what else to say? I'm very happy. Yeah.
Were you surprised by Kateryna's quick draw? Did you think that she would press with white?
Yeah, I thought the game would go on, some safe position and should play on, but I think taking a draw, it's also practical, yeah, just securing this candidate spot, which is priority here. So, yeah, it made sense, but unfortunately, I didn't have that option. Yeah, it was not an easy game today.
And Vaishali, you're the back-to-back winner. You won in 2023 and now here again 2025. 2 questions. Which win feels better, first of all?
No, it's very hard to choose. Both, I mean, in 23, it came, this, I mean, Grand Swiss victory came at the very right moment. I didn't play well for a long time, and I made my final GM norm, and immediately in the 23 Grand Swiss, I made my 4th GM norm, and it was a lot of things fell into place in 23 Grand Swiss, and it completely changed. And yeah, again, this year was not going my way. Even though I was working very hard, but somehow the results were not going in my way. I dropped a lot of rating, and yeah, this win is very crucial to go forward. Yeah.
And this year you play as a grandmaster, as you said last time you were getting your grandmaster norms. But as a chess player, how do you feel? How would you compare your strengths from then to now? Do you think you've improved as a player?
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of experience in the last 2 years, many tough tournaments, which helped me to get stronger. Like even for example, the candidates, yeah, where I lost 4 games in a row. I think there were many tough moments like that, and it made me stronger as a person, also as a player. Like all those preparation I've made in the last 2 years, definitely I think although my rating doesn't say so much, but I feel I've become a better player and person. Yeah.
You mentioned these losses in a row in candidates, but what I remember is all your wins in a row towards the end. Once you have a momentum going, like we saw here, you really are just on a roll. How would you comment on that?
I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. I mean, in my previous tournament in Chennai event, I lost 7 games in a row. I lost some 20-25 points. I did not even shake. I lost 1 week straight in a row. It was such a tough tournament, and yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. Sometimes I win and I'm unstoppable. And actually, when I lost to Bibisara, yeah, I'm happy that I didn't collapse. Yeah, and in the next game I drew and kind of settled in, and yeah, that is one thing. Yeah.
I think that's a big strength as a player, to not collapse and be able to move on.
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, there is going to be losses in the future, and it's important to stay strong and focus in the remaining games.
Finally, how are you going to celebrate this win and your entry ticket into the candidates?
I don't know. We'll see. I have not thought about. I don't know. We'll see. I have not thought about it. Yeah, but definitely it's a great moment for me.
Well, thank you so much, Vaishali. We will be catching up with you later once again, but for now, enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlies, and our congratulations to Vaishali for winning the Grand Swiss. Not once, but twice, back-to-back wins. What an achievement. And it's been an event with a lot of twists, turns, surprises, excitement all the way. And we have here with us Angelica, ready to show us what else happened in what was an absolutely fantastic round.
You know, Joanka, it has been tough, not to follow just the top boards, but anything else like on the other boards. There's so much drama also happening, but of course, knowing these 4 players who got their tickets to the candidates, it's truly amazing. But here I would like to show an example from the game on board 30 in the open section. It was Rauf Mamedov from Azerbaijan who was playing against Daniel Darde. And in this position, he found a rook sacrifice, exchange sacrifice. He took on e6 with the rook, probably sacrifice. Most of the players will watch out. And this one is not a tactical one. It's a positional sacrifice. Now he's playing knight to e4. Suddenly we see that the dark squares around the king are weakened. There is a queen on the 7th rank. And the second knight might jump to d4, to g5, potentially even to e5 if bishop is not there. Rook b8 was played, trying to kick the queen from b7 square, queen a6, targeting the pawns. There are also many weaknesses for black, so it's also tough to handle all of them. Queen a7, trying to defend. Now the other knight is not jumping to d4. We have 2 knights in the central square. I believe the position looks very beautiful. Computer says it's just, it's clearly better, but it's not yet winning. Although after final touches, we'll see Rauf will win this one. Rook e8, trying to defend the pawn on e6. Queen b7 is coming back. Now, of course, if rook would step backwards, the queen will still be on the a7 rank, and knight e6 would be a threat. In this position, by the way, the one more mistake was played by black. Bishop d8 could have been tried, because here white would have to step back. Trading the queens would not be good. And after queen b5, we can see that, for example, if black would do nothing, there is a beautiful knight f6 trick, queen takes on e8. So winning back an exchange and also getting a preferable position. Here, king f8 was played to defend all the pieces, and after knight c6, attacking the queen. Here was a beautiful line, by the way. If queen steps back to f7, there is knight d6. And we're, after take on bishop, with bishop on d6, we're transferring to the end game, where at the end of the story, this pawn on d6 is going to decide everything. The king and the rook cannot get to it. The pawn on e6 is something what black would like to get rid of, and if it would be possible, king would take the pawn on e6. So queen d7 was played, but here knight is jumping to f6, so black is giving back an exchange. Queen c8, queen b5, stepping back from an exchange. Now e5, giving up an exchange back to white. Knight e8, queen e8, and queen goes back on the 7th rank. Now again, there are many threats in the position. Now bishop is under attack, knight is super strong. Now already the material is better for white because there is an extra pawn, and knight and the queen are functioning better for white than the bishop and the queen. Queen f7 trying to defend everything, and here knight e7 trying to step away. Queen f5 now attacking the bishop one more time, and e4 was played. Now the idea of black wants to give this perpetual, but knight d4 is jumping back, and here is where Darde resigned. Because not only he stopped the threat of queen f3, but let's say if queen goes backwards because queen is under attack, queen f7, then after queen takes c7, queen takes c7, knight e6, seals the deal, and that's how he's winning this endgame. Beautiful game, beautiful finish of the tournament for Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, a beautiful finish there, you know, giving up the queen. But overall, I mean, it was just such a nice kind of game, very controlled, just showing how the queen and knight is really such a deadly duo.
Yeah, first sacrifice in exchange, then, you know, improving the position, and then getting to this endgame. It's a true masterpiece, and it's great to see that players are fighting on till the last round, till the last last move on this position.
It's an event which brings out the best in absolutely everyone, and we saw that fighting spirit, you know, time and time again. And especially today, you know, I still see there's a lot of decisive results. You know, everyone wants to finish on that high note.
Yeah, and all the players are nervous today, when due to, of course, this long-waited spot to the candidates.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Everyone wanted to stay in the playing hall for as long as possible until those spots were decided. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing that wonderful game with us and just bringing all the energy and insights.
Thank you very much, Ivanka.
And, well, what an event it has been. So we have already had 2 women candidates. They're joining, how many people? 5 people. So it's almost set there, just one spot that has to be decided. And that's going to be decided by the FIDE circuit. But in the open, well,
it's trickier.
It is trickier because we have 3 places that have been decided. We know that Fabiano Caruana, he got a 2024, I think, from the circuit.
And then we have 2 players from here.
2 players who are... I'm going to let you do the...
Who are the players? Anish, Giri, who wins the tournament.
Anish,
and
Giri,
then
and Matthias Bluebaum.
Bluebaum with the best tiebreak out of those on 7.5.
Yeah.
Right, and there will be a World Cup taking place relatively soon where more candidate spots will be determined.
Yep. And of course, we have the rating spot and the FIDE circuit spot. So everything will more or less be decided at the end of the year. But it has been such a fantastic event, Miro. I mean, especially this last round, because it's kept us in suspense until almost the very last move is being played on certain boards. But I know that you're eager to share with us other gems, other positions.
I don't know all the gems, but I did find, like, we were concentrating on the very top boards, but then, like, at least at the top 10, there have been 3 more decisive games. Yesipenko beating Nepomniachtchi, Mami Diarov seemingly winning a very nice game against Oparin, and the one that just finished that I think we will show, I will show the very last moments of it. Vladimir Fedoseev getting defeated by Nodibek Yakuboyev in a very, very intricate king and knight endgame. So that was the position, and I kept an eye on this game, Yovi, and it looked like absolutely innocent to human eye, and then you look with the computer and it says equal, 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 white winning. And then back to equal, equal, white winning. So I want to make sense of it. So this happened. White creates a pass pawn on the F file. So basically, the danger for black is that white creates the F passed pawn. The knight will have to step to stop the pawn, and then white takes b5, and the A pawn is very, very dangerous. So king to c6 was a mistake. Black had to go d4 here, and apparently he would have held, because after f5 you can jump on e3, and if white captures this, you take g4, and then knight somehow gets in time to stop the A pawn. Black gets the passed pawn of his own, and it would be a draw. I trust the computer on that one, right? Black waited 1 move too many. King to c6. White goes f5, now computer claims white is winning.
Yeah.
And then king d6, okay, now the winning move was knight c5, which was not found. Knight e1.
White no longer winning.
Yes, white no longer winning, because knight e5 is okay, king takes b5, but then it was a study-like save with knight takes, and then again, you go here, black goes here, and basically you had to spot that now the king stops the pawn. And the knight, because you have the h pawn to exchange the g pawn, and the knight will be exchanged for the last white pawn.
Yeah.
So basically, and it's, you know, it's the way to play such endgames that you assign the roles for your pieces. You king, you stop the a pawn. You knight, you have to do, you have to do this. Yeah, and sometimes you have to be sometimes you have to be very flexible about it. So black went with d4, and this looks like a very nice counterplay. f6, and it was too late. Yes, d3. Now knight takes,
No.
and now it's a study-like win because white goes f7. It's the only move so far. Understandable. Yes, king e7. Now you move the a pawn, knight e5, and what's unique here, that usually going f8, king f8 would not make sense because you spend the move and black spend the move. But here's the only move to win, because now if you were to go a5, then knight takes f7, a6, knight d6 check, and the king and the knight manages to stop the pawn, and the king, because it's close, can defend the knight.
Yeah.
So the winning move, which was played in the game, was f8, king takes, and now a5. Knight to f7, and now, once again, king c5. Well, not the only move, king c6 was winning, but king c5. A bit of endgame wizardry, because white has only one pawn for the knight. The pawn is still on a5, and black cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, beautiful.
A win for Nordibek Abdulsatorov. Well, we had Mamedyarov beating Aparin, we had Yesipenko winning a crazy Sicilian game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, we could check, I believe, Mamedyarov's game, just a tiny fragment. Okay, maybe not so tiny, but I just want to go over it because this is Mamedyarov from good old times, I want to say. So, well, he spots the momentum for developing initiative, and he goes for it. So a4, chasing the knight. Knight goes to a8, and well, we all understand it's maneuvering and everything, but what's bad about knight on a8? You have a knight in the corner, and white opens the center. So e4, d4, bishop e4, and something that I've noticed about Mamedyarov in particular, and dynamic players in general, that very often they find these exceptions where, like the positional move, of course, is to take with the pawn and build the center, but yeah, they make it kind of an exception, and now the white structure is kind of in ruins, but the momentum lasts and it works for white. So queen to c7, d5, and the knight is stuck in a corner. Knight h5, and again a threat. I believe it was a quote attributed to Garry Kasparov. In order to win a game, you have to create 10 threats in a row.
Yeah.
And if you've created 10 threats in a row, that means, yeah, your opponent cannot. So knight f6 is a threat. Bishop d3, I don't know if it's a threat, but I believe it is. Knight b6, a5 is a threat. b4 is a threat.
I just wanted to show something, because yesterday I learned a very nice quote, and I think it's pretty relevant in this particular position. And it was Boris Spassky who said, "There's two things I'm afraid in chess: pins and mates." And here there's a pin.
There's a lot of pins
There's
here
a
and
pin
there.
with the rook against the
so
queen.
queen takes, knight takes, rook c5, and that's already a winning position, and I believe Mamedyarov converted it in style. Yeah, b6, and this allows for a very nice combination. So it takes on c7, rook to c1, bishop takes, rook takes, knight to d7 check, and then a6. King takes, rook takes c8, and that's
Beautiful.
all.
Beautiful.
It's a nice win, and Mamedyarov finishing on the...
It's like the players are saving the best for last.
Best for last.
And of course, this has been a dramatic event. There's been so much on the line. We're not just about the money, it's also about candidate spots. But it's also been the kind of event which has brought the best of each player. Everyone has come here determined to prove their worth. So take a look at some of our fun facts. So Mira, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yes.
What do you think the most popular opening was in the Open?
So I remember halfway in,
Yes.
it was the Sicilian.
Yes.
It was the Sicilian.
And the Sicilian is the most aggressive way to answer e4.
And it stayed the most popular. That would be my guess.
Correct, because take a look at these graphics. The most popular opening in the Open was the Sicilian, also in the women's. And look at these patterns, they are the same.
It's actually quite identical, so it's also sort of a best by test situation, but it's remarkable how close in the women's section the Queen's Gambit has been.
Yes.
Right?
But it's a kind of lovely dynamic because the Sicilian is the most aggressive and then the Queen's Gambit is one of the most solid.
Solid, reliable. Right.
Exactly. And then, I'm sure you'll know the answer to this one. In the Open, what was the longest game? I don't think you'll ever forget
Longest
this
game? Was it 60 moves? Was it 70 moves?
No.
I believe it was 190 moves. And that would be Abdusatorov against Erdomush.
Absolutely. In the Open, yes, it was 190 moves. But do you remember in the women's, this one was a Queen endgame?
It's harder.
Between Dinara Wagner and Tan Zhongyi.
Eventually won by Tan Zhongyi.
Exactly,
Right.
she managed to convert it in 139 moves. It just goes to show the players came here determined, willing to fight it out for 8.5 hours. And when it comes to decisive chess, this is an event where practically points mean prizes. I mean, there's so many prizes. In the Open, it's down to 50th place. In the women's, 23rd place. So what percentage do you think white won, black won, and draw in the Open?
Well, white one, black one would be a hard one to answer. So first I have to come up with the number, how many draws there were. And I believe towards the end of the tournament it kind of slowed down a bit, and I would still bet on draws being more than 50%. But like 52, let me go with 52.
Ooh, okay, well actually it's very funny because in both the Open and the women's, black won a significantly greater portion.
Oh, really?
Really, yes.
Wow.
And when it came to the drawing percentage, not too many either. Take a look at this graphic, and it's unbelievable because white won 27.6% or 59% in the Open. Black won 55%.
No, it's impossible to win 55%.
It's saying. I'm only reading what is in front of me. I'm doubting the numbers.
Can't it be the other way around? Because I believe it has to be number of draws. And it's too much. It's like, I could not possibly win more than half of the games.
Well, that's what
my
we
theory
have in front of me. Yes, I mean, but it just goes to show. I mean, maybe white was pushing a lot harder because you feel that onus to win. Because it's a long event, players were getting tired. Also, there's so much money at stake, and you want the pride and the glory and the shortest decisive games and the. What do you think that is?
Shortest.
This one I don't know the answer to, so I will have to
below
consult
20
our
moves
graphic
decisive
oracle.
game? I think there was. Like, I remember some miniatures from the women's section. So, number of moves.
Okay, we have in the Open 21 moves, and in the women 22 moves. Yes, Alina Robers, losing to Vaishali. Vaishali just managing to get a fantastic opening and then just blast open the position. Well worth checking out those two games. And in terms of time,
yeah, some games were very, very fast. Vantika losing in round 3, just 2 hours, 13 minutes. Yep.
And of course, there were some people who gained a lot of rating points and some who lost a lot of rating points. But we're going to be kind and just look at the people who lost. who won, yeah. And who do you think was the biggest earner?
In the Open?
In the Open, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Do you think?
I think so. I think it has to be Abhimanyu.
Not Anish.
Anish
won the tournament.
Or Andy Woodward. I would have it those two.
Yeah, I would think it's either Abhimanyu or Andy Woodford, simply because like their own lower ratings and like fantastic average of the opposition.
Yes. And in the women?
The women,
maybe
Fatalieva still.
Fatalieva, I thought, or maybe Yutsing Song.
Fatalieva played a fantastically strong tournament, though, right? I mean, she had like a huge lead by average rating, and she she scores, what, half a point less than Yuxin Son.
Yeah. So
It must be, Fatalieva never crossed 2400, so that means she has, no, but she has like still, the K is more than 10, so it must be Fatalieva.
Okay, well, let's
That's my theory,
check
anyway.
out our guess against the actual facts. So let's bring them up.
Maybe she did, but...
And in the Open, well, we had it right. Andy Woodward gaining 31 points, which is not an easy task when you have a K factor of 10.
Then you have Mishra, and then you have Matthias Bluebaum.
Wow, and look in the women's, it is Halilova, and she's gaining 69 points.
Well, Umida Omonova was 41, and Ulvia Fatalieva, to my surprise, only 23.3.
But okay, it's a fantastic.
Absolutely. No. I just didn't realize there were much bigger gains.
And I wonder whether we can check in on our family leaderboard, because there were a lot of families playing here. We had two brothers. We had a brother
and a sister.
I guess the brother and the sister won. Vaishali and Pragnanda. And then we had Rasmus Svana and Frederick Svana.
Frederick, they are both Svana brothers. They kind of fell off a little bit, right?
And then Antoinetta Stefanova and
Ivan Cheparinov.
And Alexander Grishuk.
I have a
Kateryna
question.
Lagno. Yes?
Since Lagno and Vaishali scored the same number of points, it's easy to determine who won. We have to check Prague's score and Grishuk's score. Never do math on air, kids.
Okay.
Well, Prague finishes on 6.5. 6.5, I think.
Okay.
Or was it 6?
Well, I have the answer right in front of me.
Okay,
So
very good.
Vaishali and Pragnanda. Vaishali was 7.5. Well, Vaishali got a little bit more than that. She got 8 points.
8.
And Pragnanda, they came first. Lagno and Grishuk second. And then we had the sisters, Anna Muzichuk and Maria Muzichuk. I can't believe we forgot about that one. But they're third. And Antoinetta Stefanova and Ivan Cheparinov, they are fourth. And Dinara Wagner and Dennis Wagner, they came fifth. And then the Svana brothers, yeah, they came last. They didn't finish so well. So lots of intrigue here. It wasn't just about the chess.
Right. A lot of funny facts, a lot of records. Was it your personal record for the longest hours on air, Jovi? Wow.
No.
The number of games played. That one.
Yeah, that one was it my personal record of the longest? I probably was. It probably was. I think I've done maybe more or less on the same, but it has been consecutive games, you know, like a blitz or something where you have one after the other.
The blitz marathon kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes, but to do like
it was the longest game for sure.
One game. But I mean, it's a game that really captured our attention. And there were so many intrigues, you know, first Edomus, you know, 14 years old, been name-checked by Magnus himself as a big, big talent. And he managed to hold his nerve. I mean, so many highlights. But today is the final day. So maybe we can pull up some of the results that we've seen. Because we mentioned it, players leaving the best to last. We had the storyline of what has to be the year, you know. Who was going to win out of the 5 players tied for first? In the women's, people were tied. It was Kateryna Lagno and Vaishali tied for first going into the round. And let's check out the results and see how everything played out. And in the women's, Tan Zhongyi drew against Vaishali. Kateryna Lagno drew very quickly to Fatalieva and also draws on board 3 and 4. And Maria Muzichuk winning against Elina Danielian.
Right. So, in fact, with Kateryna Lagno's very quick, almost like tactical draw, it was absolutely clear she qualifies, and then Vaishali, I don't think she was like in a real danger. So once again, it was like a relatively peaceful round, even though it was tense. Unlike the Open tournament.
Okay, yeah. In the women's, it was very clear. It was Vaishali, then it was Lagno, and then there was a three-way tie for third place. But in the Open, it was anything but tranquil as we went into the round with at least 8 people being able to snatch a candidate spot. And after today's results, well, there were a lot of draws, but there was one victory that really mattered. Anish Giri beating Hans Niemann meant that not only did he win the event, but he also secured the very first spot into the candidates. And at the top, Matthias Bluebaum. I would say he was a dark horse. No one expected him to actually be in contention for this, even though he's a 2-time European champion. But he had the best tie break. And with that draw against Alireza Firouzja, he secures himself that second spot into the candidates.
Right, and it was a bit unclear to the very end. Like even if when his game has finished, he had to wait for Vincent Keymer's game. So we knew for sure it will be a player from Germany in the candidates, but Keymer still had those minimal chances to win. And only when this game fizzled out and a draw was agreed, Matthias Bluebaum could relax and start kind of comprehending the fact that he made it to the candidates.
Yeah, and it will be great actually to hear his thoughts, because yesterday he was very honest. You know, there was some point in his game against Vincent Keymer where he just thought, what have I done to myself?
Yeah.
What have I done? I have absolutely nothing left to play for. And he spotted this cheap tactical trick.
Yeah.
And he thought, well, Vincent will never fall for it.
So,
and then
he did.
It fell into his lap. And just like
that's
that.
a story of resurrection of one's dream.
Absolutely, a resurrection. And once again, congratulations to our FIDE Grand Swiss champions, Anish Giri and Vaishali in the women's. And of course, congratulations to the qualifiers of the candidates. They are Kateryna Lagno, Matthias Bluebaum. 2 spots available in each section. The top 2 finishers walked away with the prizes and all the glory, and we'll see what they come up with in the Candidates 2026. But what an incredible 11 days it has been here at the Grand Swiss. And we have to extend our gratitude once again to all the co-organizers, the sponsors and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible.
And we thank Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan, and the Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yeah. And I'd also like to give my thanks to my fellow commentators, Angelica and you, Miro. Your energy, your insights, like, they have really made this event an absolute blast. Even the 8.5 hours, it just went by in a dream.
Well, thank you very much, but in return, you've inspired me. It really depends. Like it was like, I'm a very boring person at heart, but it was very hard to be boring alongside you.
Thank you very much. That might be the nicest compliment I've ever received. And I'd also like to give a big thank you from us to the entire production team that have really been working tirelessly behind the scenes. Massive thank you from us all. But most of all, I'd like to thank the viewers, the fans at home for sharing this journey with us every move of the way. The battles, the triumphs, it's all been unforgettable. And from all of us here in Samarkand, we are signing off. But don't go anywhere just yet, because you are able to relive the magic once more with the highlights of what was an extraordinary event. Until the next, goodbye.
Thank you very much.
by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.